Hello there, welcome Abyssers, welcome to Soul Se- Oh God, welcome, oh Lord. Hello there, Soul Seers, welcome to Abysseer Tarot Readings. Ha, yeah, we are on it. So today's reading is going to be what are, what do your sexual fantasies and your dreams signify? What do your sexual fantasies or dreams about them signify to you? So we are going to see how the kind of sexual fantasies or the kind of sexual dreams that you have about this person, and what does this dream wants to speak to you, what does this fantasy wants to tell you. Is it all about getting, I feel like it's more about, like, we we daydream about people, we fantasize about people, we want them to be something meaningful to our lives, right? And this more of, like, all of these fantasies, all of these dreams, they come from a subconscious need of wanting something from an individual. So today I have these three fragrances. um yeah, like, whichever of these fragrances actually reminds you of this person or this dream, because I want to, like, it's kind of like, how do I say this, like, like, whatever scent you think or whatever fragrance you think this person's aura exudes from them, that you fantasize about, right? Because most of the times when we fantasize about individuals, it's not necessary that we know them, right? So yeah, so I was just getting that, right? So what you think about them, what do you think that this person makes you feel, what do you think that what aura do you think this person gives off of their energy, right? So we are going to see that, we are going to see the sexual fantasies that you see of them. Who is this person? What do they signify or mean to you? We are going to see how this fantasy is so why is this fantasy so persistent to you, and how it is affecting your daily life. Let me write that down. How it is affecting your daily life and what can you do about it, right? So yeah, so I went in my closet, and these were the only two fragrances that I usually use, and this one is the fragrance that I use for my tarot reads. And interestingly enough, it 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 doesn't has, like, it's empty, it's almost empty, but it still has some perfume to give. So yeah, like, I was like, you know what, we have three piles, we are going to use these three perfumes to signify the sexual fantasy of this individual, right? So let's see, this is pile number one, 1,000 wishes. So already when I'm saying pile number one, I'm seeing this firecracker. I'm seeing a lot of like, I'm seeing a tall bottle as compared to others. So maybe your person is pretty tall. They could be a wish fulfillment for you. Let's see their fragrances. 1,000 wishes notes: pin prosecco, sparkling quince, crystal peonies, glided gilded amber, amaretto cream, whatever. So yeah, this is your perfume, pile number one. um I have to say that I don't think every other perfume comes with their own friend, like, it doesn't comes with the same fragrance or scent, but yeah, this one in particular is the one talking about its notes, right? So I feel like, maybe this is a very detailed daydream for you. Maybe this is a very, like, some of you could be maladaptive daydreamers, you could, like, schizophrenics, I don't know. Kind of like, you could be, by the way, yeah, yeah. So these reads are, Lord, I think about it and I just say it without thinking about, my god, this Sagittarius tongue of mine. I was saying that, none of these reads are meant as an alternative for professional, health, financial, legal advice. This is just a second opinion. Take it for entertainment purposes only. Yeah, so what was I saying about your person, pile number one? I feel like your person could be someone very specific, like maybe, very specific details about them, and that's what makes this experience even more worthwhile, right? So yeah, this could be your pile number one. Pile number two, this is Bella Vita's Luxury Honey Oud. You can check its fragrance online. I don't have the internet right now, but yeah. So this perfume is almost going to end, but it still has some effect on me, right? So almost feels like maybe you guys are like into therapy, maybe you guys are like getting over this individual, and yeah, you're almost at the end of this daydream, but it's almost like you haven't found the reason. Like, it's kind of like this person still has an effect on you, and I don't know, maybe it's hard for you to accept that. I had a very hard time accepting this empty bottle as my pile today, all right? Like, it was a very hard decision to put it here, because I had a lot of things, and I wanted, like, I didn't, like, I had another perfume, and that perfume broke, right? So yeah, this wanted to come out as your perfume, and I feel like you're still having a very hard time. I'm getting the word neglecting. Maybe you are neglecting something within you, and this person reminds you of that, or it's a very hard, like, you might know what it is, but you have a very hard time accepting that part of you in some manner. So this could be your pile number. I don't know why I felt called to reading this. It's a 20 ml or 0.68. I don't know what is it. It's Oz. I don't read anything in Oz. Wait a second. Um. Okay, I just found out. This is 0.68 fluid ounces. This bottle is 8 fluid ounces and 236 ml. I think it's pretty visible, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, this is 20 ml and 0.68 fluid ounces. And pile number 3. This is your pile. I'll be honest about this pile, just like the name Nude. This is Titan's Skin. It's a skin. It's the perfume collection is called Skin by Titan, and it's the nude perfume. I really love this color of this perfume, because it gave me a lot of, like, at that point of my life when I was buying this, I was having a lot of dark thoughts, all right? And this perfume, yeah, it's very nude in actual reality. Like, I find like its smell is a bit watery. Yeah, it's got this nice, lovely, cute diamond cap to it. Yeah, and yeah, this is a 50 ml perfume and 1.7 fluid ounces, if any of those numbers feel significant to you, right? I don't know why I wanted to say that 17 fours are 68. Yeah, I don't know why I wanted to say, because I saw that 1.7 fluid ounce, and then I saw 0.68 fluid ounce, and I just realized that if you multiply 17 with 4, you get 68. So I don't know, maybe someone is choosing pile number 2 and pile number 3. Yeah, this gives me royal perfume every single time. I wear this one on dates, this one in some parties, and this one for my tarot reads. Like, yeah, so it's kind of like, pile number 3 is a very royal pile. Nude. I don't know, something about this pile. I feel like your person could be somebody who's, how do I say this? Even if they are naked, even if they are nude, something about them is just so royal, something about them is just so freaking, like, of course, it's worth fantasizing about them. Maybe I'm getting poise. They have a certain type of poise to them. Even in bed, like, they're so eleganto kind of stuff. And yeah, Yeah, something about this pile is just too sexy to me. Like maybe this individual is very sexy and I don't know, like you kind of just cannot get over them. Because I remember I wanted to get over this, like not get over this, but the only reason that like I how do I say this? I have I love this perfume, but for some reason I still like there is a part of me that wants to get over it, but there's also a part of me that doesn't wants to get over it. And I don't know, it's kind of like that to me. And I also feel like for many of you, like there's something so I don't know, this pile just seems so sexy. Like the person just seems very sexy to me, you know? Yeah. So these three are your piles. Pile number one, A Thousand Wishes by Bath and Body Works. Pile number two, Bella Vita Luxuries Honey Oud. And pile number three, Skin by Titan. By the way, this smells a lot like, I don't know, it's kind of watery and it's kind of sweet, and there's like this notes of I won't say honey, but it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like there's some amber notes to it. I don't know how to say this. I'm getting the word ombre or amber. I don't know, like there's a lot of you know I don't know how to say this. This like this very beautiful female scent. It's a very I don't know, flower. It's not tree. I don't feel any tree in it, but there's like a very distinct flowery smell to this, and it smells like water, and then starts smelling like this sweet flowery scent that just takes you to some, that just makes you feel as if you're above the world or something like that. I'm almost getting a picture of standing above mountains. Honey oud smells like honey. It smells really sweet. I use this energy in my tarot reads a lot. Very beautiful energy actually. I this 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 particular scent is so sweet. I still remember that when the reason why it's so empty is because it's so freaking good. It's so freaking addictive. Like this is like the fact that this is not as empty as this one just tells me that, yeah, like I loved this perfume a lot, even though it came in the small pocket size. Exactly, it's a very soft ombre smell. It's a very beautiful smell in here, this honey oud smell. This is very royal. And pink prosecco is, my god, this thousand wishes, it's like you're in a you're I'm getting Namjoon's flower, if you know RM from BTS. I'm getting that song whenever I see my perfume. I get that song in my head, all right, like flower flower, because it's a very like this is so freaking, this gives me like different flowers, peonies, and I don't know what not. It's a very beautiful scent, all right. So yeah, these three are your piles. I think if I keep on, yeah, if you keep me up in here, I think I'll keep on speaking how much I love these so much. So yeah, I'll just give you the time to choose your piles, right? If you cannot see pile number two that clearly, just, yeah, I hope you can now. It's pile number two, pile number three, and pile number two. Pile number two is very much visible. It's like too visible to the eye. Is this individual your neighbor? Is this person like somebody you talk to on a daily basis? Because they're very visible as compared to these two. Yeah. So yeah, timestamps will be given in the description box. Click on your timestamps and I'll be there in your introduction. Not an introduction, this is the rant section, and I'll be summarizing all the three piles for you in here. So if you don't want to, go to the timestamps and look at your piles, because those piles are very huge and everything else, you can see the summary of it in the upcoming rant that I'm going to post right now. Also, yeah, pile number three, your reading had a lot of interruptions, a lot of audio interruptions as well, so yeah, it's not that bad, but it's there. So yeah, so take care of yourself, guys. Goodbye. yeah, go down to the timestamps if you still want to go for the reading. I've just created this section because I don't want to waste people's time over a 1 hour 2 hour read. All right, I just, yeah, it's like sometimes you don't need the reading, you don't need the energy, sometimes you just need the wisdom that comes at the end of this read, right? And maybe that's how some things are meant to be. So yeah, I just wanted to create this section, I've created it, and this is what this next section is going to be about. Goodbye, take care. 20 milliliter and 0.68 ounce of perfume. So there are some notes that I made about each pile. Pile number one felt like a pile that, you can intuitively choose these piles right now, and skip to the timestamps. The timestamps will be given in the description box down below, along with certain confirmations that came through in all these piles. If you're Yeah, you can skip to those timestamps. If you want to stay with me, I'll talk about each and every pile and what had come out from these piles. Alright, so I'll be talking about what we'll be working on with each and every pile. So pile number one, yeah, in your pile, I had to work a lot with your self-esteem, your sense of attachment to this individual, and I often felt like you were basically, I don't know, not discriminating, but you were basically like confusing your guilt with your shame. And this was something that I felt, I don't know, but I felt like something about, like, I don't know, like in each and every pile, I just felt like I was projecting a lot of energy that I wasn't supposed to project, all right? And I absolutely, I think I pretty much like regretted the entire reading, if I'll be honest with you about this, all right? Because I was like, why did I say that to the people, right? Because it might have been something way less than that. For example, in pile number one, I was getting that someone was feeling really guilty of not doing the things that they promised themselves to do, and that's why this individual kept on fantasizing about someone, right? And I was like, maybe it is not that, maybe this person is ashamed of their weight, maybe this person has a shame problem, maybe they have been shamed into thinking this way, and that's the reason why this person fantasizes so much. So I felt a little bit sad while doing this entire read. I don't know, like all of these reads had an essence of projection to them that threw me off the rail, actually, because I was not expecting to do that. I was not at all expecting to like, say something, like some things. I feel like some of the things that I said in all of these files, I regret saying that. Maybe it's because of my ADHD. I just kind of start speaking really fast. Maybe that's why. I don't know what it was, but it's like, I just felt like I was like way more harsh than I should have been, really. That's how this pile felt like to me, Pile number two, this cute little pile right here. Pile number two, I felt like your energy felt. Also, for fact, pile number one, I remember. By the way, I'm going to rename the section as rant section, because I really need to rant some things out loud, alright? Pile number one, some of the confirmations for you could be that maybe your crush is a tall person, because as compared to these two piles, this pile required a lot of, like, I don't know, it's very tall. I was also getting like this person could be a neighbor. I think there's a lot of detailed fantasy that you have about this individual. Yeah. Also, I was getting like, maybe you could be, I don't know, maybe this person could be into DRUG, or maybe you could be into DRUG. Someone in here could have that sort of history, addiction history. I was also getting like, what is it like? I was also getting coke addictions, and also like, I don't know, there was like the vibe of this pile was like some sort of limited lipstick edition, right? It was as if like, how do I say this? Like, I felt like the individual that this pile was daydreaming about, that person felt like some sort of limited individual, or like, I don't know what it was. Like, there's some sort of, I'm getting backup guarantee, something like that. Like, that person came with a warranty. I don't know what it is, but it's almost like, whoever this individual that you were fantasizing about, pile number one, I felt like there was a sort of like a limited energy to this individual, like almost like, you were like, it almost felt like it reminded you of a lipstick brand. It literally, like, this piles person reminded me of a lipstick brand that was discontinued after so many years, and like I felt like pile number one was like trying to find that nostalgic feeling again and again. That's how this energy felt like. So this could be an X as well. I was also getting that, I don't know, something is so significant about Sagittarius in this pile, because there were two Sagittarians that I thought of in this pile. One was I think it's Ian Somerhalder. I don't know what his name is, but he's that Vampire Diaries dude, right? So I felt like I by mistake called him an Aquarius. I think he does have some Aquarius placement, but that's not the issue, right? I also called Jane Austen as, I also channeled Jane Austen in this pile, and I thought that Jane Austen was a Cancerian, and she was actually a Sagittarian, right? So there is something about somebody, like there is like a missing, I'm also getting that like this, somebody is misunderstanding a Sagittarius maybe, and thinking that they are somebody else. Also, I was confusing Jane Austen's birthday with Helen Keller's birthday. Helen Keller was a Cancerian, right? So there were some writers that came through in this file. So I feel like this file could be for the literature girlies, the bookworm girlies, So it gave me a lot of those vibes. It also gave me the vibes of prom dates and whatnot. I was also getting like there was a lot of shame that could be hidden in the form of guilt, right? And I was trying to like help you through this, but it's as if like I couldn't put my words on this. I just couldn't put my words on what was it that you were actually struggling with pile number one. I had a lot of issues with this pile. Like it's not a lot of issues. It's like the reading was so short as compared to these two piles. The reading was really short, right? And I was like, man, the reading is so freaking short. And I just realized that it could have gone it could have gone really long. It could have gone longer, but it did not go even. Like I just felt like, how do I say this? Like the answers that, like, it almost felt like there is like such a small talk energy in this pile where you say something, and no matter what I say, I just felt like I couldn't put words into what I wanted to speak to this pile about. Yes. So like, it was a lot of those things that came through. I also remember that I did this reading a while back. It's called the mysteries reading, something like what are the mysteries that you're solving. And I think maybe some of you guys chose pile number two at that time, so maybe this pile number one could be significant for you in this read. Now, Next, go to Bella Vita Luxury's Honey Oud perfume, right? This is amazing. This perfume smells like ambrosia. This has a very soft ombre smell to it. I really loved it. Yeah, I also feel like Paloma too. You guys could be really extroverted, friendly people, individuals. Like, you go around the circles and you're always talking with somebody. And I feel like the person that you're having a crush on is like an introvert, sorta. I was also getting a lot of some people who chose pile number 2 and pile number 3, and I was like, damn, who could that be, right? Because I don't know, something around the lines of people who chose pile number 2 and pile number 3 came through as like they were into mathematics, they were into measurement, something, because I was getting like, this is 0.68 ounce and this is 1.7 ounces, right? So I was like, 17 into 4 is 68, and I was like, who the heck is choosing pile number 2 and pile number 3? Because that's a long reading. But I must say that pile number 2 and pile number 3 reading came off very similar, all right? Also, another thing, I felt like pile number 2's read, they had a very hard time accepting. I also felt like in pile number 2, we had a very hard time. They had a very hard time accepting this person as their. I don't know what it was, but there was a very hard. Like, I felt like I had a really hard time choosing this pile. I had a very hard time choosing this empty bottle of perfume as my pile, But I still chose it, and yeah, I feel like there is something around the lines of this person being really burnt out that came through. It also came through that it was very hard for you guys to accept this individual. I also felt like maybe this person is somebody you meet on the internet. At one point, I also thought that you were talking to character AI, like really. Yeah, now this is pile number 3. Pile number 3, there were a lot of energies that came through in this pile. Like, I was seeing so many diamonds energy. I felt like this is like some royal pile, like somebody, like it's not just the look of this pile, it's like there is so much diamond stuff coming through from this pile. It almost felt like I was talking to someone from a royal lineage, or like you had a crush on somebody who's from a royal lineage or something like that. There could be something very royal about them. The thing in pile number 2, with pile number 2, the thing was that their person was somebody who inspired them. So pile number 2 felt like so what happened in pile number 2? Pile number 2, I felt like, what is it? What is it that I was about to say in pile number 2? What did I feel like? Oh yeah, in pile number 2, I felt like, you were attracted to somebody who had inspired you in some way to become successful in your life or something like that. But it's like you're not realizing, I don't know, there's something along the lines of you have not realized what success actually looks like for you. So you end up following other people to the point and extent that you end up replenishing your own resources. You end up spending so much of your resources that you don't have anything left for yourself. So something along the lines of that pile number 2, I felt that kind of energy coming through from you. And pile number 3, what came through in your energy? Yeah, this pile, I think I need to give a trigger warning on this pile, because I got a lot of, I was like constantly getting abuse energy, SA, great. It was just very weird, all right? I was getting that energy and I was like, okay, why am I getting that? And then I'm getting a lot of hot and cold energy in this one particular pile, right? And I almost felt like I couldn't, like, I know that I was reading my cards, but I don't know, it was as if whatever I saw on the table was not, almost felt, I don't know, this read felt like a karmic read to me. I'll honestly tell you this, I felt like somebody was like, I felt so much toxic in this energy. Like, there was a lot of like a lot of detox that had to be done to sit down and talk about this pile. Almost having to see how there's blood, like this blood color in this perfume. That's how it felt. Like, it was like as if it's not just about somebody coming from a royal family, royal lineage, having some better bloodline than like having a bloodline or a legacy, but it also was a feeling of, I was also getting Taurus energy significantly from this pile. And I often consider Taurus as, I consider that as a princess zodiac. So yeah, take me for whatever I am. But yes, I do. And I don't know, the energy was like as if somebody has been trying to taint or poison somebody's bloodline or something. It was so bad. It was not so bad, but it was like I still remember I was just trying to do this reading, and all of a sudden I had this vomiting feeling and I couldn't like control myself. I couldn't contain myself. And I just realized that for many of you, maybe you don't like fantasizing about this individual, but you have to fantasize about it. But it's kind of like, it's like you're having a hard time detaching the idea that it's like you're having a very hard time differentiating between your own sexual kink and and this individual right here, whoever this individual was. Like, it's like you are having a very hard time differentiating between the actions of this individual and your own need for sexual pleasure, right? In pile number 1, I think now that I've said action, I just remembered in pile number 1, I felt like telling pile number 1 to actually take some action and not be scared of the disappointments that are there. But I don't know how much of a good job I've done expressing that. Even with pile number 3, it was almost as if I was channeling a lot of stuff for this pile, but it became real. I don't know how to say this. There was such a hot and cold energy with the person in this pile, because it's like even the fantasy that you were dreaming about this individual felt like it came hot and cold, and there was so much coming through for this pile. I have never been so flabbergasted in my entire life. I'll be honest about that. I also found out that either for like I couldn't, in the end of the day, I couldn't differentiate between the energies of the people who were watching this pile. And like in case of pile number 1 and pile number 2, it was easy to differentiate between the person and between both the individuals. But with pile number 3, I felt like I was in this very confrontational energy where I had to confront the pile. Like, it was as if pile number 3 was, I wouldn't call this something like like I felt almost like pile number 3 was like they were vibrating in a vibration that wasn't meant to be aligned in, like it wasn't meant to be for them. It's somewhat like they were trying to align themselves to things that are toxic to them, are very harmful for their health, and they're still continuously doing it. It's kind of like betraying yourself, but betraying yourself through your fantasies. And it's sort of it was very like weirdly hard for me to like process this energy, because in the end the answer, the what I had to, like, this pile, literally the message for this pile was to accept the fact that they were abused or reclaim their abuse. I felt like when I was in this pile, I had to tell this pile, like the message that came through for this pile was for them to accept the fact that they were actually abused and not and their abuse is very different from their sexual pleasure, right? So sometimes what happens is that we confuse our sexual pleasure with our abuse. And I not lie, I really felt like my energy I think I projected some things in pile number two as well. I don't know, like all of these piles, I projected something or the other. Like in pile number two, I felt like I was projecting an energy where I was telling pile number two that what did I tell pile number two? That maybe yeah, I told pile number two that pile number two literally felt like they were like they thought of they idealized someone to be their savior, they idealized someone to be their god, sort of like it's almost like they worshipped the individual that they were so devoted to their individual, they were so faithful to their crush, right? It's almost felt like I was yeah, what I projected onto this pile was like this pile also gave me a tendency where it felt like they had a very hard time accepting different people around them, or they had a very hard time accepting the people who are not perfect enough, right? That's the energy that this pile gave me. Like this pile almost gave me like they had a very hard time accepting people who are not that perfect, and like it's almost like they also I actually projected that, you know, what I actually told in pile number two was that maybe they want to you know, like maybe they want to get like maybe they just want to end everyone in the world and, you know, be with their person all alone, and nobody else should be there to stop them from their from reaching their person, right? That's the kind of energy that came from pile number two, and immediately I felt really guilty because it was like I didn't want to be that harsh to this pile. Man, I'm getting throat. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's like it's not me. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting like intuitively there's some sort of harshness. But I didn't want to be harsh to this pile. I didn't want to word it like that. But more like it felt like pile number two really wanted to, like, you know, like get a Thanos gloves in their hand and just do this, and the entire world goes away and they and their person remain. Like that's how this pile number two felt like to me. Pile number three was more about like somebody who needs to understand what it means, the difference between their pleasure and reclaiming that abuse. All right. In the start of the energy, I still remember I was telling pile number three to, like, you know, go to skip to a certain section and where a certain section of cards so that they can continue for there, especially for people who are daydreaming about abusive people. For people who were not daydreaming about abusive people and they had a hard time accepting someone for the differences that they had with that other person, I felt like I was trying to confront pile number three to understand that not everybody is a bad person, not everybody is going to be like you know, it's like not everybody means to do the things that they do. Yeah, and just like now, I felt there were so many interruptions in pile number three. It just told me that there was a lot of, like, I don't know, there were a lot of interruptions, there were a lot of energies. Like, how do I say this? Like, it's as if the message didn't want to come out, and it almost like gave me like, why is the message not trying to come out? You know, it's how do I say this? Like, it's like this time, this pile's entire message was that everything comes at its own time, everything comes at its own pace. You cannot rush it. You should not try to rush it. It isn't meant, otherwise it isn't meant for you. You know, and I don't know. Like, it's like the entire reading abided by that rule. The entire reading was getting interrupted again and again and again and again, only for it to end at a certain specific time. It was. Man, yeah, like no matter what I do, I'll get so many interruptions in this pile. So yeah, pile number three, there's like a lot of detoxification that you might need to do. Pile number two, I think your message in total was telling you to, like, you know, learn to assimilate with the new ideas, with the new experiences and everything else. Yeah. And pile number one, I think yours was about becoming brave and not, I think I wasn't specific. I did not say this in the pile. Like, I wanted to say this to pile number one that you should actually, you know, not be so scared of expressing your emotions out loud. That's not the end of the world, you know. And given the fact that I have so many confirmations for pile number one and pile number two and pile number three, like, how do I say this? Like, pile number one's confirmation is something, if it feels more illusionary. How do I say this? Like, the confirmations for pile number two and pile number three, it was as if like the entire read was there was something physical to confirm the confirmations that I was getting. All right, like I had physical confirmations for confirming the things that I was getting, but it was just pile number one where I had got, like, you know, channeled confirmations for this pile. Like in these two piles, it's almost like in pile number three, it was as if I was experiencing the confirmations. In pile number one, sorry, in pile number two, it was the entire symbology of a perfume bottle. I almost felt like this perfume bottle wanted to tell me something about pile number two and their person and their ideas, right? So there was a lot that came. So that's why I just feel like these two piles felt a lot more deeper to me, because I just felt like the confirmation, like it felt like an experience. Like this pile, how do I say this? This pile's confirmation felt more like an experience. This pile's confirmation was more like this physical bottle itself. And this file's confirmation are, it almost felt like you know, it almost felt like these labels, or let's just say something like, you know, I don't know, because it's almost felt very imaginary to me, you know. So, you know, it doesn't, like, I just feel like every pile in here has their confirmation. Like, I don't know, every pile in here has a different type of confirmation in here. Like, I just feel like pile number one was for people who had imaginary crushes, pile number two was for people who had physically viable crushes, and pile number three was for people who have experienced their crushes and are fantasizing about those. And I just felt like all these piles are fantasizing about these types of people, you know. So yeah, like I don't want to waste your time, because I know that, you know, these readings can be too long and these are just for entertainment purposes. So you, like, I too don't want you to go and, you know, like, spend your hours and hours on these reads, right? So I was like, you know what, I'll just give a random summary. I'll just rant it all out in the start of this read so that people get to know what these reads are all about. Like I seriously, like, you know, I'm not in that much of a believer of this mysteries of the compiled reads, because I'm like, you know what, you don't need to. Yeah, not every, like, I also feel like not every pile, you don't need to complete the entire pile to actually understand its message. That's what I'm getting. Like, you do not need to complete the entire pile to understand its message. It's just, yeah, like sometimes you can just get the message midway through the pile and that's it, that's your message. Maybe, you know, not, and I'm very much, I endorse this a lot, but, you know, especially I'll say that for pile number three and for everybody in here, if you ever feel like somebody is you know, how do I say this, because I got this in pile number three a lot. For pile number three, I was getting like, you know, either they were talking about an abusive person, or they had an issue. It's not even an abusive person, but I also felt like either they were talking about an abusive person, or pile number three felt like they were talking about their enemies, or, you know, their frenemies and all that. And listen, pile number three, if you feel like I as a reader, by any chance I have, you know, how do I, like, even for all of these piles, if you ever feel like I've ever made you all, you know, go towards any abusive situation, anything else like that, I think it's better to cut a person, like cut those people off. There is nothing else that can be said, right? I've seen this in my own case as well. I watched some tarot readers, I was looking into their reads, and then I just realized that, yeah, I don't need to keep on, like, how do I say this? I just realized that, how do I say this? Behavioral influencing is very real. All right? Like, behavioral influencing is a very, very real thing. We go to the internet and we go into these algorithms, right? And what we end up doing is that we create an echo chamber around us to validate our ego, to validate ourselves. I also felt like a lot about pile number 2 that they had a sort of egoistic crush on someone. Yeah, but it's all, I felt like every pile had an egoistic crush, but I felt like pile number 3, one's case, I felt like they had more of a self-esteem issue. So they were trying to validate their low self-esteem again and again through their fantasies. And Adrian's pile number 1 felt like, pile number 2 felt like they were having fantasies about people whom they considered were we're the ones who were supposed to be perfect or something like that. It's almost like they were having a very hard time accepting so many differences in the people around them. And that's why they would go into the fantasy land, right? And pile number 3 felt like they had to accept the fact that some people are not meant to them and it's better to cut them off. It's better to cut them off, right? And how do I say this? I also felt like this is a call out. Like, I'm just trying to, I don't know who this individual is, but I get this person so many times in my reads, right? I get this very, I don't know, pervasive and not pervasive, like invasive individual. Yeah, I get this very invasive individual who tries to, they remind me of, there was this guy who decided to bury himself right above Marilyn Monroe's coffin. Yeah, that's the kind of energy that I was feeling. Like somebody, like there was such a creepy energy that was coming through in here. Like, or somebody was like, buying into those creepy ideals that somebody had sold them. I also felt like there was some energy coming in this file where a person is trying to, come between a beautiful married couple or something like that. And that energy comes many times in my Tumblr as well. And it almost, I'll be very honest, either you could be going through this file number 3, someone like this, and you're having a hard time cutting such people off. My advice would be cut them off, really, because it's like there's a certain, like there's a thing, right? We need to be stern about our boundaries. We need to be strict about our boundaries. We cannot let everybody cross them just like that. This is something I, I have felt that personally a lot, like there were times when I would, let's just say, end up in places where I'm not supposed to be there. And, that place can be like, it's like sometimes I just end up in other people doing their private cahoots and all that stuff, right? Even if those people are not trying to enforce those boundaries, I really want, even if they're not trying to enforce those boundaries, I would walk away from that room because it feels invasive. It feels very private and I just don't want to be anywhere around somebody's privacy. And I try to cut, and, when people are unaware of their boundaries, it's fine. But when people are basically, how do I say this? It's not even unaware of their boundaries. When people are unaware of their boundaries, us setting a boundary is fine. But when they are, constantly coming under our, constantly crossing our boundaries, when they are constantly not understanding that we respect our boundaries and we don't want such people to cross our boundaries, just because we are not crossing their boundaries, that is a reflection of our self-respect. That's a reflection of our ethical values, right? That's a reflection of our moral values. We don't need to, just because the other person doesn't have the same type of value, we can set a boundary with them. If they don't want to respect that boundary, that is not, I just feel like, it shouldn't be, we shouldn't be made to feel guilty about having those boundaries with such people, right? It's a thing. So I was feeling that a lot, like in this energy as well, because it was as if I was trying to cut off an individual who was trying to come to my energy with an intention that, I'm not saying that it's a bad intention, but I'm saying that it's a sort of, like, I don't think someone would try to actually act upon such kinds of things, but if they're trying to act on it, it sort of becomes very, it sort of feels like, you're not using my reading for the right purposes, all right? And that's all I can say to a person, right? And like, it's all on you, how you take this energy, how you feel resonated to this reading. I felt like I was projecting a lot of stuff on these files, and I was like I was just thinking, why is my subconscious energy projecting so many things on these people, on these files? Like, why am I not, like, that is not something I wanted to say. I just saw the reading and I was like, that is not something I wanted to say. But it was as if I was talking to a homie while I was doing my reads. So, and maybe it's also for the fact that I have a Lilith in my some spiritual center in one of my spiritual houses, right? So maybe that's why I sound so taboo. I was like, okay, that's, I just felt like there were so many cuts that I had to make, but then I was like, what, let them be, let those things be, let people see what my raw energy looks like, because in the end of the day, that Lilith is going to show up. I'm going to definitely get some angry, definitely I'm going to be rage baiting or, causing controversies for some people. So, I was like, what, all right, fine. I think that's it. I think that's it for my rant today. That's all I wanted to say about this read. Like, I usually record intros right before the read, but this time I decided to record intros while I was, after doing the entire read. And this is a totally different perspective to see things right now. I might not come off as very sensitive in my reads. I think that harshness is like, I have some Saturn in my vocal cord house placements. It's not an excuse, but what I'm just trying to say is that really, I come off as real harsh in this reads, and I did not want to come off like that, alright? Especially for pile number 3, I tried to be as, I did try to be as, like, there were so many things that I did not, I felt like I was talking to someone with who wants, I was talking to some home wrecking energy or something like that, and it came through, but I was like, what, I'm not going to put that out there. I'm not going to say that because I think this file is already going through a lot and they're having a really hard time differentiating between both of those things. But I will say that my energy definitely came off, it definitely comes off a little bit harsh given my voice and everything else, and I tried to keep it cool. I hope you enjoyed, I hope you find it entertaining for yourself. I put trigger warnings in both of these files. Because in this file, I literally felt like they would rather burn the entire, I was getting, I let the world burn for you. That's the sort of energy I was getting in pile number 2. Girl, who are you burning? What are you trying to do? Please love, just learn to coexist with the people around you. It's not about me and you and, no, it's about just learn to coexist with everybody. People can be a little bit weird, right? And I was just talking about behavioral influencing and social media algorithms, right? I think this rant is going to be way longer than I expected. Oh, damn, it's 1 hour. It's 40 minutes rant. This is bad. I think I'll just put it in 2x and make it a 20-minute rant. Still, 20-minute rant is a very weird deal. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So what was I going to say? Yeah, behavioral influencing is such a real thing, right? Like, we put ourselves in an echo chamber. I realized this thing. Humility is so much important for open-mindedness. Humility is so much more important for understanding ourselves. It is so much. How do I say this? It's humility is important. I'm not saying that shaming other people is a good thing. Shaming other people into shaming other people to learn new things is not a good thing. I'm not supporting that. What I'm saying is that humility is a very important tool because it helps us like open ourselves to new perspectives and new cultures and new things in our life, right? And I felt like nowadays when I look into social media, I see so many people, right? Even myself, I had a huge issue with not having an echo chamber around me to validate my thoughts, to validate my emotions, to validate what I say. And it's like this constant need of having an echo chamber to feel validated or to feel like your ego is in a healthy place, right? I just feel like that trap that I had fallen into, yeah, it was too deep, and I'm trying so hard to get out of that energy currently. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, if you feel any of this energy projecting towards you, try not to try not to let it either validate or invalidate your ego or invalidate your life experience, right? Because whatever has to resonate will resonate. Whatever doesn't resonate, it won't resonate, right? Like, it's not going to resonate, not resonate. It's about you who is trying to make it resonate and not resonate. So be very mindful in what you're trying to take in from anyone's energy. That's the only thing I would love to say. Yeah. I think the rant is over. Please go to the timestamps and it will be given in the description box. And yeah, I'll be meeting in your readings. My past self will be meeting you in your reads. And I hope you love it. I hope you enjoy it, right? Yeah, take care of yourself. So cheers. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hey there, pile number 1. Let me set the camera properly. Yeah. So this is your pile, 1,000 Wishes Bath and Body Works. Let's see. I know what it smells like already. I don't want to waste it anyway, but Oh, oh my fucking god, I just love this smell so freaking much. This is my favorite perfume out of all 3, just don't tell that to pile number 1 and pile number 2 and pile number 3, but yeah. Right, so right off the bat, it starts off as a very high noted scent. Like, I feel it starts off as very how do I say this? It takes me to a high and then it grounds me to this very flowery flower garden smell. It's almost like I've entered into gardenia, alright? That's how the smell feels like. I don't know why I'm getting Barbie and the 12 Dancing Princesses in my head. So maybe that movie could be significant for you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I'm already getting. How Barbie and the 12 Dancing Princesses had those flower tiles on which they used to jump? I'm getting that for some reason. Something about this individual. Maybe maybe you dance to their fantasy, or maybe you yearn for them. Because Barbie in the 12 Dancing Princesses, Barbie was yearning for her mother, right? She was yearning for a place that her mother used to go to, and this place, this fantasy land, this dreamland, was from a memory of her mother. So maybe this individual is somebody you think of, somebody, I won't say passed on, but I feel as if they could be someone whom you remember a lot, whom you miss a lot, right? They could be a very distinct individual. I'm getting something about them could be powdery. So I'm getting how do I say this? It's like they're present, they wear a lot of makeup, or I don't know, I'm also getting kind of powdery in the sense I'm getting like there is some sort of how do I say this? The difference between powder and dust. I'm getting that in my head. Like, the difference between powder and dust is how you see it. It's dust to you if it is dust to you, but if you look closely into this dust, you might actually, you will actually realize that this dust has a particular smell to it, and it's not just any other dust. It's basically powder. It's, yeah, something, I don't know why I'm getting asbestos. I'm getting asbestos for some reason. Like, I don't know, someone could be working in an asbestos factory. I don't know why, pile number 1. I'm already getting it like this individual is very addictive to you. Like, their fragrance is very addictive to you, but just like asbestos, I don't know why. Like powder becomes like any fragrant powder becomes a powder after you add fragrance into the asbestos, right? So I just feel like in the end of the day this is just asbestos. In the end of the day this is gonna harm your health, and in the end of the day this individual isn't right for you. And I think I'm getting that a lot. Like even if they hold this fragrance within them, they, I don't know, either this, I'm getting like either this fragrance is very rare or you cannot get this fragrance somewhere else, or you have just stopped trying to find. I don't know why I'm getting like I'm getting like this individual reminds you of your past life. Like they remind you of this they remind you of this past nostalgic time. There's something around the lines of them having this, you know how asbestos holds a lot of fragrance within it. When you put a lot of fragrance in asbestos, that's the kind of feeling I'm getting with this individual. Like this individual carries a scent to them, carries a fragrance to them that comes from past lives, or that just reminds you, or is just nostalgic, or it's just a nostalgia from past life or something, some sort of stuff like that, right? Like this individual carries a lot of memories within them. Maybe they carry a lot of their essence of hard work. I'm getting that about them. Yeah. So what does this person signifies to you? What does these sexual fantasies about this individual signify to you? I'm getting, the first thing I'm getting is name an irrational fear you have. This is the is a vibe plush cards. So yeah, like this individual is this type of fear. Like I don't know, there is something like you fear this individual but you love him at the same time. I'm getting that sort of like there is like this dangerous vibe to this individual. Like they remind you of a fear, like they remind you of the unknown that you have not touched yet, but you know it kind of grazed you in the surface. I don't know how to say this, but it's kind of like this individual brings out like the it's the fear. Like how do I say this, you know, like it's kind of like you fantasize about them because you feel like you just cannot, because you fear them, or because you fear that you fear interacting with this individual in real life, or you fear talking to them. I was getting this, maybe this individual could be your neighbor or something like that. And something about you having crush with this boy next door personality, and you're quite scared to tell them that you are having a crush on them, so you fantasize about them because there's something around the lines of you feeling as if you're not worth their time, or like I don't know, it's sort of the reason why this person becomes so indulgent to you, why their fantasies are so indulgent for you, is because they bring out the fear, they bring out that unknown that you always wanted to touch but you cannot touch, or there is like I don't know, like you fear getting to know them. You know what I'm getting in my head, I'll be honest about this. I'm getting a chubby girl who wants to go and propose to this guy, to this boy next door who is really handsome, but she's fearing proposing him because she knows that, or she thinks that she isn't worth his time, or she thinks that she isn't lovable enough, or she thinks that this guy doesn't wouldn't think of her as her type, right? And you know, like, you know, fast forward to today, men are into thick women, men are into chubby girls. So yeah, all that nonsense that society teaches us to make us feel bad about ourselves, right? Something around those lines. Like you have an irrational fear, like you have a fear about like this individual not, maybe they won't like you, maybe they won't see you as the same way. Something around the lines of them being like this fear driving in insane and intense fantasies within you. Like you create intense fantasies about this individual. What do pile number one sexual fantasies and dreams signify about this individual signify? Wait, what? Wait a second. What is this? If you could be any fictional character, who would you be? I'm telling you, right? If you could be any fictional character, who would you be? This prompt, when you traverse this prompt, it's kind of like, yeah, you want to be a fictional character to them, or maybe you just, I don't know, there's something around the lines of maybe you want to be real with this individual, but there is also a fear within you that if you are being real with this individual, if you're not faking yourself in front of them for even a day, yeah, I feel like your sexual fantasies are basically you exploring your fear, you exploring what would happen if this person saw you for your real self. What would happen if this individual fought, like if this individual um sees you for who you are, like and the kind of sexual fantasies and the kind of stuff that they would say to you if they saw you for who you are, right? Something, yeah, name one person you wouldn't mind being stranded on an island. Yeah, I'm just kidding, man. What's the craziest job you would be willing to take? Hmm. All right. I'm kind of getting like, I don't know why I'm getting this, but maybe you imagine threesomes with them. Maybe you are scared of the idea that this person wouldn't accept to a threesome, and maybe that's why you're kind of, yeah, maybe that's why you're just, I don't know. I'm also getting like maybe you like, um, yeah, I'm also getting something around being a NSFW worker. Yeah, like, yeah, I'm getting sex worker. I'm getting sort of like someone being something like this individual, like you, I don't know, you want them to, I'm not saying you want, I'm getting this in my head, like maybe you want them to, I won't say you want to force them, but it's kind of like I'm getting kind of like you are, be with me. I'm not trying to like prosecute you or anything else. I'm just saying what I'm getting in my head, right? So I'm getting like, because any fantasy you're just trying to control people, right? It's so yeah, I'm just getting like kind of like you want them to be in a palm of your hand. Maybe you want them to work for you exclusively. I'm getting like a boss who wants a secretary. Yeah, some like I'm getting a figure of a boss who wants his secretary as his work wife, more than work wife. Like I'm getting someone who wants like yeah, someone is um fantasizing about this girl or about this woman choking on it under the desk. Yeah. mm. There's something about that. This Buddha right here, it's like it's like stopping me from looking into those fantasies. But yeah, I'm just kind of getting like, oh yeah, this is something around the lines of that. Like, it's like I'm getting pegging. I'm getting anal. All right, I feel like someone wants to take control of this individual. Like you want to take control. Maybe you want to take control of this. I'm not trying to project it onto you. If you feel like, this is not your read, fine, it's not your read, all right. But I'm getting this, like they just want to take control of this individual. They want to take control of their orgasm. They want to peg them. They want to make them cry, make them scream, blah blah blah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm also getting that for many of you, you decided not to take a certain job, or you decided to, refuse. Like you refused to. I'm getting to refuse to go to a delivery. So I don't know. Someone could be working as a delivery boy, delivery girl, and they just refuse to go to that certain person's address or location because this individual just like it's their dream boy. Yeah, something around the lines of that. Yeah, I'm getting kind of like not going to work because you're too busy embroiled with their dreams. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it for what their sexual fantasies or dreams signify about them. I was hoping to get at least three cards, but I think we have already like got the gist of this read. Let's see who is this person and what do they signify or mean to you. So first, I'll just see the characteristics of this individual. Let's see. All right. So we'll see the numbers and months. Who this individual could be and what do they signify to you or what do they mean to you. All right. Let's see that. Um, There's something so detailed about this individual. There is something so detailed about this individual. I was already getting a lot of Virgo energy with this person. I was getting a lot of Virgo energy with this individual for some reason. I'm getting, I'm getting, I'm getting toilet. For some, what is that? Why did I get that toilet? I think someone wants to do toilet sex with them. Wow. Yeah, this individual is very detailed, and I don't know. I feel like because I'm getting Virgo energy, I feel like maybe this individual is very clean, but you want them to do unclean sex with you for some of you. Yeah. There are a lot of numbers and cards that came through. The month of November could be significant, then the month of February could be significant. 22 could be significant. I'm getting Jane Austen, so the number. Yeah, Jane Austen. Oh my freaking god! I said Jane Austen, and Jane Austen was born in the month of June. And this is card number 7 is July. It reminded me of June. So June could be significant. Number 7 could be significant. Oh Lord, Lord, Lord. Is it oh my freaking god. This is June. October could be significant. Number 1. I'm getting class 1. So some like this is like someone's childhood crush. They met them in childhood. They were their class, like I don't know, they met them in their first grade or something like that. Number 17 could be significant. I'm getting sweet 18, something like, this person is like kind of like your sweet 18 crush or something like that. How romantic, pile number 1. I'm getting pile number 2 as well, like how romantic pile number 2. Because I'm getting 22, maybe you should kind of like check out that, but I don't know, alright? Let's see. What are the I'm getting female characteristics of this individual. So this person could have, if this is a male individual, if this is a male that you're fantasizing about, they have some feminine characteristics to them. If this is a female, yeah, they have like a lot of busty curvy features. Yeah, like they could have like really big curvy chest, very curvaceous personality. Yeah, all right. So see, 8 of cups upright, 3 of swords upright. Hmm. So there is something around. Yeah, I'm getting moon. I'm getting, yeah, the word. Like I'm getting that. I'm not saying verbatim. My God, verbatim. All right, 8 of swords and 4 of cups in reverse. You know what I'm getting about this individual? This person could have a personality of. Yeah, listen, there's something around the lines of them being really, I don't know, verbatim is coming through, so they play a lot with their words, with their language. I'm also getting kind of like this individual, either, I don't know, maybe in your fantasy. Yeah, I think in your fantasy this person rejects you a lot of times, or they kind of like just I don't know, they just settle down for you in your fantasies. But this is that type of individual in here. Like you, how do I say this? I just feel like you don't want them or they don't want you. There is something like that. Like either this is like they don't want you or you don't want them. Yeah, they don't want you, and you kind of in like in your fantasy there's something around the lines of a makeup sex routine. Like you yeah, like you both compromise on something and you just start having it. You just start having your schmeck and yeah. We have 8 of cups in here and the 3 of swords upright. Again, I'm getting verbatim energy. Wait a second. Okay. So every single time I touch these cards, I got the word verbatim. So I think, see, so the Eight of Cups may, in the Eight of Cups, there is this big moon, right? Big ass. Like there is like a huge moon that, not a moon, I don't know. It's not, yeah, I think it's a combination, it's a conjunction of sun and moon. So something around, like maybe you can have sun moon conjunction synastry, or there is something around the lines of, I don't know, like this individual reminds you of the moon. Like they have this mother nurturing energy, right? um I don't know. I feel like the physical characteristics of this individual, I feel like they can be very, it almost feels like a ghost to me. I'll be very honest with this. So for some of you individual, I was getting this in the start as well. Like this individual could be somebody who ghosted you, or they have passed on. I don't know what it is. Um, yeah, there's something around the lines of you. Basically, maybe they have a very sharp jawline, very sharp jawline. Like, I'm getting kind of like the heartbreaker guy, the playboy kind of fantasy jawline. I'm getting that heartbreaking jawline. This person, yeah, their presence in your life is like that of a ghost. All right, and with the Eight of Swords in upright and the Four of Cups in reverse, yes, this individual gives me an idea that, yeah, something about them, just either, I don't know, I won't say that they are blind, but something about them is very dreamy. They seem very dreamy, they seem very ethereal, they seem like, yeah, they seem like they are bind to something, like they seem like they are bounded by some things in their life. Also, I'm getting that they're often sad, like they're very sad all the time. They look very melancholic. They look, I won't say pessimistic, but I would say definitely like melancholic. They look very solid. They look like the kind of solidarity, like, how do I say this? They look like the lone wolf type of individual, right? Like they're going through it all the time. Something around the lines of that. Like this is how this individual appears on the outside, all right? Like there's some melancholic look to them. I don't know why I'm getting goth look, but that could be significant. There's something so sad about this individual and their eyes. I don't know. You know, um, when I say sad look, I don't know why it reminds me of Keanu Reeves. Something about this person's face reminds me of Keanu Reeves, or Hosier, because they both have like a public persona. Like it just seems very sad, right? It just seems very sad, melancholic, and lonely at the same time. There's something around that. So let's see. Yeah. So, who is this individual for pile number one, Spirit? Who could this guy or this girl or this person is? I'm. I think I mostly have a female demographic, so I'll be sticking to the word guy, but let's see, right? Demographic, man. Do I even get views? Oh Lord, thank you so much for giving me the honor to read your energy. It's a pleasure to be doing this, right? Thank you so much. So let's see. I don't know why. Yeah, I just feel like this person brings out um, your inner, like the things that you often forget about yourself. There's something around the lines of that. Like I don't know. Like I forgot to mention that I am really grateful for the people who come to my reads, right? But I don't know, there's something around the lines of that. Like maybe this individual just reminds you of that. Maybe that's what they signify to you. I don't know. Again I'm getting this feeling, right? Like this individual reminds you of a past. It reminds you of this nostalgia from before. Like maybe they remind you of your exes, maybe. Yeah. Queen of Cups in reverse and Justice upright. Maybe somebody who, I don't know, this. I think this individual just, I don't know, there's something around the lines of this individual crushing your heart, feeling justifiable to you in some manner. Yeah, I feel like maybe for many of you guys, you suffer from something called moral guilt, or you suffer from something called guilty conscious, right? And that just seeps into your sexual energy a lot, because I feel like whenever you fantasize about this individual, you assume them or you want them to be a very cruel individual to you in some manner or in some way. It's a very weird thing, right? That I have November, February, and June. You know, another interesting thing that, and I even have October in here. I don't know why, but June. Wait, yeah, the month of June starts. The month of June is for Cancerian, February is for Pisces, November is for Scorpio, October is like, yeah, it's for Libra, but then it starts something around the, yeah, like water signs is so significant for this individual. Like this individual reminds you of everything that, like, it just, they just feel like karma to you. Maybe they feel like the, like a personification of the individuals that you heard before in your past. And maybe this person just feels like, yeah, just something about this person feels justified, like you dying over them, or you dying over their affection, or you being, I'm getting soul crushed, like your soul feeling crushed by them. I don't know why I feel like someone in here has a humiliation or degradation kink, but there's something around the lines of that. Like this individual makes you feel really small about yourself in your daydreams and in your fantasies. And the reason why this person does that to you is because you want them to make you feel like that, because there is a part of you that actually feels that guilty conscious, right? And the thing about guilty conscious is that, um when you feel, I'm, oh my freaking god, I don't know why am I, no, I'm not daydreaming this, am I? Can you see how there is like this whirlpool in here? It reminds me of another Barbie movie that I freaking forgot about. I don't know. I think it's Barbie Mariposa, where they enter into the world, where they enter into the whirlpool, or it is, or is it the Barbie and the Mermaid Tail? But they actually, like, they need to go through the, like, there is something. Oh my freaking god! I feel like this person signifies the journey. The journey. I really do. I feel like this person signifies a journey, the arduous journey that you had to take between the storm. Dude, I don't know why I'm getting Ardra Nakshatra all of a sudden, but you could have that. You could have that placement. Ardra Nakshatra they do fall under the month of June, by the way. Yeah, I'm getting kind of like this individual just, it reminds you of a fantasy. I don't know why I'm getting my own memories of being drowned in water for some reason. There's something in here about, like drowning, or yeah, now I remember. I think this was the movie of Barbie and the Merlia, where her mom is captured by her aunt, her evil aunt, and Barbie has to become a mermaid and save her family, something like that. Yeah, I'm getting those. Yeah, I'm getting like reefs. I'm getting mostly like you guys are like this individual. You feel as if you deserve that storm that is coming to you. You feel as if you deserve this flow, like you deserve this storm that is coming in your way. Or I don't know, there's something around the lines of, you move in a very chaotic disturbed energy, or you move in a very chaotic stormy energy, right? And like, I don't know, like this individual brings, yeah, I'm getting kind of like that. Like this individual brews a storm for you in your heart. Like this individual brews chaos for your fantasies, and you are learning how to move. Yeah, you're learning how to move through that chaos. You're learning how to move through that chaos and this has become, like this chaos has become your fantasy. Like learning how to move through this chaos has become your fantasy in some manner. And this individual, or the antics that they do, because of which you have to, like, because of which they create this chaos. Like there is something around the lines of you just love walking through the chaos, and this individual brings that chaos to you. So there's something, I think that is your fantasy. Your fantasy is the chaos that someone brings in your life, and you feel like, yeah, like this becomes your ideal type for some reason. For some of you, I'm getting Page of Pentacles in reverse in the back of the deck. So something would, what this individual signifies for you could be your own sense of, yeah, your own sense. Like I'm getting, right, Page of Pentacles in reverse is somebody who isn't committed to their work. They aren't committed to their work, and they feel like sometimes what happens is that they don't want to go back. I was getting this in the start, like something around the lines of you feel so much guilt. I'm getting, yeah, you feel so much guilt, with the fact you feel so much guilt of procrastinating. You feel so much guilt that you are not able to connect, or you're not able to commit to the people around you, that you don't go back to your work just because you're busy feeling the guilt. You don't go back to doing what you're supposed to do because you're so embroiled in your own little guilt, right? And that guilt of not going back to work, and that guilt of procrastinating from your work, it is that guilt itself is making you procrastinate your work. And it's kind of like it just creates a storm within you, because like this is an emotion that is supposed to push you towards the right thing, but then this is the same emotion that makes you procrastinate from your work. And there is something like yeah, there's also about something about finding your own worth. There is something like you don't see your own worth, or you don't find your own worth. I don't know why suddenly February remind me of the second month, right? So it gives me two two two, like triple two could be significant. I'm sorry for the mic. Yeah. So yeah, there's something around these lines with this pile, with this cards in here. Like you just don't feel yourself around them, or there's something like you feel, how do I say this? Yeah, you feel so lost in the storm basically. You feel it's kind of like the thrill of being in the, yeah, I'm getting the thrill of being in the storm, or I'm getting the thrill of being in the chaotic energy that this person brings to you, towards you in some manner, and it just feels justified to you in some way. Yeah, exactly, like that is what this person signifies for you. So let's just see. Yeah, let's just see, why is this fantasy so significant for you? Yeah, why is this fantasy so persistent? Let's just see that. Why is this fantasy so persistent? I'm using all the cards that I have with me today. I want to use my little tarot, little paper deck. If you know it or not, I usually, yeah, I still remember my first sexual tarot read that I did was with these cards, and that was really famous actually. That got really famous. So I feel like, yeah, these cards that I made on my own, they might be like some lucky cards, all right. I don't know. Maybe they, yeah, maybe they are. They do have some, like, something witchy about them. So I use them most of the times. Anyways, here we go. Let's just see. Meaning nature's. I don't know. I'm getting kind of like you have a very strict nature, or and I'm getting very sincere energy. Like the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because of the sincere, like the way you're so, it's because you're so sincere with you. Like I don't know how to say this, but it's kind of like it just feels like you're very sincere. Like, Lord, I just don't know how to say this. It's kind of like you're very sincere. Yeah, it's kind of like your sincerity is hurting you right now. That's what I'm saying. It's moral injury. Like you feel like you have done something wrong. You feel like you don't deserve something in your life. and that's what just kind of like makes you, yeah, that's what kind of like makes you um go into these fantasies, right? You just don't feel you're sincere enough with yourself, or there's like, it's kind of like a tug of war between your sincerity that wants you to feel guilty about procrastinating, or guilty about not being committed enough, and then there is this insincerity that just wants you to have fun, that just wants you to feel a little bit goofy, a little bit silly at times, right? So again, see, I'm getting the 10 of wands in reverse in here. Yeah, I'm getting 10 of wands in reverse in here right now. So let's see, I'll just take out the last two cards. I don't know why this why is it taking so much time, but you know what, I'll just take these two cards. Hmm. Yeah, the judgment upright and the devil in reverse. Oy, exactly. The Ten of Wands in reverse is like basically the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because maybe you know for a fact that you're not working hard, or you know for a fact that you're not taking the responsibilities that you're supposed to take, and this realization, I think the reason this realization is what is making you, is what is keeping you stuck. Actually, I feel like the devil is in reverse. According to me, the devil is in reverse, but the thing is that um yeah, you are, like, how do I say this, it's your mindset. It's like you're too stuck in your own, like, the reason why you're not able to get out of your little trap is because you've realized the wrong that you were doing. And because I don't know, there's like, and I think something about realizing the truth has been keeping you trapped. So I feel like this is like an ego thing, where you are keeping yourself stuck because of your own ego, because you don't want to see yourself as a failure, or because you don't want to see yourself as someone who needs to be damned, or something like that. And maybe that's the reason why this fantasy is so persistent, because yeah, the devil in reverse is basically like, devil in reverse is that the gate is open, you know that the gate is open, and now you are scared of getting out of the, like, the, how do I say this, if I had the card of this deck to show you what devil in this deck looks like, I think you'll understand. I'm not able to find it right now. Yeah, I'll just show you the hangman card to explain this to you, right? Wait, where was it? Leave it. So see, you know how in this hangman card this person is in the web. Now let's consider that we are talking about the devil card right now, all right? So the devil, in the devil card, you know what happens is that, like, what devil in reverse is, according to me, is that the devil in reverse knows that the cage, like the devil upright basically knows that the cage is open, but they cannot. Oh lord, I really need devil card of this deck to explain to you. Wait a second, let me just find that card out. I'm not I won't be able to explain to you unless and until I show you that card, right? It's a very beautiful card. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know why red C is coming through. All right, here we go. Wow, we have the devil card in here, right? See, in this devil card, if you notice this, if you notice it very clearly, you'll see that the cage in which this mermaid is trapped, this cage is actually unlocked. This cage is open. She can get out of it, all right? But her mindset is what is keeping her stuck. Her mindset is what is keeping her stuck. Devil in reverse is basically her getting out of the cage. She realizes the fact that she can get out of the cage, but then her mind is still stuck in the greed, or maybe she's still keeping her stuck with, like, she has the freedom. Devil in reverse is basically someone who has the freedom to go out, but they know the way to go out, but the only reason they are not able to go out is because they are still stuck with their own little attachment in their head, right? So there's something around the lines that you are very like, I'm okay, I just touched this card, so I don't know, I'm getting kind of like yeah, you it hurts your ego in some manner, maybe, to to actually leave the situation. Or there is like, it's not ego, maybe it could be like you love something and you're very attached to that something, and even though you know how to get out of this situation, you don't want to get out of it because you feel very attached to the feeling. Like you feel like, how do I say this, you feel really attached to the guilt, so you're trying to hold on to that guilty feeling. And in turn, what that guilty feeling does is that it makes you procrastinate on your work. Now this could not mean work, like you can take, just convert it into a relationship basis, all right? What, like, I'm getting this picture in my head, so I'm saying that right now. Let's see. How is this affecting your daily? I think we have already find out how it is affecting your daily life. How is it affecting your day? Why is this fantasy so persistent? And how? Okay, the underworld in reverse. The underworld in reverse, and the judge in reverse. See, I'm telling you, the underworld in reverse is basically, you see how all these insects are in here. You don't want to get out of it. You just want to stay in here because you feel like you deserve it. And the judge in reverse is basically, you're not judging the situation, you're just seeing the black and white. You're not trying to see the gray in here. That is what this signifies. Like, you are going deep into that. Um, I'm getting deep into that nostalgic feeling. I'm also getting that, like, you're going deep into that nostalgic feeling. And you're trying to, like, stay stuck. Or you're trying to attach yourself to that nostalgic feeling, and maybe that's why, yeah, like, you're not taking the hard task of taking your life's future's responsibility and moving on with it. Like, something around the lines of, you still not taking your future responsibilities because you're having a hard time moving on with, uh, yeah, you just don't want to let go of this nostalgia, so you're just having a very hard time letting this go, right? And you know what, pile number one, I act. Oh my fucking god! Wait a second. Whoa! I was about to give you an advice, but I just felt like I need to wait right now. And I don't know. There's something around the lines of, I don't know. I think, let's see. Let's see what comes out for you. All right. So what can you do about this fantasy? I think I'm very. I think I'm very persistent. Yeah, this is the thing. I just feel like I'm trying to be very like, I think the reason why your fantasy is so persistent to you is because you make it so detailed, and also for the fact that you make it so uh, like, you explain that fantasy to yourself, like, on a day, like persistently, and maybe that's why it becomes really, I won't say scary to you. It doesn't become scary, but it just becomes really, it gives this very eerie feeling of it. Like, it just gives a very possessed kind of energy to it. Like, you're possessed by this individual. I'm already getting that Pazuzu Labubu conspiracy theory. So you feel really possessed by this individual. You feel like some sort of demon has possessed you, something like that, right? Yeah. So what can you do about this, pile number one? How can you... Oh, wow, look at that. Damn, these two cards wanted to come out, and I'll keep it these two cards only, alright? I feel like the Strength upright and the Five of Cups upright, this is about accepting the fact that some things are meant to be let go of, right? Strength comes with this infinity symbol on its forehead, right? Yeah, you can fantasize a lot. You can fantasize infinity possibilities with this individual, right? But the lion holding on to that rose in their mouth, despite the fact that despite what possibilities are going in their head, shows that this lion is brave hearted. It knows that no matter what opportunity, no matter what possibility it would be, the only thing that matters the most is this is actually this lion learning how to express its romantic emotion for someone, right? And I think this is a case with you guys as well. You are learning. Your message is basically accepting the fact that you need to let go of some things, accepting the fact that not every like accepting the fact that not everything can be overthinked, not everything can be strategized, not everything can be coped with. You cannot plan every outcome, and sometimes it's okay to accept what outcome comes, and be brave enough to be vulnerable, and be brave enough to express, not vulnerable, but to be brave enough to express whatever it is there within our hearts, despite the outcome of letting the outcome being disappointing, right? And I think that's the energy, that's what you can do about your fantasies. The reason why these fantasies are so persistent towards you, or the reason why it's affecting you on a daily basis, is because you just cannot process the idea. Maybe you're having a very hard time processing the idea of letting go of this individual. And it's it's basically you learning to let go of life, you learning to let life let you, like, no matter what chaotic situation comes in your life, your message is basically learning to flow with it. Your basic message is learning to let go of that control, right? And I feel like there is a new sense of control that you will find in the state of flow itself, right? That new sense of control is what I think you need to grasp, is the power that I think you are going to experience as you let go of these, as you let, it's not like as you let go of this, but as you let go of this need of control, and also try to express yourself despite knowing despite any outcome, no matter no matter how disappointing an outcome is. Try to stay, I'm getting, try to stay at that, like, try to, yeah, try to ground yourself, try to um stay, I'm getting, stay vigilant. So something like, you try, like, there's a thing about life that we often end up becoming very careless around people whom we think that we need to give our heart to. And I think life is just teaching you a new way of becoming careful or vigilant with your emotions, right? I think, and it doesn't involve you policing your emotions like the Queen of Cups in reverse, but it kind of involves you expressing those emotions and letting those emotions go, letting that heartache flow in the form of tears, letting any outcome happen whatever way it needs to happen, and letting yourself bravely express that out loud. All right, it's a very important thing to learn to do that. So I feel like that's the energy that is coming through in this read, like, as to what you can do about it. I I think you've got the gist of this. Like, I don't know, I'm still having a very hard time. I'm feeling really confused. Uh, I'm feeling really confused for some reason. Yeah. Can I wait a second? I'm getting like I should not. Wait a second. Okay, not this one, I guess. Is it this one? Can I know why am I feeling so confused? All right. Yeah. I don't know why I'm getting eyes in here. Okay, listen, I'm seeing this underworld card. I'm seeing these two eyes in here. I don't know why. Kind of getting, like, how society often has a very weird habit, right, where they will try to shame people for expressing their emotions. It happens a lot with men. If you I'll talk about patriarchy. I hope you make it resonate with yourself in the manner that it can with you. I'm just getting this example in my hand, so I'll just say it. You know how in patriarchy, men are often told not to express their emotions out loud, right? And that's because the patriarchy tells us that there are eyes watching us. It actually makes us feel scared of people's ability to see everything. It makes us scared, or it makes us ashamed of the things that we can see, of the things other people can see about us, right? But the thing is, not every, like, and I just feel like the eyes that are going to judge you for expressing your emotions are not the eyes that you want around you, are not the people that you want around your life. It's like you don't want to surround yourself with such people. Maybe you want to surround yourself with people who would look at you, who would see you expressing your emotions, but will not judge you for it, right? So there's something around the lines of you are basically trapped in a sort of a tribe, or in a sort of a group setting where you're learning, and the reason why you're like looping, or the reason why you're still so stuck up into this fantasy, or the reason why you are so stuck with this individual, is because there is some sort of shame, or there's some sort of, like, there is a scared, there's like a scary feeling that these individuals will see you doing what they'll do. See, like, it's kind of like men feel really scared of crying in public sometimes, right? And the reason why they feel so scared of crying is because they believe, or they have been made to believe that the eyes of the society are going to judge them, or the eyes of the society are going to call them emasculated in some manner, in some capacity, right? And that's the energy that I'm getting in here, that you are you have been fed with this mindset, or you feel as if there will be these insects that will come to bite you or eat you if you express yourself, or if you express your vulnerabilities out there, right? The thing is, expression of vulnerability is very different from um is very different from allowing people to walk all over us, right? And I don't know, it's just the fact that you are like, you have been, your mind has been conditioned by people who would, you just, how do I say this, it's like life has proved you again and again that the people around you will laugh at you for expressing your emotion, or the people around you will laugh at you for um, dancing in a certain kind of way, applying makeup on your face, even if you're straight. So there's something like you feel emasculated, even though there are people who will hold space for you, even though there will be people out there who will hold that space for you, hold that grace for you, right? And it just feels like you don't want to believe in that particular set of people exist. You don't want to believe if those particular set of people exist or not. And maybe that's why you are so stuck with this group of individual, with this like, you're so stuck in this underworld right now, you're so stuck in this hellish place right now, where you feel like you expressing your emotions will actually make people think of you in a very bad manner, or maybe make them feel like you're not strong, you're not a strong person, or you're a very weak individual, or something like that, right? And maybe that's what's just, I think that conditioning conditioning and that sort of environmental, um how do I say this, environmental conditioning, or environment that you have been brought up in, that kind of just makes it very hard for you to simply express your emotions. And I think that's what actually makes letting go so hard. I think it's because you will have to let go of everything that you have believed about since a very long time, right? And I think that's what's getting at you. It's at this point in here, like, you are letting go of this belief, you have to let go of these people who shame you for being you. And this is what is like getting onto you, right? This is what is like, kind of like, I feel like that's kind of like gnawing you inside. And maybe that's why it's so hard to just go out there and express it. It's so hard to go out there and speak about it, because it's this environment that you have been brought up in, right? It's this place, it's these people that will bog you down. But the thing is, you have been surrounding yourself with such people to the point and extent that you don't see the people who won't bog you down there. You are not seeing the people who will actually lift you up, right? So it's kind of like that. Since you have not found that group, since you have not found that community, or since you don't believe that community exists, you almost certainly feel as if you feel really I feel like you're very hard on yourself. You feel, yeah, you're very hard on yourself, and that just trickles through your sexual fantasies a lot. They trickle through your fantasies, they trickle through your daydreams, where you are trying to like get rid of yourself rather than getting rid of the people. You're trying to get rid of yourself, and you're trying to get rid of um yeah, like your inner expression, rather than getting rid of people around you, rather than getting rid of the people who are making you feel this way, right? I feel like that's the kind of energy that I'm getting here. I feel like you're learning. I think your sexual fantasy is basically asking you, or your persistent fantasies are basically asking of you to build a space of peace for yourself, where you can feel yourself rather than undermining yourself all the time, right? It's like finding that space to breathe. And I think that's what this reading is all about, because Five of Cups is an energy where I feel like someone is releasing that, someone is exhaling that burden from their chest. And I feel like that exhalation, yeah, that is currently really hard for you, because you're not able to, because you have to pose yourself as a certain kind of individual. And the thing is, the more you pose to be that certain kind of individual, the more weak you become, right? To be a strong person, you have to learn how to be vulnerable. You have to learn how to, like, you have to feel that weakness within you to understand what strength feels like. Unless and until you do that, you don't know what strength actually feels like. You don't know what it looks like. You don't understand its um, nuances, right? And I feel like you're still in that stage where you're learning to feel this weakness. Like maybe your sexual fantasies are making you feel that, trying to make you feel that weakness. But the thing is, it's kind of like, yeah, it's, how do I say this, like, it's like you just haven't accepted the fact that you're strong, and that's the reason why it's, yeah, you're just not accepting the fact that you trying to, you going through this much mental trauma in your head actually made you a lot more stronger. Because I'm like, because you know what weakness looks like, you know what that type of weakness, mental weakness, looks like, so you know what it means to be strong. Your sexual fantasy is basically like turning you weak again and again, because I think it's like a certain part of you doesn't want to accept that you are that strong, or there's like a certain part of you that doesn't want to accept that you're strong enough to let, like, yeah, it doesn't want to accept that you're strong, because it knows that once you've accepted the fact that you're strong, you will let go of this attachment, or you let go of this nostalgia, you let go of this ex in some way. And I think that is what is like creating so much issue, so much persistent fantasies for you, right? Yeah, it's if you, I think you, if you get the gist of what I'm saying, because I'm seeing this 8 in here, I'm seeing 8 in here, I'm getting like an infinity loop going on, right? Yeah, yeah. I won't say you need to learn to cope from that, but there is something like, you need to realize some things about yourself. This is basically like a cry for help. Like, this is just your soul trying to tell you, remind you that you're very strong. And it's like your soul is trying to remind you that you're very strong, but your mind is trying to keep you weak, so that you can stay attached to this little fantasy of yours, right? That's a message that I'm getting for you, pile number one. So yeah, take care of yourself. Bye guys, goodbye. Oh Lord. Pile number one, there's also another thing that I want to say, that I feel like intuitively I knew what was the issue with you guys, or I could actually feel it. But I felt like couldn't put those things into words no matter how hard I tried, all right? So there is something around the lines of you kind of like lag the realization period. You lag the realization period, or you kind of like, um, overthink a lot. You lag this, like, you kind of like delay it purposely through your fascination, through your imagination, or something like that. And then it becomes a huge, um, yeah, then it becomes a huge burden for you. So this is the thing that I'm getting. Like, you know what you need to do, but you kind of don't do it because it will just wake you up, or it will just wake you up from your little dream. So you don't try to like wake yourself up. There's something like that that you do. Like, you know what it is, but it's like you just try not to look at it. So you make this entire, so you lag a lot, or you delay the entire process in some manner. That's the energy that I was getting in this read. So yeah, pile number one, just, yeah, don't lag the realization. Sometimes wake up calls are meant to come at a certain time, because they're meant to be a wake up call. They're not meant to be a wake up delay call or a customer service line, right? So yeah, don't like, yeah, try not to delay your intuitive messages as much as, 'cause I was getting that a lot in this reading. Like, I wanted to say something particular, and by the end of the read, I finally got what I wanted to say. Like, that's what was happening in this entire read the whole damn time. So yeah, that's the thing. All right, pile number one, take care of yourself.
Hello, pile number
Bye-bye.
two. This is your pile, the Bella Vita Luxury Honey Oud. This is such a beautiful smell. I almost finished it. The fact that this was my, oh lord, this smell is so sweet. It smells like honey. You know, there's like this, I don't know, yeah, I just got the word. You know, I was trying to say something ombre and all that stuff. You know what I actually wanted to say? I wanted to say ambrosia. That's exactly how this energy feels to me. Like this person could be someone, yeah, oh lord, this is funny, right? Before I could come into your reading, I was reading about the tree of life and the concept of immortality, right? And I think it's, and I was also glitching a lot. like I don't know, I was like really confused. Why do I want to say pew pew like this? Oh lord, save me. Yeah. Okay, yeah, what was I saying? What was I going to do? Yeah. So before I could come in this reading, yeah, I was getting like this individual could be someone really immortalized in your memory. Like, this is somebody who is like etched into your memory, someone who has etched themselves into your memory, or you just cannot forget them anymore. It's kind of like they have like this eternal effect on you all the time. I don't know, this could be, I'm particularly getting a celebrity currently. Like, maybe you have a crush on a celebrity, maybe you fantasize about a celebrity for some of you, because I'm getting like this immortalized energy, right? So kind of like somebody who has been immortalized, fame, name, something like that. So you're currently sexualizing them, you're kind of like fantasizing them. Dude, why did I get this song all of a sudden? I'm getting Ariana Grande's Fantasize. I fantasize about it all the time, and if you were mine. And it's such a weird thing, because now I'm getting that lyric in that song, you know? A few weeks ago, I saw you in front row, and my heart can't decide. So something, I'm also getting kind of like it's an award ceremony, and then you saw this particular celebrity or actor in the front row, and you just cannot stop thinking about them. Wow. Yeah, lovely. So I was just getting that. Cool, pile number twos. Oh lord, your energy. This smell is so freaking sweet. It is so sweet. You know, I'm getting like K-pop idols. Usually, you know, K-pop music videos, they'll have like this particular lyric in it, right? You're so sweet. Oh yeah, I just got this song, Pied Piper by BTS. There's this lyric that Jungkook sings, right? In particular, I'm so sweet. You cannot resist me. You cannot like, yeah, something like that. Like, oh my god, I think BTS Pied Piper song could be very significant for you. I mean, this is very sweet energy. Like, this person is so sweet for you. It's just so hard to resist them. Lord, ooh la la. Like, you know, the thing about your person could be whoever this individual is. I feel like I won't, all right, I wouldn't sugarcoat it. But you know, how sometimes, like, I just feel like this cannot be a coincidence that my perfume bottle is it's at its wit's end, all right, and it's burning out, and it's still performing. And I wasn't even sure that this was going to work during the read, but it is working. It is still working, my lord. So I would not necessarily say that your person of interest is hollow, or I would necessarily say that they are, they are not necessarily an idol. Damn. So I won't say that your person of interest is hollow, or I won't say that your person of interest doesn't has any substance to them. I feel like they're burnt out. They are effing burnt out. They could be someone who's burnt out to the point of, I also feel like to the point of no return in some cases. But yeah, like it's really like they are burnt out, and they are still trying to perform. They're still trying to give that essence off of them, right? So something about this individual could be like slowly, how do I say this? I feel like this individual's life is seeping out of them. You know, because I was just getting this. You know how when I was talking about celebrities and I saw this hollow thing, I was getting this, right? Like how slowly people end up losing their soul, because they don't get enough time to reflect on their actions, because they don't get enough time to make for themselves, and they are so busy that the eventual burnout, the work, it becomes their entire life. So for some of you, this individual couldn't be an idol or celebrity. For some of you, this could be a very popular individual. This could be somebody who works in office, and they're just working day and night. They could be a boss or a managerial position of the company, and they work to the point and extent that they don't get any financial freedom, or they don't have time for themselves. Like, this individual feels like they are engrossed in their work day till night, all right? And something about, maybe you're very attracted to their work ethic, maybe you're very attracted to their something along the lines of, maybe you're very attracted to their freedom in some cases. Yeah, I'm getting Frida. I'm getting Frida from Norse mythology. So if you don't know Frida from Norse mythology, she's somebody who has a lot of sexual autonomy on herself, right? Despite being a woman, Frida exercises this sort of autonomy. Like, she knows what she wants from people, and she knows how to use her sexual power to get what she wants from people. So there is this type of energy with this individual. Like, this person knows how to use their sexuality to get what they want, or they actually know how to seduce an audience, or they know how to seduce people around them to get them to get other people to fulfill their desires. So there's somewhat of this sort of I'm getting intensity to them. By the way, if you don't know, I'll link it in the description box. Man, I say it so many times, but I think, this time around, I think I'll have to put in some work with the editing department, all right? Because I often forget to put things in the description box. So there's a reading that I've done in Tumblr. It's a sexual reading. It's a sex life tarot reading, and I talk about how you can own your sexual power in that reading. So that reading in particular, I think it was pile number 1 or pile number 2. I think it was pile number 1 or pile number 3. I don't know. One of the, I feel like you could be one of those people. Like, you could be from that pile. You could know me from Toxic Tarot Reader. You could know me from Abyss Seer in Tumblr. I'm getting those vibes out of you. All right. So let's see what comes out in here. What do your sexual fantasies and dreams about them signify? What do these sexual fantasies about them signify for you? What do they signify? Like, what do these sexual fantasies signify for you? So I think it is more of what does this person signifies, rather than this. Like, I feel like the reason why you want to have such an intense sexual or intimate connection with this individual is because what this individual signifies to you, or what this person's persona actually makes you feel like, right? I don't for some reason I feel like you don't actually interact with this individual, or maybe you know them from far away. Like, something about them is distinct like that. Like, they're very far away. They're just not readily available. Exactly. Name one person. So there's something, exactly. This is what I'm getting. Like, your sexual fantasies about. I'm getting kind of like you don't. You don't want to meet them in an island alone. I'm not saying that. I feel like what this energy gives me is that this person is so far away from you. Yeah. This person is so far away from you. They are so distant from you, right? That I'm getting get rich quick. I'm getting get rich quick schemes. I'm getting that. I don't know. So something along the lines of, maybe this person does an advertisement where they're like trying to, making. I don't know, maybe they recruit people to get rich quick. I don't know what it is. I'm getting that. So something what I'm getting about this individual right now currently is that you feel very distant from them, and you definitely want to have an alone time with this individual. You want to talk with this individual. I'm getting, you want to share food with this individual. Maybe you want to. I'm getting very romantic scenery right now. I'm getting like, you want a one-on-one candlelight dinner with this individual. Maybe you want to cook food for them. Maybe you want to be there for them. Something like, you're being affectionate with them. I'm being covered. I'm getting the word covered. So something like, I don't know. I was getting like maybe you're in a movie theater. You're eating popcorn, and you just want this individual to cover you up, provide you that safety, provide you that connection, protect you from horror. Yeah, like protect you from a jump scare in a horror movie while you're watching, while you're in a theater, something like that. Like, I'm getting that energy right now. Exactly. What else am I getting in this energy about this individual? Like, they seem like a person you would definitely want to connect on a rainy day. They seem like an individual you would want to know about. Somebody who I'm getting seems to have manifested you. I'm getting manifestation eroded in you. What did I just, wait a second, man. I just realized I need to connect to the internet for this. Yeah, exactly. This is how I feel. Like, I feel like to connect to this individual's energy, I need to connect to the internet. Because in pile number 1's case, I just felt like the energy was too, it was not that far away, it was quite near. But in pile number 2, it is too far away. Like, I specifically need to connect to the internet just to find out about your individual or something like that, there's something along the lines of them being faceless, or I'm not saying faceless ghost, but I feel like, I don't know, is this an AI? Are you having a crush on an AI? Or are you, I feel like I was doing online connection in here. I'm kind of like, you don't know what this person's actual face looks like. You're just talking to them, to their profile photo. Yeah, something like that is coming through. Yeah, you really want to date them. You just want to find a time to look at them, to see them. You just want to stare at them. You just want to stare at them. If you could do this for your entire life, I just feel like, I feel like you feel as if life will be worth watching this individual. How do I say this? This is sort of devotion. This gives me devotion vibes, actually. How some individuals devote themselves to a particular religion or to a particular god in religion, and they are like, I can watch this individual till the rest of my life. I can pray to this individual for the rest of my life. I can worship this individual for the rest of my life. That's the energy that you guys are giving me, pile number 2. Also, what I'm getting in here is that this individual, I'm really, I feel hollowed out, my lord. I just cannot stop talking. I don't know how do I say this. Like, this individual, you idolize them a lot. You idolize them a lot, because I'm getting like this person is, I'm not saying they're hollow or they're empty, but I feel like this individual doesn't has it's, see, when I don't usually, it's not like I don't believe that people sell their souls on the celebrity places and all that nonsense, right? I've seen enough in my life. I've seen a lot of these so-called celebrities and all this stuff. I've seen it quite up close in my life, right? I've been there. I've been through a lot of stuff, so I know some things, right? But this phrase that people are like, this person is a very hollow individual or something like that, or I just feel like this individual, whoever they are, they're not hollow, but it's kind of like they're burnt out. They don't have enough time to actually reflect on their own behavior. Like, I also kind of like every part of their behavior has been manicured by other people. Every part of their behavior has been manufactured. This is an individual who has been turned into a god or has been turned into an idol, and they weren't given the choice to express themselves in the way that they would have wanted. Like, it's like every move, every expression of theirs has become performative, all right? And this performative expression of their self definitely hides, or let's just say it shields them from a lot of criticism. But in the end of the day, they don't actually learn anything from they don't actually learn from the things. They don't actually, find, they don't actually have that sort of learning experience, or they don't learn things, because I feel like this individual has been taking, they don't take too much time for themselves. Like, they have been performing a lot, and I feel like this person doesn't has that much time to give individual attention to themselves, yeah, like that's what I'm getting. Many people are like, soul selling means doing bad things and this and that, and I feel like, yes, that is one thing, but another aspect of sacrificing yourself for fame or for money, or especially creative success. Whenever we talk about influencers, pop stars, celebrities, all these people are actually selling you their creativity. They're selling you a creative expression. They're selling you a performance. These individuals are not like that in real life, but it's like this, whoever this individual is that I'm talking about right now, this person right here, they have been through a lot. Like, I don't know why I'm trying to express this individual so much, or why I'm trying to channel for this person right here too much, but I'm getting that a lot. Like, how do I say this? Like, this person hasn't made enough mistakes in their life. Like, most of the mistakes that they make are like performative mistakes, or like it's like they have never made any real mistake in their real life from which they can learn something. They're just obeying. They're just blindly obeying. Their subconscious has been programmed in a manner in which they can do nothing but obey the certain societal norms, societal conditioning, and the environment in which they have been brought up. Right? I feel like this individual has not got that time for themselves to self-reflect on themselves. It's ideal. That's what I'm saying. Like, the thing is, this individual is so ideal, right? I feel like whatever you think about them, whatever you think about them, I just feel like this individual's reality doesn't reflect that. I'm not saying that they're a bad person. I just feel like, let me tell you, how do I say this? I don't want to give a very, very bad example on this one. Okay, well, we'll just talk about some celebrities, right? We'll talk about how some celebrities do a lot of drugs. They do not drugs. I just don't have a good example for you. How do I say this? For example, some celebrities, they do a lot of, they do a lot of drugs, they do a lot of this, and they do a lot of that, right? But, all of a sudden, we'll see these celebrities, come out of their, what is it called? Rehabilitation camps. Sometimes we'll see them acting out on their drugs. Yeah, we'll see some celebrities acting out on drugs. They are just, they'll be banging cars, they'll be pushing each other, they'll be fighting out. There are some celebrities who do that, right? And why do these people do that is that they have never made that real life mistake in their life to actually understand the consequences of it, right? And this is the thing that I'm getting about this individual that you're asking for. This person has never made that sort of mistake to understand or to reflect what this mistake actually feels like. This person just, I'm saying that, I'm not saying that they're incomplete, but it's kind of like the environment, the restricted environment in which they have been brought up, the conditioning in which how do I say this? For normal people, the reward system is like, if you do something good, people are going to reward you. For celebrities or child actors, child stars, their reward is basically if you're performing well. Even if you do something wrong, it doesn't matter. If you perform in front of the public, if you're performing to be a good person, the public rewards you, people reward you, everybody rewards you, right? So that's the kind of reward system this person has been brought upon. They haven't been brought on a reward system where their actual actions get punished, or where they're actually reprimanded for their bad behavior, right? They're mostly, like, most of the times they are brought up in an environment, in a conditioning where their performance is rewarded. And many a times when these individuals make an actual mistake, it becomes really hard for such people to get back up or find themselves back, because they just it reminds me of Justin Bieber case, like, seriously, it reminds me of that, like how this individual was rewarded for performing for all his life, and all of a sudden he just gets into a valid crash out, or it's not even a valid crash out. We don't know what he's crashing out about, right? The entire industry is filled with a lot of shady things, and maybe this individual is overthinking about it, maybe this individual is overwhelmed by it, and we don't know why he's acting out in the way that he's acting out, right? And what people do is that they don't it's kind of like they don't reward that real behavior. They don't award that sort of real reflection that some people go through. And that's why I just feel like whoever this individual is, I'm not saying that they have been manufactured, but I just feel like their life, their soul has never found the way for itself. Like their soul has not found that time for themselves. Their soul has not found that way for themselves yet. They're still finding themselves out. They're still trying to make time for themselves. I feel like this individual has been, when I say sacrifice, I feel like they have been sacrificed to perform for their entire life and never have any real reflections, or ever have any, real, or understand the real consequences of doing something bad. So this is the kind of individual I think, like, whoever this individual is, whether they are a workaholic or they are a workaholic boss, or they're somebody who's, I'm getting like a tech giant who's always working 24/7. And the thing is, this individual doesn't realize they have, maybe their life was kind of like, they were always rewarded for working for 10 to 15 hours rather, and it's kind of like it has become their reward system, right? And this individual just doesn't realize the way their bad behavior actually hurts people, or how it actually is harmful to the society. So there's kind of this how do I say this, aura to this individual. There's that sort of essence to this individual. I feel like, and one of the most, I appreciate this individual a little bit. I don't know, I don't know how this individual is in real life, right? I don't know whom you're idolizing, but what I'm seeing with this person is that maybe this individual has been they don't have that much time to reflect on themselves. They are not making enough time to reflect on themselves, but whatever they are trying to put out, whatever sweetness they are trying to put out, whatever essence that they are trying to give to other people, despite their own burnout, is the essence of their childhood. I kind of feel like, I was like watching a video today, and it was a music video. The song is called Peanut Butter and Tears by DPRN, and I was just thinking, I was trying to connect with my inner child and everything else, and I was just this was something that went through my head, right? Like, this song, whatever the song is that DPRN made, right, Peanut Butter and Tears, it was a song that came through his inner child. It came from his childhood self. It came from a fantasy world that this individual saw as a kid, right? It's not based on reality. So I feel like that's the thing with your person as well. I feel like whoever you're idolizing currently, they are giving, and I think like they are trying to give back to the world from this inner child. They are trying to give back to this world from this from the remnants of their childhood, or from whatever memories that they have collected since being a kid. Like, it just gives me like I don't know why I'm getting raccoon. I don't know why I'm getting raccoon, but I'm getting kind of like that, right? Like, I feel like this individual is very much, I don't know why I'm getting like, maybe this individual is very much in your business, because raccoons are often, they're often trying to get into the crevices and the small cracks in the house. Yeah, that's the kind of thing this individual is giving to me. Like they feel very, I won't say sad, but I feel like they are very much. I'm also feeling like they're very much in your business. Maybe like they are interacting with your. I don't know. Like I won't say they're very much in your business. I think like maybe they're a bit nosy. This person, whoever this individual is, they could be a bit nosy. They could be a bit. Yeah, they could be trying to find out something about you. I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting that all of a sudden. I'm getting soldering. Like yeah, I'm just getting like this individual is trying to like break. Yeah, like I'm getting they're trying to break bonds with people who have decided to etch themselves into their life. That's what I'm getting. Like I feel like this individual is somebody who's just like realizing how much. Like I feel like they have kind of realized how much things or people are taking away from them. I'm also getting, if you know what soldering is, it is basically you take a small metal and you just uh you melt that metal to connect to another person, right? To another metal. So it's kind of like they feel as if somebody has edged themselves into their life, and this person is actively trying to get out of that. Yeah, like they're trying to get out of this relationship, or actively trying to get out of this individual who has decided to force themselves or force a connection on them. I'm also getting that they could be a little bit nosy about your business. So yeah, whether you like it or not, maybe your crush is interested in you, pile number 2. Way to go. Yeah, but I'm getting that from this person right now. Maybe, yeah, I'm getting a lot of, like, yeah, this person has a lot to reflect on. Currently, I think they either, like, I feel, you know what I'm getting, like, I'm getting kind of like this individual is trying to work hard. Like, they are trying to make it all work. They're trying to make it all, yeah, I'm getting kind of like that. Like this individual is still not realizing that they don't have enough reserves of energy to keep on working hard. And I feel like they are currently in a state of burning out themselves. I feel like the moment they burn out completely, there's something like, I'm getting like either their spark will get extinguished or they will be forced. It's like spark will be extinguished in the sense this person I think is at a point of their life where they will be forced to take that rest for themselves, where they will be forced to take that what do I say? What is the word? Retreat for themselves. I think this individual is currently in that state right now. Yeah. So what do your sexual fantasies about them signify, pile number 2? What do your sexual fantasies signify about? Yeah, I was getting right. What are your simple favorite pleasures? Exactly. You are basically, yeah, you want all that romance with this one. Oh my god, why am I calling? Okay, yeah, I feel like you want all of those simple romantic gestures with this individual. You want all this love. I don't know why I'm getting. This is weird. This is weird. Now I just got a very weird fetishization. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? I don't like. Oh, am I supposed to say that out loud? Yikes. What is this? Chi, I don't know. Okay, it's not a chi. Some people actually do have a freak obsession with that, but I'm getting like a pew fantasy. Alright, I'm getting, oh my freaking god, I cannot believe I'm saying this out on YouTube. Lord, I feel like someone has a poo fantasy, alright? And don't make me say that. Just do not make me say that. Okay, I'm just getting that. What is this weird pleasure? But exactly, yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone is projecting. Yeah, I feel I'm also, yeah, there's something like you want to have a good meal with this individual, you want to have a romantic meal with this person or something like that. Yeah, that's it. That's all I'm getting. Like, I feel like your sexual fantasies are not even sexual fantasies, my love. Oh, now I understood what sexual fantasies are. Okay, you want to have like a good oral from them. Maybe, yeah, you want to give them a good oral. Okay, understood. It's not the poo fantasy. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't know. Right, there are some people who have weird things in life. I'm sorry I said that, but I'm getting kind of like, you know, someone wants to eat somebody's ack and somebody wants to eat somebody's coochie or somebody's dick or somebody's ass, and I'm just feeling like someone. Yeah, I'm just getting that in here. Like you people just want to like oral them, or yeah, I'm also, yeah, I'm getting like I'm getting like, you know, daddy, I'm really thirsty. Can you give me some water? You know, you're stranded in an island. You don't have any source of water, and this person's comes to you like some Greek god to give you water, but the water comes in the form of a, you know, yeah. I'm giving a lot of. Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm getting. I think your biggest fantasies are like oral fantasies to this individual. Like you wanna like deep throat them, maybe you wanna like get into it. Yeah, I'm kind of like getting like you wanna eat this individual. Like you wanna eat them for breakfast, you wanna eat them for dinner. Now I'm getting like you want to f them till the night. Like I'm getting like you wanna fuck them till morning till breakfast. You wanna eat them for breakfast. You wanna eat them for dinner. You wanna eat them for your daily meal plan. Like there's no one else that you need other than this individual. That's exactly what I'm getting here. Yeah, I guess we have. Yeah, I guess I almost thought that I'm getting into a very wrong territory. Then I just realized, all right, it's simple. It's not gonna be that freaky. Yeah. I'm kind of getting that, alright? Oh lord, it's not poo fantasy, it's just eating ass, alright? That's what I was thinking, alright? Don't come and question me about this. Anyway, the month of August could be significant. This person could be from the month of August, or maybe you are born in the month of August. I think this individual is born in the month of August. They could be a Leo, their name would start with the letter L. 7 could be significant. Damn. You know, with the word 7, it just reminded me of Jungkook's song, 7. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever. Yeah, right? So let's see. Yep. Who is this person? Like, who is this individual spirit? Who is this person currently? I'm also thinking they could be a Virgo. August is the month of Virgos, right? Or is it September? September is the month of Virgos. Oh, yeah, August is the month of Leos. Well, look at that. Leos. Yeah, I was saying that. Like, someone could be a Leo. Yeah, I'm getting that. Like, double Leo placement. So someone could have a stellium in Leo. 8 of Swords upright came through. So, something, yeah, again, something about this individual. Yeah, whatever you think about them is, like, I feel like, you kind of think, like, how they look is, like, kind of like, I'm kind of getting another, yeah, I'm getting very much like an individual that, okay, 8 of Swords, right? I don't know why I was imagining 8 of Cups in my head, but yeah, this is 8 of Swords. So this person could be very much like, you feel as if this person is walking in something like, maybe this individual is somebody who walks in on eggshells most of the time. I don't know. They're often, they look really confused on the outside. Yeah, I was getting that word, right? Confuse you in the start. I just said, I don't use that word a lot, but I'm getting that. I just hope YouTube doesn't ban me for saying poo fantasy, alright? This is so disgusting. Like, how can I say that? I'm so sorry. I was just trying to guess the image that I was just getting in my head all of a sudden. I'm so sorry about that, alright? Yeah, but yeah, this is the thing. Like, I was talking about confusion, and all of a sudden I just remembered the poo. Yeah, exactly. Like, this person looks like the most confused human being on this earth. Like, I don't know, their eyes could be a little bit mischievous, or maybe they have like this confused set of eyes. They always have a confused expression on their face. They just don't know what to do in an event or something like that. Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting Lalisa's face right now. Yeah, I'm getting Lalisa's face when I don't know, like sometimes she make that confused face, right? Whenever she's confused, she makes face. And then Nine of Pentacles. I don't know. Oh, Nine of Pentacles wants to come in reverse, honey. Very weird. Very weird. All right. So I feel like this individual's facial features. I feel like I feel like, yeah, they look very yeah, they look very up to date, or there's something along the lines of, I don't know. I feel like this person is, maybe they are, I don't know, maybe they're not really rich, but they're trying to look rich kind of look. I'm getting streetwear type of look, but I'm getting streetwear with gold watch kind of look. That look that people make when they are just how do I say this? Like I don't know. It's kind of like trying, like someone, the way they look as if they look as if they are going broke. They look as if they're trying to hide the fact that they're about to go broke, or they're trying to hide the fact that they don't own enough money or something like that. Three of Swords in the reverse. Okay, yeah, very healing energy. This individual grounds you, brings you back to this. The fact that I wanted to place it right below this Leo placement or something like that, it gives me an energy that this individual is somebody who, I think, I don't know, there's a soft vibe to them. Like they're softy. There's a soft vibe to them. They're very cute. It's a very weird thing, but I have Six of Wands in here. So Six of Wands actually represents Leo energy a lot. Triple Leo coming through. Someone could have Leo stellium. I cannot think of anyone else with a Leo stellium other than Jungkook right now. I know many people will be like, well, he has a Virgo stellium. According to Vedic astrology, he has a Leo stellium, alright? So yeah, don't come at me. Yeah. Three of Swords in reverse, very soft energy, very healing energy, somebody who can ground you back to your inner self, or somebody who has the ability to ground people back to their nostalgia or to their inner child. This is the energy that I'm getting, right? Like they almost, it feels like they're trying to give you an energy from the last reserves of their body. That's the kind of person this individual could come off as, right? Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Again, I don't know how to describe this look. I really don't know. Okay, we have Queen of Swords in reverse to help us describe the look of this individual. But yeah, I feel like this person could. I wouldn't say that this person is broke, alright, or I wouldn't say that this person is not independent. Maybe in your case, this person could be. But what I'm getting in here is like for most people, maybe they're not, alright. And maybe the way they try to, show off. Exactly. They try to dress like a very show-offy individual. That's what I'm getting. This person can have a habit of showing off a lot. They have like a show-off quality to them. They always show off their money 24/7. It can be because they have, maybe the reason why they show off so much is because they have a lack mindset when it comes to money. Or, I was just reading about this thing in Korean culture, where they have combined Confucian. What is this? Confucian. Oh Lord, wait a second. I'm so bad at pronouncing some things, okay? Confucianism, I think. Yeah, wait a second. Let me learn how to say this word. So I was just reading about Korean society, right? I just learned that in Korea, you combine Confucianism, right? So I found out that in Korean society, people combine Confucianism with capitalism, and they what do they do with that? Is that basically capitalism is about appearing really branded, it's about appearing really huge in front of the society, right? And Confucianism is the principle where you consider your family and your support system as the biggest priority in your life. So it is kind of like Korean people almost kind of believe that you need to spend a lot of money and you need to look really good on the outside. As a part of the capitalist culture, and the more better you look on the outside is how is the way people think that you treat your family. If you don't look good on the outside, people think that you do not care about your family, or your family just isn't well taken care of, right? So something like that is here. So what I'm getting here is that maybe, yeah, that's the kind of show, maybe like show off is a part of their culture, or it's kind of like they themselves are pretty broke and they don't have enough money in their hands, so they are often trying to show off a lot because they feel that lack within themselves. That could be an issue. Or another thing could be with this individual is that they are just trying to show off because it's a part of their culture. The more they spend money outside, the more it feels like they are taking care of their family. So something like that is in here. That's the kind of energy that I'm getting here. You can feel like this individual is very show offy, right? Like I'm getting Queen of Swords in reverse. So yeah, again, Queen of Swords in reverse. Exactly, Queen of Swords in reverse is somebody who is making up a lot of stories, right? She's making up a lot of things about herself. So something about that could be significant. Maybe this individual tries to say or tries to look or like they create. I won't say they create lies, but I feel like I won't even say that they are a liar. But I feel like this individual. Oh, I'm not getting the word, but they're a sweet liar. I'm kind of getting like that. Like they're trying to be show offy. Yeah, they often try to be show offy, or they often try to appear really bigger or really better. Because that reflects I don't know, maybe it's part of their culture, or maybe it's because maybe they feel that maybe that's who they are, right? Like they talk, I don't know, but it's kind of giving me like this individual talks, I won't say, yeah, this individual talks down on people at times. This individual can be a little bit condescending, they can be mean, they can be a bit savage, they talk down on people. They often use their money at times. Yeah, they often use their money, they show off money. Yeah, I'm getting Brad's attitude all of a sudden. So they often use their show off money to like kind of brag down about, or they often even try to brag about themselves a lot. Yeah, they brag about themselves a lot. They kind of are like, they brag about being money savvy or something. I don't think they brag about, okay, they kind of brag about being money savvy in some cases sometimes. Yeah, but they're not actually saving any money. They're pretty much going broke behind the scenes, or they're just pretty much not having enough to like to keep up with the image or keep up with the reputation. There's something like that in this energy right here, right? I don't know what this is, but I'm getting kind of like the Queen of Swords in reverse energy often talks about a very soft individual, but this individual lies a lot about themselves. What I'm getting? I'm getting a very I'm getting an image of a very soft-spoken individual who tries to lie about themselves, or who tries to lie about their life, their money savings, or they try to act really cool or very I'm getting uptight to like it's kind of like not too humble, I guess. I don't think that, like, I feel like even if they're acting humble, like for some of you they can act humble, but they lie a lot about their finances. Like I don't know, like they lie a lot about that. There's something along the lines of money being incentivized. Wait a second. Incentivized. Something else. Yeah, I feel like there's something around the use of money to motivate others. Something like this individual motivates other people through money, or they just throw money around and they just try to motivate people into like, I'm spending so much money and yeah, you should do this too. So like a kind of like a motivational speaker, but a motivational speaker of money, like sort of like that. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing to spend a lot of money, right? Like I come from a culture, I'm an Indian, so I come from a culture where we do where we try to like, you don't even know, okay, my ancestors and my mom, my grandmothers, everybody has like this whole gold, like we have a lot of gold in our house and we're never going to use that gold unless and until wedding ceremony comes. Already we are very savvy with those things. We don't just go out there and show it off in the public. So like that's not a part of our culture. Mostly part of our culture is basically learning how to, because India has been through a lot, so we have been learning how to, we have adopted that sort of survival culture in our day-to-day life, right? So jugaad culture is like it has become a part of our culture. That's a thing that happens a lot in third world countries, right? It's part of my culture. So I don't know how do I say this, but this what I'm getting about this individual, so I'm actually giving this individual a benefit of doubt with the fact that maybe they're not so materialistic, maybe it's part of their culture, right? Maybe because I'm getting like already I'm getting like this could be a celebrity or something, and maybe you're like maybe I'm convinced that this individual is a celebrity, maybe this person is not a celebrity, right? But I'm just trying to tell you that there's something around the now I understood why I was getting a hollow bottle, right? Okay, come sit down with me. I think I've got something. I've got some news for you. All right, I got it. I think the thing about this individual is that it's not just that they use money to motivate people, or it's just not the fact that they show off a lot. I feel like it's a part of, like, it has become a part of their personality because of the conditioning that they have been brought up in. Like I'm almost getting like they think that way. There's something around like thinking like a materialistic individual or thinking in a very superficial manner, and I feel like that's how this individual thinks. They would rather look down on people for being broke than like they appreciate people faking their money, or they appreciate people appearing trying to appear good looking on the outside, or they appreciate people trying to be a little bit show offy on the outside, because that's how they think other people should be. Like they don't like it when people are not well dressed around them, or they don't like it when people are not when they don't seem that well to do on the outside, and it just kind of I don't know, kind of like it cringes them. It doesn't feels good to them. It's kind of like it's part of their culture maybe. Yeah, and maybe this individual did not take that much time to reflect on the reasons why their culture could be like that, or they did not take time to reflect on the reasons why their family decided to be like this. And maybe this entire environmental conditioning has made them hollow by personality. They're kind of like turned into this consumerist kind of individual, and now they are basically, how do I say this? They don't value people with actual money, but they value people who try to look like they have actual money, right? Like that's sort of the energy that I'm getting through in here. Yeah. Okay. So that's why I was getting hollow thing in here. I think whoever you're daydreaming about, or whoever you're I'm getting possessing. So whoever you are possessed by in some ways or manner, they have a little bit. How do I say this? They have a little bit like they want to seem. They want to look like a certain type of way on the outside, maybe because they feel like looking like a money, looking like a cheap person on the outside actually it feels demeaning to them in some way, right? Like even though, like for example, in my culture, looking like being cheap actually means that you're very smart, right? I think that's the thing about them. Like I feel like they come from a very I won't say socialist, but it's giving me a lot of consumerist kind of culture or consumerist type of upbringing, where they think that people should dress up in a sort of way that makes them seem really good. But it doesn't matter if that person doesn't have any money within them. It's like it doesn't matter if that person has any abundance within them. What matters to them most is the abundance that they see on the outside, because they just don't like the idea of survival, or they just don't like the idea of living in survival expenses. I'm also feeling kind of like this individual, maybe they had been poor at one point of their life, or maybe they're struggling from being poor currently, or they're struggling from being broke currently, and maybe that's why they don't like it when somebody out there actually reflects that sort of energy on the outside, because for like they met with so much insecurity with this world, right? The world called them so many things for appearing broke. The world called them a lot of things for seeming broke on the outside, right? And it kind of hurt this individual to the point and extent that they do not, I feel like, they just cannot tolerate, or they just cannot accept an energy of lack from other people, or they just cannot accept the survival mechanism. Some people try to look on the outside rather than making them, I feel like, this person doesn't like to be called broke themselves, right? They don't like to be called someone who lacks the elegance and poise, like something like that. Like this individual doesn't like to be called broke on the outside, because it hurts them. It hurts them, or it just brings out that trigger. It triggers their trauma with being poor at some point of their life. And I feel like because of that, this individual doesn't like people who seem broke on the outside, or they don't like people who save a lot of money, or they don't like the idea of people saving a lot of money for future, or they don't like the idea of people saving a lot of money to and not even trying to spend a little bit to look a certain way on the outside, right? I feel like that's the kind of culture, or something like that is here, right? I feel like this is the thing about this individual right here. Like they don't like it. They don't like being seen. They don't like that. They don't like it when the outside energy. Oh Lord, wait a second. Pile. I'm sorry. They don't like. I'm getting 555. So there's a transformation that is going through with this individual. They are going through a transformation, or maybe you are going through a transformation. Because I was getting in the start that you are getting over this individual. Like you're finally seeing how much. Like I'm not saying hollow this individual is. I don't want to label somebody as hollow, but I feel like you're finally finding out that this individual has a moral sense, or has a moral compass that doesn't align with you in some manner. I kind of feel like your own capacity to daydream about this individual is depleting on a daily basis. Because I think whatever abundance was there, I feel like whatever abundance was there in this person, they burnt it out. Like they are trying their level best to look a certain way on the outside, to the point and extent that they have forgotten, right? They've forgotten the actual essence of what things look like. And there's something around like that in this energy in here, and that's why I feel like I'm getting you feeling old, or you feel like this individual is getting old, or you feel like this individual is getting out of ordinary, or there's something along the lines of that, right? Like I'm getting that energy in here. I'm getting sweet energy, sweet energy in this individual's energy. What was I supposed to do? Oh God, wait a second. I'll just shuffle these cards. And okay, the Sun card up here. Okay, and the Emperor upright, and the Three of Wands in reverse. All right. Okay, so who this individual is? Leo energy is very strong with this person. All right, sidereal Leo could be significant. Vedic Leo could be significant. I don't know. whatever. But I feel like this individual can be born in the month of August, right? Yeah. So yeah, again, I'm getting kind of an energy where someone again, I'm getting Leo energy strongly in here. I'm getting Aries energy in here. So your wands. So there's a lot of fire sign energy in here. Like there's a lot of fire sign energy in this individual's energy, right? Yeah, I feel like this person is very happy. Yeah, three of wands in reverse is basically short term goal. So it's like yeah, they're very like they're happy. And they're someone who believes in the short term, and that's the thing about consumerism, right? Consumerism doesn't look at the long term goal, or it doesn't seize the long term plan. Consumerism principle basically wants you to like spend all your money in one go. And yeah, I just feel like that's the thing with this individual. This person is spending a lot of money. They spend a lot of their expenses, and I'm not saying that to complain about that. If someone has a lot of money, they can spend it in whatever way they want, right? It's not a bad thing. But something around this individual gives me like they are not here for the long term. That's the energy that I'm getting right here. Like their energy. Yeah, I feel like this person maybe they have found out or they have decided like there's something like they want to resign early, they want to retire early. They are pretty much done being the CEO for a while, or there is something around the line. So maybe this individual won't be the authority figure for a very long time, or they won't be leading the group for a very long time. Yeah, I'm getting like they won't be like this. Yeah, I'm getting like that. Oh my freaking god! I'm getting like they are planning to leave this positive. I don't know what this positive atmosphere is, but there's something like they're trying to leave the spotlight. Like I'm getting like they are here in the spotlight for. Maybe I'm also getting like maybe they're here for the spotlight for a very long time, but given the reputation of their work, they will have to leave their work soon enough. That's what I'm getting. All right. I'm also like I'm getting kind of like this individual wants to also. It could also mean that maybe they want to stay for a very long term goal, but they just cannot stay on a long term basis. So they will retire after that, or something will happen because of which they will have to take a retirement, or they will have to like take a retreat, a break, or something like that. Yeah. I'm getting they're acting on the scenes. This person could be an actor, actress, something like that. Lord, yeah, I was saying that I was speaking so much, right? Continuously, I was speaking. Yeah, I feel depleted. Like my energy feels depleted, and it's happening right now. Like I need to take a water break. My God, it's irritating. The stress is getting to me right now. Yeah, I can actually feel that. Like suddenly, I'm feeling that stress. Like it's very exhausting. It's very depressing. I'm getting depressive episodes. This person could go with depressive episodes. I'm getting petunia. What is petunia? My God, is it a name of a drug? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see. What is petunia? Petunia. I know that it's a name of flower. Damn, I'm feeling exhausted. I'll come in a minute. Okay, wait a second. I was getting the word petunia right. So I think yeah, petunia flowers actually mean anger and resentment. Exactly. This individual currently, yeah. I was saying that this reading smelled like honey in the start, right? Yeah. The fact that I'm feeling another flower, I feel like this individual's anger and resentment is gonna like it's kind of like taking over, or it's sort of yeah. Lord, this is a very exhausting energy to be in. I'll be very honest about this. This is like with the turtles and all, I just feel like this sort of control that this individual wants. So other people like currently they are basically in control of themselves. They know how to lead, they know how to act, but they are very tired with this. This individual is very tired. Or in the long term, they are going to be very tired for sure because the exhaustion in this energy, I could not go long. And also the fact that I just felt like my intuition was draining in this energy, I really want to get over this part of who this person is before I really want to get over this part so that I can, get to the part where we can see things for you, right? But exactly, there's a lot of, there's a lot of like wealth being shown or show off. And it's kind of like, yeah, this person is trying their level best to be that it girl or to be that person. But it's very exhausting. It's very exhausting for this person, individual, whoever this person is. They are trying to work it with the proper mindset. They're trying to carry on with this energy. Yeah, but it seems really hard to me. I'm feeling very exhausted in this energy. I promise, right? Yeah, I feel like, oh, what the hell? Wow. I wanted to show you the Two of Pentacles that I got, but then I got the Six of Cups. So maybe I should show you this. Okay. I'll just, okay, now I'm getting kind of an energy. Oh Lord, yeah, this is energy that I'm getting. Fine, listen. So I cut the deck apart and I saw 3 cards, right? And I just understood something. This person right here, whoever you're asking for right now, they don't have the emotional capacity or they don't have the time to process the emotional things that are going on in their life. All right, that's the thing. That's energy that this king or this emperor is giving to me. It's kind of like this person is work focused, but emotionally, mentally, familial wise, their energy is draining. They cannot take it any longer. That's what I'm getting from this individual. Like they don't have that emotional capacity to hold grace or to hold emotion or to hold place for other people. They don't have the capacity to hold space for other people as of now because they're currently. I feel like they're very tired. I'm also seeing that they are like getting over a sort of breakup, or they're getting over a childhood relationship, or they're getting over some sort of nostalgia. I don't know what this is. This could be like friends falling apart and they don't have any emotional support as of now. There's something around the lines of like this individual is not able to take that. It's very hard for them to process this sort of emotional lack that they are feeling in their life right now. I'm getting lifetimes. I'm getting like something around the lines of like this individual has been getting it or feeling it since lifetimes now, and it's really harsh on them for some reason. Yeah, it's like sort of like they are not having that time or that agency to put that same amount of work in their emotional sphere or in their mental development or in their personal development for themselves. They don't have that much time to meditate. That's what this energy is giving me. They don't have that much time to meditate, that much time to ground themselves. They're just having a really they're having a lot of time to ingrain themselves into other people's business though. Oh my God, who's this? They have a lot of time to ingrain themselves. Yeah, I feel like they are pretty much. Yeah, I'm getting argumentative all of a sudden. And I'm seeing eels. I'm getting pressing questions. Oh, okay, now I understood. Pressing questions. Alright, fine, understood. So someone, yeah, I feel like they're getting a lot of nosy questions from other people. People who don't mind their own business. Like these people are asking a lot of pressing questions to this individual, and they just don't have enough time to emotionally to process that in an emotional. Can you hear the freaking tiredness and exhaustion in my voice? It's I'm cannot even. Okay, I don't even need to lie about this, but this person is going through a lot of like they are like extreme. I'm getting. Why am I getting? I don't know. This person could have like really good titties or something. Maybe you want to eat their titties at night or something. Like, yeah, whoever this person is, yeah, you just love their titties, or you love their breasts. I don't know what this is. All right. Okay, I feel like this individual doesn't like being fetishized. And they don't like, it's not like they don't like being fetishized, it's just that they just don't like, if someone just comes out of nowhere and just starts like, you know, like starts writing thirst traps to them or something like that, this person is like, they will visibly get really angry at this at the people around them, because it's like people are not even understanding how much tired they are, and they're just so busy sexualizing him, like they just want people to understand how I'm getting emotionally how emotionally censored they are. All right, how emotionally censored they are. They're emotionally censored. They just feel like they cannot. They just need. They just feel like they need to censor a lot of their emotions. They need to censor a lot of their trauma, a lot of their pain, a lot of their problems in their life. And people are not even understanding, and it's just, yeah, again, it gives me Justin Bieber situation, right? Like nobody's trying to, and all of a sudden somebody just crashes out, and people are like, oh my god, why is this person crashing out? So that's the kind of energy it's giving me. Like someone is just like, they just don't have that capacity. Like I feel like this person is being emotional. Like they feel like they have to censor so much, right? They have to censor so much in their life. They're censoring a lot of words. They're censoring a lot of things that they actually want to speak out loud, or the emotions that they want to. I'm getting emotionally censored. I'm getting a lot of things like this person actually wants to be really angry, because I was getting petunia in the start, right? This person wants to be really angry at someone. They feel that resentment over things, but they just like they don't have that emotional capacity to like to sit with it. If they don't have that emotional capacity, how do I say this? Like, they are very angry, they feel a lot of resentment within them, but they're emotionally censored, right? So they just cannot express that out loud. And I feel like, you know, the thing about anger, any sort of anger, is that it starts off as anger. Most of the time it starts off as a need to stand up for ourselves, right? But slowly, when you fill yourself with anger, or you just keep on suppressing your anger on a daily basis, what happens is that it hollows you down, because you give a lot of space in your mind. Like when you are very angry, right? I've experienced this myself, right? When you're very, very angry, what happens is that you have a very small issue in your head and you're angry for that, right? For example, I just don't like the smell of this perfume, and I'm very angry about, and you know, I don't like the smell of this perfume, and somebody forced me to wear this perfume. Or not forced me to wear this perfume, not forced me. It's kind of like my mom just told me to wear this perfume. And if my mom is telling me to, you know, wear this perfume, of course, like I will have to obey her. But inside, I'm very angry at her that she told me to wear this perfume, even though I don't like the smell of this perfume, right? And you know, like this small thought, like what anger does is that it exemplifies, or it just increases the intensity of that one small thought, or the intensity of the sadness or that disappointment that we feel within ourselves, right? So I feel like that's the thing that is this individual is very angry. Like what anger is doing to this individual is, right? They are constantly thinking about the small things that people are criticizing about them, and it's just going in the back of their mind. It's in the back of their head, and they just cannot stop thinking about it. Like even though there's so much positivity around them, they just cannot focus on the positivity, because their mind, or let's just say their anger, their inner anger or their inner resentment, is taking a lot of space, even though that anger or the resentment is coming from a very small thought. That anger, the feeling of anger, the feeling of resentment is taking a lot of space in their mental state, in their minds. And with that, what is happening with this individual is that they are, I'm not saying that they're feeling hollowed out, but it's very hard for them to like unless and until they release that anger out somewhere, they don't feel that energy, they don't feel that yeah, as long as they don't take that anger out, as long as they don't take the resentment out of their body, what is happening with this individual is that they feel exhausted. They feel really exhausted. It's kind of like, because I think because this individual has not been given that space to express their anger out loud, or to stand up for themselves, or to show even a small bit of rebellion. I feel like this person feels really, I'm also feeling they're feeling really scared to move, or they're feeling really scared to take any step towards their freedom or their expression. Yeah, I'm getting like freedom of expression. They're feeling very scared to take that freedom of expression for themselves, and it's like take any step for the freedom of their own expression. That's the kind of energy. This is what I'm getting in here, right? So this is your person. For some of you, you may not recognize this individual. For some of you, you might recognize this individual, all right? So I don't know who this is. Only you know who this person could be. You know what, pile number 2? I don't want to be like nosy. Please don't consider me as somebody who's nosy. But something tells me the fact that this personality aspect itself, for such a long, drawn out read, something tells me that maybe your sexual fantasies are maybe with yourself. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to call you a narcissist or anything like that, all right? I just feel like maybe you consider yourself as a huge material for yourself. I don't know. Happens. You know, people just look at themselves in the mirror and they just go on. So I don't know. Maybe this could be you. This could be you, you know. Because I'm getting kind of like that. Like I have, like it's a lot of things that are coming through in this energy. So let's see, why is this fantasy so persistent, right? Why is this fantasy so persistent? I want to take, all right, let's take this. Why is this, yeah, I want to take, what I'll do is that, yeah, why is this fantasy so persistent? Just give me, yeah, why is this fantasy so persistent? Okay, you know what, I'll ask my archetype deck, why is this fantasy so persistent? You know why? Because I don't know, something about being in this energy just tells me to don't do anything in a ritualistic way, or something about this energy is just telling me to break free from the chains that you have been binded, like from the chains that you have been binded into. I don't know why this person could be you, pile number 2, but like this individual that I'm trying to read for, or I don't know, maybe you know the fact that like I don't know, this person might not be as distant as you think they are. I don't know. I feel like this person is not as distant as you think they are. Maybe they are somebody very close to you. Because I just feel like I got a how do I say this? I got a very real personality check on someone, all right? And I feel like maybe you know this, or maybe this individual has expressed some of these concerns on the outside. Yeah, there's something along those lines that I feel, right? Yeah. So let's see. Why is this fantasy so persistent to you, pile number 2? Yeah, I'm feeling so okay. That just came through. All right. Prayer in reverse, the hunter in reverse. I don't know why I'm getting hunt tricks all of a sudden. That's a lot of cards. That's a lot of cards. I don't like it. See, the star one card is here. I'm getting jhuggi jhopdi all of a sudden. So, man, ooh, this person, whoever this individual is, okay, why is their fantasy so persistent to you? Okay, listen. I'm getting the word jhuggi jhopdi. Jhuggi jhopdi means in Hindi. In my language, this word means coming from a very small hut or coming from a very poor background, right? Something like that is here. Like you guys could, I don't know, you guys could come from that sort of background, maybe. Yeah, that's why I was getting that. Like, you guys could come, yeah, you could really come off as this sort of individual, right? I feel like, yeah, why you love this person so much is because I think you yourself have faced a lot of lack. You yourself have faced poverty. You have faced survival. You know what survival looks like. You understand it, all right? You know what poverty looks like. You understand it. There's something about you guys is that the reason why this fantasy is so persistent for you is because this individual signifies, or the way they spend their money signifies everything that you want in your life, right? It signifies a lot of things that you want to achieve in your life, or you want to see in yourself, right? And what I'm getting here is that this person this person themselves, whoever you are actually fantasizing about, right? This individual have broken the chains of poverty and they have escalated themselves, or they have ascended to a place in their life, right? And for many of you, that's very inspiring. It's very inspiring to be that. It's very inspiring to be that. All right? You know, I'm getting Leviticon. What is Leviticon? I think it's Leviathan, right? Wait a second. Let me search. It's not Leviticon, it's Leviathan. That's like a mythological serpent from, yeah, it's a mythological serpent out there. It's a large biblical sea monster. So Leviathan is often considered as a powerful enemy. Okay, very beautiful. So Leviathan is basically a symbolism of, I don't know what it is a symbolism of, I don't read Bible, but according to the internet, this is a symbolism of the power of creation, of God himself, right? Some of his creations can be so beautiful and some of his creations can be so harmful, right? Yeah, yes, exactly. I think life has been full of difficulties for you. Life has been full of difficult. Life is very difficult for you, or it has been really difficult for you since childhood. And for you guys, you know, I'm getting three. So I'm getting a lot of like, and these all threes, these two threes came in reverse, right? And this is the only three that's coming up, right? And there's not three basically. Okay, three. Oh my fucking god! I did not check it out. Number three could be very significant for you guys, alright? So something along the lines of like your foundations, you know. You could feel as if it's a huge riddle that you cannot solve. Like, you feel like poverty, the difficulties in your life, whatever miserability it has been, whether it has been whatever it is that makes you feel poor or makes you feel like you lack something in your life, whatever it is that makes you feel like that, right? I feel like this individual represents like they have themselves uncovered the secrets of this riddle that you have not uncovered yet. You know, this the reason why you fantasize so much about this individual is because you think or feel like you just cannot get over your poverty, or you just cannot fight against it. You just cannot find a way to overcome the system. You just cannot find a way to overcome the slavery. You cannot find a way to overcome the you just cannot find a way to overcome this how do I say this lack, or this place of lack that this entire system has created, right? I'll be very honest. See, in third world countries, you know, many third world countries, what happens is that the leaders of these countries, they would rather invest on digging natural resources out of the land of these countries rather than investing on the education system of these places, so that better human resources can be made out of the people, right? So there's something along the lines like you have been told and taught that you cannot get over this lack, or you just cannot get over this place. All right, and I feel like this is something that has hurt you a lot since childhood. Like, this has been a place in your life. Like, this is like this lack of abundance is a place in your life that you have never found an answer to. You've never found an answer to this riddle. You just don't know how to overcome this. You have not found a way to decode this system and to crack the walls of poverty. I'm getting. I'll be very personal. I'll be very personal on this one. Right? I'll be very, very personal on this one because I think I need to talk in a very I just need to let this out. Right? So there is a caste in India. There's a caste in India, and if you don't know, I'm an Indian. In India, casteism is a very huge thing, right? So in India, Indians have a very peculiar habit of turning a caste name or a caste into a slur. So there is a caste. There's a very, very beautiful caste called Chamar. All right. Now Chamar is if you ask anyone out there what does Chamar mean, anyone who knows basic Hindi, they'll tell you that Chamar means stupid, or Chamar means someone who is deserving of being beaten up, right? Something like that. I don't know what real meaning of Chamar is, but that's what they say. Chamar means a stupid person for many people out there. So I don't know much. But the real meaning of Chamar is, I don't know that because I did not I grew up, I don't know some meanings of some profanities, alright? I don't know what those profanities actually mean, but I've heard those profanities a lot from other people. I never knew the meaning of them. So yeah. So the thing about Chamar is that Chamar is a name of a caste of people who were considered low caste because they made leather goods, they made leather shoes, they made leather chappals or leather sandals, right? Chamri in Hindi means skin. Chamar is a name of the caste. It's a name of you can say it's a name of a tribe of people, all right? If you don't understand what caste means. So that's what Chamar is. It's a very, this term has been popularized by many Indians as something that defines as stupid. But chamad actually doesn't define stupid, right? What chamad means is skin. Sorry, what chamad means is the name of the caste or the name of the people who make leather goods, who make leather accessories, right? So that is what chamad means. So I feel like this individual, the reason why this person feels so empowering to you is because it helps you to reclaim yourself in a different way. Now, I'm going to talk about India only. In India, there's a term called Randi, all right? So, Randi means prostitute, all right? And many people use this slur to describe young women a lot of times, all right? This has been popularized as a slur, all right? This has been popularized as a slur that translates to a prostitute. And there are many countries out there that use this slur a lot, right? Like even in Western countries like America, USA, USA, UK, terms like prostitutes are considered as profanities. The thing is that nobody wants to see that this word, like the women who are working as prostitutes, are basically trafficked women. They are women and they're trafficked women. But what has happened is that as we have moved forward, right, in our society, we have decided to, like, some people have decided to reclaim this word prostitute or reclaim this word Randi for people who are homewreckers, who are trying to break other people's marriages and who are trying to do bad things, right? And what has happened is that with this term has only turned into a, I want to say commodum of shame, not commodum, like it has turned into a epitome, it has turned into a word that is still used to shame other people, to call them a homewrecker, right? And even though the word prostitute, even though the word Randi actually doesn't mean that, it actually means a very the real meaning, the real Randis are like the real prostitutes are people who are going through a lot in their life, right? They have to suffer a lot, they have to experience a lot, they tolerate a lot of pain despite the isolation that they feel in their life. Alright, that's what Randi as a word means. So, like, just like, now what has happened with the Western culture and everything else is that they have popularized the term prostitute to define a homewrecker, to define an affair partner, right? And because they defined the word prostitute, like they decided to use the word prostitute for an affair partner or an homewrecker, what has happened is that the word itself has become a taboo. It has turned into a very sad, like it has turned into a very shameful word, when in reality the people who are actually prostitutes, the people who are actually have to become the whores or something else, like the people who actually are whores or actually are I think many people even say that whores are people who do it for I really need to search the meaning of whores. Wait a second. Yeah, even the word whore actually means, whore is the definition of prostitute. Whore means a prostitute. Whore is not a woman who, like, whore is a woman who is prostitute, right? So they have like popularized the term whore as a homewrecker. And this shame that has been carried for generations with this word, it's very hard to reclaim that. Like it's very how do I say this? I don't know, something about this individual helps you reclaim this word back again. Something about this individual helps you reclaim this word or reclaim yourself. Or there's something like see, prostitutes are a group of very strong women who go through a lot of pain, already. They are trafficked human beings. They're not, most of the times these women just don't have anything in their life, already. They suffer a lot. They have to tolerate a lot. So I don't know, I feel like the riddle in here is that basically you feel shameful of being poor. You feel shameful of being called a certain term or called a certain label by the society. You feel shameful of looking a certain type of way to the society, all right? And something about this individual makes you reclaim that word back. Something about this individual helps you see this, see yourself as, yeah, like accept your own riddle. That's the kind of thing. Something about this individual helps you accept your own, accept the profanity that the society has been telling you, and it helps you in reclaiming this profanity as an empowering term. So this is the kind of individual that we're talking about right now. So whoever this person is, this person helps you in watching yourself or helps you in empowering your way of looking at yourself. Yeah, this individual helps you in some, like, the reason why you're so you fantasize about this, or your soul actually believes in this individual so much, is because they help you in seeing yourself, or they help you in understanding, or they help you in reclaiming yourself in a very positive manner, right? Yeah. So yeah, now we'll talk about hunter in reverse. So all right, but something about, yeah, okay, now I'm getting this. I was talking about how I was talking about this individual's titties and I was sexualizing everything else, right? So what I feel is that, like, for many of you, they do help you in reclaiming yourself back, but there's something along the lines of maybe like the reason why the sexual fantasy is so persistent is because they look like, or they remind you of some I don't know what this is, but I'm getting like, they remind you of a person. Yeah, exactly. Now I'm getting this. I'm getting the hunter in reverse, so hunter upright is somebody who hunts with purpose. All right, hunter in reverse is somebody who hunts not with purpose, but they hunt for the fun of hunting. I'm already getting a thing in my head. I'm getting how royal people in olden times, they used to play sport, right? They used to kill animals for their own pleasure, right? So that's the energy. That's the kind of energy that I'm getting here for many of you. Your person or whoever this individual has a habit of, yeah. Now I'm getting this movie, not this movie, this K drama. What is this K drama called? It's Kim So-young's K drama, Queen of Tears, right? In Queen of Tears, if you have seen the K drama, spoiler alert, I'm going to spoil it. There is this hunting scene in Queen of Tears, right? And in that hunting scene, they are basically killing animals for fun. Something, I feel like this individual is also something like that. Like, they hunt down, how do I say this? Like, I don't know, like, suppose it is poverty, right? Suppose it is, suppose you don't like watching poor people around you, right? You don't like people dressing up like poor people. You don't like people dressing up as poor people just because they're trying to save money. This individual goes, and this individual actually, like, I won't say shoots down. Yeah, I was actually getting pew right at the start. So I think for some of you, your individual, whoever this person is into guns. They shoot a lot. Yeah, they could be into shooting games, whatever it is. Yeah. this individual, they don't like, I think like this individual, what they do is that they try to target people who try to look cheap on the outside, or or the people who try to save money, and because they try to save money, they try to look cheap all the time. But I feel like they also target poor people as well. Like, how do I say this? Like, this individual, maybe they don't want to target poor people, but they end up targeting poor people. I don't know why. As I was like talking about this, I just got awkward goat from, she's an Indian YouTube creator. I got her, right. I don't know why I'm getting kind of like you feel, how do I say this? Like something along the lines of like the 100 in reverse in here gives me kind of like this person does it, like this person actually this. I'm getting Twitch. I'm getting Twitch streamers. I'm getting Twitch streamers. I'm getting some particular Twitch streamer. I don't know who this is, but I'm also getting. I'm also getting Wizard Liz all of a sudden. Yeah, it's kind of like somebody who is trying to fight against. Yeah, I feel like maybe like I was talking about it, right? Like this individual doesn't want to. Maybe they don't want to hurt poor people, actual poor people who actually wear those poor clothes all the time, because they don't have enough money to afford them, right? Maybe they don't want to hurt such people, but there is an energy that's coming through from this individual where they are hurting such people. I feel like they kind of like I don't know, the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because you just don't like it. I think it's a oh lord, it's basically the fact that this person can be so dismissive to some people, that's the reason why I like them. That's what I'm getting kind of like you worship them almost, or it's kind of like you worship the idea of being dismissive, or you worship the idea of someone acting like a god all the time. You worship the idea, or the reason why the sexual fantasy is so persistent is because they can dismiss people for looking a certain type of way. Yeah, I'm getting kind of like that. Like they dismiss a lot of, like, I'm getting like whoever this individual is, they dismiss people for looking a certain kind of way, and you like someone like that. You like someone like that who is basically, who doesn't think so much before dismissing other people, who doesn't has to make an entire, who doesn't has to process. Like, I'm mean, like, you love dictators, or you love the idea of dictatorship. Maybe you like that sort of dictatorship in the bedroom. Maybe you just cannot, like, it's kind of like you just cannot accept the superficial idea of trying to look cheap on the outside, just to like saving money and looking cheap on the outside. Why not spend money to just look better? I feel like in that process you kind of like, I think you worship the idea, like you kind of like idealize this individual to be the kind of person to dismiss that how do I say this? It's not, it's sort of it's not mislabeled poverty, but it's kind of like people who try to mislabel themselves as poor people, right? Or people who try to take advantage, or people who try to victimize themselves as poor people when they really have the, like, there are some people in life who try to tell other people, who try to identify themselves as what is the word, who try to identify themselves as um, poor, or who try to identify themselves as middle class, low income, and everything else, but at the same time they have the ability to buy Gucci, H&M. I'm getting that Haley Bailey situation where she was like, let them eat cake kind of situation. So that's the exact energy that I'm getting here. You love this individual because they can dismiss that sort of superficial poverty that many people try to play on the outside, superficial relatability that many people try to play on the outside. You love this individual for their dismissal of that sort of behavior. You love this individual for their dismissal of not allowing dismissal of people who do not understand what poverty actually is, or what living in lack actually feels like. But you love this individual because they dismiss such people, and in turn it actually helps you reclaim that word for yourself. I also feel like you want to talk with this individual a lot of times. Like, you want to prepare meals for them, you want to talk to this person, and you want to see them in real life, to tell them what poor people actually are like, to tell them what small people actually are like. Or, I'm not saying small, okay, I just don't want to reduce you in some extent, but being poor is just, I'm not saying that it's a choice. It's like some people have just made, like, some people just make it look like a choice, right? And I feel like you just kind of don't fit into that term, and you actually know what that term really means, and you just want to have a conversation with this person where you want to tell them, or you want to allow them to see what poverty actually looks like, what low income actually looks like, right? So that, I don't know, maybe so that you can tell them and give them a new perspective of who you are, or what this actually means, what being strong actually means, what being tough despite life putting you in miserable situation actually means, like. So there's something along the lines of that. I feel like you yourself are a very inspiring individual, pile number 2. But but you oftentimes, what you do is that you deliberately put yourself down, or look down on yourself, and that just makes you sort of I don't know, it's like the society has looked down on you, that's why you look down on yourself, and that's what makes you very dependent on this individual. Yeah, it kind of makes you very devoted to this individual's positivity and their wisdom, or their ways of, or their their I won't say bossy behavior, but it's kind of like their execution, like the way they execute stuff is what makes your sexual fantasy so persistent towards them, right? Like, they could be very good at executing their task. They could be very cutthroat, they could be very I won't say wishy-washy, it doesn't give me wishy-washy, but it gives me more of a no BS kind of energy, no bullshit, no BS kind of energy. That's the kind of person this individual is, and you love that. You love that cutthroat energy that comes through from them. But I don't know why. I feel like the cutthroat energy that you, I feel like you believe. I don't know why. I feel like you believe, or you want them. I was getting in the start how this individual could be very hollow as a person. Now I'm feeling like they are not that hollow as an individual. Maybe you want them to be this hollow. Maybe you want to project that sort of energy onto them because you just do not like it yourself. Something like that. Like, you do not like the superficial ways people are, and you just want this individual to project. Like, I don't know. You want this individual to call people out on their superficiality or something like that. Yeah. Like. And the thing is, I'm getting that song. You made me a man. Na, na, na. I'm getting that song by Jackson, man. Exactly. Yes. I was just thinking about this, right? I feel like you really don't. How do I say this? There's something around the lines of you, like, this individual just reminds you of somebody who will, there is a story when Jesus comes back on earth. There's a story, according to many Bible believers, that according to many Christian people, that when Jesus will come back to earth. He will mercilessly kill everyone around them. Yeah, and yeah, that's the thing. I think you should kind of like, yeah, I feel like you're so fed up with the people around you. You're so fed up with the people around you that you, it's like you just cannot accept them anymore. So you would rather watch the savior, the light, the holy to come down and like beat up these people in two. Like, you would rather watch them, rather watch the divine like step forward and beat up this individual or beat up these people for being so weird, being so crass, for being so different than you, right? That's the sort of energy that I'm getting here, because hunter in reverse isn't somebody who kills with a purpose. It's somebody who, like, you wish that this individual just comes into, like, the reason why you feel like, I don't know, like the fact that none of these actually felt like sexual, like this read, like, completely did not completely feel like a sexual read to me. Something about this read tells me that for some of you, you actually want, I don't know, I won't say that it's a god, but I feel like maybe there's like cultish belief that you have on someone. Yeah, because prayer in reverse is obsession, baby. It's not worshipping also. It's not like, it's not, it's kind of like you basically believe that this person is a sort of savior who will come down and who will eliminate all of these bad people, all of these weird people, all of these people who don't, um, who maybe should not exist with you in the same plane, or who maybe should not breathe the same air as you, or who maybe should not even exist. Maybe they're bad people, who knows. Yeah, the shaman is coming in reverse. The shaman in reverse is somebody who, I won't say who makes fun of people, but wait a second. I'll be honest, mind you, the energy that you guys are giving me here, yeah, it's kind of like the shaman in reverse. I just saw the card shaman in reverse. That's a card where someone is very much like, they are trying real hard. How do I say this? It's like you just don't want to stay in the darkness anymore. And shaman is the card where you are learning to not only stay in the darkness, but you're learning to convert that darkness and learning to express the light out of it, or learning to learning to accept the darkness for what it is, rather than running away from it, rather than finding ways to like light it up. So there's something along the lines of, you want some sort of extreme power to like come in or usher into your life, and there's something like end this waiting, or I don't know, I'm getting a very, it's okay, it's very sad, wrong to say this, but I'm getting a really like suicidal energy. I'm getting like very suicidal energy. Someone just cannot, I don't know, Pilot. If you are living around abusive people, please cut them off of your life, or try to set like boundaries around them, even if you cannot. I don't care if it's the most like, I don't know, I think it's the most, maybe it sounds like the most hilarious thing to tell you, but like, I feel like you just want to, like, I was getting that, quick fix, get rich scheme, or quickly get rich, what is that, get rich quick fix schemes. I was getting that, right? And something like that, I'm seriously getting that for you guys. Like, you want someone or some sort of savior to come out of nowhere and just like, bring a power from their place, like a power so huge that it just ends all the problems in your life, or it just mercilessly like it ends all the challenges, all the problems in your life. But the thing is, hunter in reverse is like, it's almost like you're at a point of your life where you're just trying to, I don't know, you fantasize that mercilessness, or there is like, you fantasize this sort of humiliation ritual maybe for some of you, just because like you want this same energy to be pushed onto something else in your life, to be pushed onto some really bad people in your life. Maybe you want this energy to be pushed onto some very I'm getting heated individual, I'm getting heated debates with some people, right? So maybe you have had some heated debates with some people, and you want this energy to be lashed out on them. You want like this individual, whoever this person is, to take out this entire like, I don't know, like, you want them to protect you. You want them to attack all these people around you. That's the kind of energy that I'm getting in here, Pile number 2. Yeah, that's the reason why it is so persistent. It's like, I just feel like this hatred, like, the only reason I feel like the reason why you like this individual so much is because of the anger and the resentment that this person holds for other people. And it's as if like you can see that anger and resentment, all right? And I don't like to say this, but I feel like you just wish that this person uses their anger and resentment to lash out on other people. Because what I'm seeing in here is that you want this emperor to go reverse. You don't want this emperor to, like, you seriously want this individual to take or lash out their anger on people, or like, because their anger or their resentment, the suppression of their own anger and the suppression of their resentment reminds you of yourself. Like, like, it's, and it's like you just love watching them crash out, or you just love watching them lash out on other people, and shut them down, or you just really love watching them like, you just really love watching, like, I don't know, I'm getting like pray for God or something like that, like you wish you could threaten such like abuse. I think there are some people in your life that you really want to get rid of, or that you just don't like in your life. You maybe want to get. Alright, so what I'm getting here is that now I'm getting, I show speed, and everybody is like, this is a lot of resentment and anger within you. That is the reason why you're bonding with this individual. This is a sort of like a trauma bond relationship, or a trauma bond fantasy that you have. Yeah. I'm also getting like, where this individual could not tell you apart, or there's something like you want to, I feel like you don't want to, like, there's something like you want a fantasy where this individual is not able to tell you apart from the people that they actually hate, and then you just love, I don't know, spoiling them, or kind of like ruining them, or like destroying their purity, or destroying their sanity, because they might not like poor people like you, or something like that. I don't know what this is. Now I'm getting trained individuals, I'm getting trauma trained professionals. Yeah, exactly. You should, if this is, I think this is not an alternative for medicine. I've already said that in the start of the video, but you should actually go and check out some trauma trained individual, alright? Yeah, what can you do about it? Oh no, I'm not going to see what can you do about it. It's how it is affecting your daily life, right? How it is affecting your daily life. Lord. Never been in an energy so persistent, right? Yeah. Is it visible? Yeah, it is visible, I guess. Yeah, it is visible. Let's see. What can you do about it, Palmer? Okay. I think first things first, you need to get yourself out of this. Yeah. I don't know why. I feel like this is you for some people. For some people, I feel like I'm talking to you by number two. Like you are this person that you are fantasizing about. That's why I was getting like maybe you're a. I'm not saying narcissist, but I'm saying that maybe you just like I don't want to call you narcissist, but I don't know how to say this. Like you just want to like I don't know like get something in your hand. You want to get that power in your hand to like mercilessly hurt people as much as possible so that you can like get your anger out of your body or something like that. Yeah. Alright. Okay, this is weird. Alright, maybe this is your relationship with yourself. Maybe you trauma bond with yourself like this, rather than actually building an actual connection with yourself. Maybe this could be some of you, right? So the tower in oh wow, yeah, exactly. The tower in reverse. Sometimes the tower in reverse is basically us trying to get out of this chaotic energy. Like I feel like just get out of this chaotic falling down energy. Just get out of this energy that is constantly making you question your morals, question your sanity, question your purity, whatever this is. Just get out of this situation. Because I feel like with the two of cups in here, I was talking about how I thought like this individual was feeling stuck to somebody in their life, right? I feel like that's why I'm thinking that this could be you guys as well. Maybe you guys have to like move on from some sort of relationship, friendship, connection that just makes you feel like you're falling apart every single time. That just makes you fall apart every single time. 7 could be very significant for you, right? Yeah. Because I just saw that in the camera. Yeah. Yeah, actually 1 6 actually comes down to 7, right? I think 7 is a very I don't know. Now I'm seeing 6 of wands and the ace, I'm seeing 6 and 1, and I'm just adding that up. I don't know, like you guys could be very much into why am I getting CORN all of a sudden? Anyways, yeah, like I don't know, this could be some sort of like I don't know, mathematical equation. Yeah, with the riddle in here, it just gives me like a mathematical equation that just cannot be solved, or something about this individual is so mysterious that you just have to accept that this person is a mystery. There's nothing else you can do about it. So I think that's the thing that you need to come out. I think the like how it is affecting your life is I don't know. Did I just start saying what can you do about it rather than saying how it is affecting your life? Okay, it is okay. So there's something around the lines of like the thing that you're doing. Like I feel like you. All right, what do you do? All right, it's kind of giving me like okay, I'm going too fast. Wait a second. All right, I was getting the song. Take It Slow by Jackson Wang. Like when you push your tummy, baby, go slow on me, daddy, go slow it down, down, down. Oh my god. Yes, I'm going too fast. Even though I don't want to go this fast, I'm not in a hurry. But for some reason, I'm just hurrying it. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's my hunger pangs. I'm not hungry actually. I don't know what this is. But I just feel like there's such a I'm feeling so stressed out in this energy. Exactly. Now I understood why I was confusing between what you can do about it and how it is affecting your life. So there are two questions that the question that I ask these cards is how is your life getting affected by it? And the thing is, yeah, you sort of what happens with you is that what you do about the sexual fantasy or the way this fantasy affects you. I feel like you've just accepted it. You've just accepted that this is how this fantasy is going to affect me for the rest of my life, and you just don't want to do anything about it. I feel like you've given up on doing anything about it because I went into this stressed out mode, right? Yeah. I think the way this is affecting your life is that this thing is like it's so freaking stressful. I don't know. This could be a connection. This could be a relationship. Maybe you're in connection with this individual. Could not be. But I'm getting like this is so stressful. This energy is so freaking stressful for you that you have to constantly. It's almost like yeah, you're so stressed out. Like this sexual fantasy or whatever this is, whatever fantasy this is, romantic fantasy, whatever this is. This is like I'm not saying derailing you, but it is stressing you a lot. It's stressing you, especially when it comes to your connections, right? Yeah, I feel like maybe this is an insecurity that you have surrounding your relationships with people or surrounding connections with people, and this fantasy helps you to cope with this actual rift in connection and helps you, imagine a space where you can take your anger out. And for some reason, yeah, Lord, I have never been so. I think now I understand why I was getting this much real talk about this individual, right? Yeah, I feel like maybe yes, like okay, listen. Yeah, I feel like how this affects you in your daily life is like it gives you that motivation, that boost to be a winner, but it also traps you in this stressed out cycle. Exactly. It gives me a cycle of productivity. It gives me a cycle of looping into this consumerism and this capitalist mentality. Yeah, like definitely, like this person buying so many stuff and making you buy so many stuff. Actually, by the number 57 could be significant. I saw 5707 in the timer, 5733 in the timer. Oh Lord, let me like catch my breath. This file, yeah. How it affects you on a daily basis is that it gives you the motivation. It definitely gives you the motivation to like win. It gives you the motivation, and sometimes you do become victorious in your ventures, right? But it traps you in this loop in this stressed out loop where you're not able to form substantial connections. When I say substantial connections, I mean you're not able to form connections that have some substance to them. You're not able to form connections that have some essence to them. You are constantly in this parasocial relationship with this individual, or you're constantly listening to their advice and going into a consumerism relationship with the people around you, right? And that's like I think that's the reason why, even though this person motivates you so much, the way this has affected you and your life, like even though this person motivates you to win, and even like I feel like yeah, like this person helps you in taking that initiative to become victorious. They definitely give you that initiative to become victorious, but I just feel like it's like you just end up trapping yourself in a stressed out loop of emotions where you're just trying to when you're in a tug of war with yourself. All right, I get that in this energy. All right, it's a ball of stress trying to fight with everybody around them, trying to isolate themselves because they feel like they are how in Six of Wands it's only one person who wins the entire race. You look at yourself as that sort of individual. This person it motivates you into turning into that one man success, right? But the fact is that it doesn't. It's like this entire thing it stresses you out. It stresses out your relationships. It stresses out the way you look at your interpersonal relationships that you have with people. You isolate yourself. I feel like this is how your life is being affected. And what has happened with you is that instead of doing something about this effect that has happened with you, you have accepted breadcrumbs. When I say accepted breadcrumbs is that you have accepted the motivation that this person gives you. You have accepted the victory that comes whenever you engage with this individual or whenever you listen to their content and get motivated by it and start applying the tricks and tactics and the strategies that this person applies in their life, and definitely motivates you to become successful. Maybe in some cases you have become successful at one point of your life, right? But what I feel like but I feel like the stress of not being in relationship with, in connection with this individual, the stress of not being able to talk with this individual, or the stress of not having this individual, having a one-on-one with this individual, because I feel like you have heard whatever, like it's almost like you know who this person is, you've heard whatever this person speaks on a daily basis, you feel very connected to them. But the thing is, you haven't made that one-on-one connection with this individual, and this stresses you out on a daily basis. This stresses you out on a daily basis, right? Yeah, it's kind of like you're always running away from, how do I say this, if there is anything, like I just feel like this is a parasocial relationship. I just feel like this is a parasocial relationship. If you find that this message resonates for you on a different type of level, please take it like that. But currently I'm getting parasocial relationships in my head, so I'm going to talk about that, right? What I'm getting here is that the moment you realize that the foundations of this relationship is falling apart, or the moment you realize that this person doesn't like XYZ thing, or when you realize that this person doesn't like ABCD, all right, you become stressed out and you start running behind the ABCD thing that this person likes, and you just leave behind the XY. Like you become really angsty, and you just start running behind that XY thing. How do I say this? Suppose this individual, whoever you're fantasizing about, they don't like X and they like Y, all right? This can be anything. Like, for example, they like the brand Gucci, but they do not like the brand Balenciaga, right? So they love the brand Gucci, they don't love the brand Balenciaga. So what you do is that you start running behind Gucci, and you start burning down whatever you bought from Balenciaga, right? And the Two of Cups in reverse is basically you trying to revive this relationship, or you trying to, you're trying very hard so that this relationship doesn't fall apart. So you end up like running in circles to buy whatever this person is endorsing, or to buy whatever and burn down anything that this person is not endorsing, or burn down anything that this person says that they hate, right? And I think that's the kind of energy that is going on here. This is how this energy is affecting your life, all right? And the thing is, you don't want to do anything about it, maybe because you feel like it's trendy like that, like everybody does it, it's trendy, or you just do not realize the consequences of this sort of loop behavior, all right? That's what I'm getting in here. Yeah. So let's see, what can you do about it, all right? What can you do about this? What can pile number 2 do about the fantasy that they have about this individual? Or what can they do about their, consumerist and capitalist habits? What can pile number 2 do about this? What can pile number 2 do about this? I think first of all, the thing is you need to stop normalizing the normal things that are coming to you, and instead try to find the meaning behind the reason why it's so normal, right? Yeah. What can pile number 2 do about this? Oh, okay, it starts off like this. So what can pile number 2 do about this? I think I need to pull out more. That's it? Yeah. I'll just keep it in here. Yeah, you know what, we'll pick this card later on, because I think they have some other context in here, right? Yeah, I'll just push them in here and I'll put it in here. Something just tells me that they want to come down. Like these 2 cards want to come below these 3 cards. What can you do about it? First things, accept the anger, accept the pain, accept the anguish, feel it. Feel this energy, because I feel like there's like a third party situation where someone is just trying to, mingle in your life, or they're just trying to how do I say this? They're just trying to invade your privacy, all right? Yeah, accept that. Accept this pain, this anguish, this fear, this resentment that you feel towards whatever this is. And yeah, learn to transmute that energy. Because the Two of Wands often talks about ghosting. I would say ghosting people, but I feel like you're planning to Two Wands basically you're being asked to transmute that within yourself, or it's kind of like learn to transmute that energy, learn to transform this, turn this energy into something transformative. With the Son of Swords in here, this is the Knight of Swords. Again, I'm getting it's more like I think you're being asked to basically become good at speaking up, or I feel like you're being asked to become I'm getting redacted thinking. Wait a second. All right. So there's something, okay. Yeah, think before you post something. That's the thing I'm getting. Think before you publish anything. Think before you express. I won't say think, but I feel like whoever you are, I think you would have realized this yourself, because I'm getting a lot of performative energy right now, right? You feel a lot of resentment in some way. Feel it. But instead of publishing it outside, learn to censor, or learn to be precise, or learn to be more accurate about the things that you're talking about. Because Son of Swords is a very quick energy, right? I feel like, you feel like you need to respond quickly to something. Yeah, you feel like you need to respond quickly to something, but the thing is, I don't know why, I'm also feeling like there's something around the lines of do it privately for yourself. Something like if you really want to express this anger out, or you want to express this, or you want to just be savage to someone, try to go in a closed room and be I don't know, make a private video about it and then just delete it. Something like that. Just don't, I don't know why. I feel like it's like you're just being told that whatever energy you have, whatever you want to say, or whatever you want to express in the moment, express it but don't post it. Express it but don't show it to, do not, some of this painful expression, resentment, whatever this is, I'm getting painful expression. So kind of something that is banned. Maybe you're banned from expressing something, and maybe that's why you're being told that if you're being banned to express something, learn to express that in a way where you don't, where whatever resentment that you have is not being posted around the world. It's not being I just feel like it's giving me kind of an energy where you feel a lot of resentment, but you're being told to take the time and release that anger in your home, or release that anger somewhere else before you go out and jump scare people with your anger issues or something. There's something like that in here, even when it comes to the, I don't know, it also gives me it gives me a lot around the internet, right? Before, think 10, if you're angry about something, instead of posting it, just post it in your private account, or post it in your private blog, or post it in Tumblr we have a lot of private blogs, right? So kind of post it in your privacy, in your own private way. Before, I feel like, before you form, because these are thoughts that Son of Swords are the thoughts that are formed in an instinct, right? So I feel like these instinctive thoughts don't need to be known by everyone, or they, not everybody needs to, they don't need to be out there for everybody to see. They don't need to travel the world wide web for everybody to know. Maybe sometimes you can just stay in your own private space, right? So that's the kind of energy that I'm getting in here. Fool in reverse and the Hermit in reverse, right? So yeah, what you can do about it is basically, I don't know, I feel like you want to be naive, or you just want to make mistakes. But there's something around the lines of if you want to make mistakes, try to make those mistakes in private rather than in public. Turtles could be significant. Someone could have a pet turtle or pet tortoise for somebody out here. I was getting a turtle crystal agate, or a turtle shaped stone, or a turtle shaped decoration, or a turtle ring, something like that. The thing about turtle rings is that turtle or tortoise ring, I don't know. Wait a second. All right, so it's a tortoise. So the thing about tortoise is that Vishnu Bhagavan is often considered, like Lord Vishnu is often considered to be in the form of a tortoise. Like, and many people wear a ring of that, and that ring actually means calmness. So the fact that I'm getting that ring currently right now is basically, I feel like you're being asked to be slow and be patient before you speak something. Because I feel like there are so many mistakes that you want to make, there are so many new things that you want to do, but you're so scared of, but you're so like, it's almost like you're so scared of making mistakes, or maybe you don't have a space to make mistakes. And I feel like you, like something along the lines of forming. I don't know why I'm getting forming your own community is painful for you or something like that. So there's something like you're forming, you're making. I think what you can do about it is basically. I don't know why you're getting isolation. Like this is the energy that you're getting, like learn to make mistakes in your isolated space, or there's something like not every mistake needs to be posted out there. Not every small mistake that you made needs to be out there in the public for everybody to see. Maybe some of those mistakes can be made in your own personal space, so that you have that personal time to reflect on yourself or reflect on your own mistakes. You don't need to add so many public opinions to it, right? That's the kind of energy that I'm getting here. Like something about, I feel like whatever your resentment is, whatever your anger is, whatever your processing is, however the way you process your emotions, learn to process them in private. I think that's what you can do about it, because that's the energy that I'm getting here. All right, let me see this card in back. 9 of Cups in reverse. Exactly. I don't know. It's kind of like, I'm not saying stop. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to express your emotions out loud in the public, but there's something around the lines of, like, I just feel like this is not 9 of Cups. It kind of gives me like seeking validation, seeking attention, and like something has like something about the way this fantasy has, like, yeah, there's something like you victimize yourself a lot in some manner, and you try to seek validation so much on the outside that you forget to take that space for yourself. You forget to take that time for yourself to process what is happening with you or what is going on with you, right? I think that's what you need to do about it. You need to find some space to, and I'm getting like, this is not even something that you can process. This is like a feeling that I'm getting, like, it's kind of like you feel seething anger within you. It's boiling anger and it's going to explode at any point. You cannot find a place to actually, like, this is not something that needs to be processed. It's kind of giving me like, it's kind of giving me an anger because things are not in the same way as they used to be. Things are not in control anymore. And I feel like that's the reason why you're so angry. You're so angry with the fact that people are so different from you. You could be very angry with the fact that people are not the same way that they used to be or something like that. And there's something along the lines of you needing to find that, yeah, I feel like you often, like, that is what affects you a lot. I feel like, yeah, this energy of challenge, like challenging people out of their comfort zone affects you a lot. I don't know how to say this, but okay, it's not a challenge of effect. What I'm getting here is that things just don't feel like, I don't know, you could be a very old individual, you could be someone who's, past their 50s. I was getting the word 57 again and again. So for some of you, maybe you have a very hard time processing life or processing the way people think, like how, like during the 1990s or during the 2000s, there was a societal norm where women were expected to be, no, okay, not in 1990, okay, I'll just go in 1950s, all right? 1950s, women were often expected to be wives, housewives, right? And maybe for some of you, as like what happened to the patriarchy was that as time passed, they become more and more resentment towards, like, there was a lot of resentment that they had with the fact that they couldn't control their own wives or their own women. It's not their women, but they just could not control their wives, right? They just could not control them, and it just created up a lot of insecurity within them that all these people are just going out and they are, maybe in the name of work, these women are just trying to have a extramarital relationship or something like that, and that sort of insecurity, sort of, there was like this resentment that came out of this insecurity that these patriarchs or these men had told themselves for a very long time. And I'm not saying that this resentment, maybe when what happens is that once you come out of that comfort zone, once you come out of that space where you're thinking in this one way, when you have this one line of thinking, right? When you come out of that space, what happens is that it becomes like, it becomes really hard to settle down with the things that you have basically told yourself, or that you have conditioned, or that you allowed the environment to condition within you, right? And I just feel like that's the thing with you. Like, you would have a very, very hard time processing the wokeness of the world around you, or processing the liberalness of the world around you, or processing the new ideas that people are coming up with on a daily basis. Now, these new ideas doesn't always need to be liberal. Some of these new ideas can be very weird, right? But yeah, whatever this is, I don't care. Like, it could be weird, it could be bad, whatever this is. Like, you just are not able to process these new ideas because maybe you have been conditioned into that old way of thinking. You have been conditioned into that old idea of living life. And I think what your message in this entire read comes down to you actually realizing that this I'm already getting like, this read was not meant for you because the read just went too long, right? But yeah, if this read is too long for you, yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, but I think we're almost reaching the end of it. Yeah, I don't need to apologize about that, right? Yeah, exactly. I don't need to apologize about my read being too long just because I want to make a long read. But exactly, that's what I'm getting here. Like, it's just these old ideas not, like, it's just not being able to assimilate with these old ideas. I think that's what is just getting onto you. That's what is, I'm getting skimping on you, or it's kind of like, I think that is kind of like having a rage effect on you where, you're just not used to seeing something the way you used to see, and now it's just something different, and it has become really hard for you to, process the new things that are happening, the new ideas that people are bringing up. And maybe that's why I feel like your advice in this read, according to this read, just feels like you need to take some time for yourself. Exactly. You need to take some time for yourself. I'm also getting like, kind of like, expose yourself to the world around you. Yeah, expose yourself to the so-called, I won't say expose yourself so in the sense like you should accept it, but kind of like, I don't know why I'm getting baneful practice again and again, right? So there's something around the lines of like you having to learn how to grow up, or you're just not, it's not growing up, it's more of like accepting that different things can exist in the same atmosphere as you. Yeah. Ten of Pentacles in here, I just feel like, yeah, it's just learning to accept the abundance, learning to accept abundance for what it actually is. Yeah, I feel like there's something around the lines of you having to, like something around, I don't know why, I'm just saying that maybe you should, like, whatever plan, like, I don't know why. There's also a line on the side in here, like, expose your retreat. Like, I'm getting retreat, right? Like, go back. Like, I'm not saying go back into your shell, but it's kind of like, try to process that pain or that instinct in your shell. But I think, yeah, you're learning how to expose that out of your body, or you're learning how to expose this. I'm going to expose this freedom, or you're learning how to expose this. Yeah, see, Justice card is here. You're learning how to expose this way of living life, something like that. Seven of Swords upright. It is very eccentric. Whatever you're doing could feel really eccentric, right? Because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where is the seventh sword? Well, it's hiding in here. It's hiding in here. It's not like it's out of sight, but it's there. Yeah, just there's something along the lines of adopting a new way of doing things, or it might seem shady at the start, but it's just learning with life, learning how to assimilate with life, right? Yeah, things might seem a bit bitter on the start, or it might seem a bit harsh. But as you grow accustomed, as you start becoming accustomed to it, you will start learning more and more about it, right? So that's the only thing that is going on. I don't know why I'm getting like a very I'm getting a boomer uncle. I'm seeing a boomer uncle who's asking Gen Z to teach them what being LGBTQ pro actually means. What being what does being what does tarot reading actually does for you? Like, I'm just seeing this boomer uncle trying to understand Gen Z and their little slangs and the ways they speak and everything else. And you know what? Yeah, it might seem a little bit hard at the start, but you know what? Okay, you will get it. Just find your own different ways of taking your resentment out, right? Yeah. I think your pile needs a lot of rest and retreat. Honestly, there's a lot of rest and retreat in here. And even if you're not someone too old, but this message has resonated with you, I honestly feel like people just, I know that age can be physically exhausting and everything else. You start exhausting yourself physically, right? But sometimes it is not age it is not the physical that is exhausting. Sometimes it's the emotional and the mental conditioning that you have been brought up in, and the new ideas that you're getting exposed to, and you having to perform according to these new ideas, but not knowing how to transmute this trauma and pain that you got from these old ideas. And maybe that is sometimes very exhausting, right? I feel like you're learning how to transmute that. You're learning how to transmute this energy out of you. See, I was yeah, I don't know. Okay. I asked how can you transmute this energy? Exactly. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to learn to let go of whatever. Yeah, I'm seeing a very harmful community in here, basically. Or I don't know, like there's a community of people that you're supposed to perform in front of, or there's a close knit of family or circle of people in front of whom you need to perform on a daily basis. Something like that is here, and you are basically trying to find that strength to do that on a daily basis. I feel like that strength, how you can transmute that, like how you can actually transmute this energy, is by you understanding, you recognizing trauma for what it is, you actually calling out your pain for what it is, you accepting the fact that this pain is like whatever, even though this was done to you in the name of disciplining you, it felt painful. Once you accept that vulnerability with yourself, that it was painful, and yes, I'm ready to move on from that pain, and yes, I'm ready to see a completely different perspective. I think that's when you start shifting your narrative, or that's when you start gaining that strength to, I don't know, I feel like many of you are trying to get out of this small circle or this group of people who are trying to keep you in this energy all the time, right? So there's something along the lines of you, once, I feel like, yeah, you will, I think you're trying to gain that strength to appear, I think, yeah, that's when I think you'll get that strength to act or to tolerate this group of people who are trying to push you forward, like who are trying to, like, they're not trying to push you forward, but it's kind of almost giving me like, they're trying to, like, sometimes you don't always need to be pushed forward. Sometimes people just need to understand that some people need a hug, some people need affection, some people need that retreat, that rest, that relaxation. And I feel like, yeah, like, you are just learning how to find that balance between the rest and the pushing forward, and this push forward community. Like, you're trying to find that balance between your own isolation, your own rest, and the push that other people are giving you to be more productive, be like this, be like that. Because I feel like original productivity, original authentic Ace of Wands, that is original motivation, is basically you learning from your own mistakes, you learning from your own naive mistakes. Already, the moment you start doing that is when you will realize that this strength, like you will find the strength within you to move through life and without feeling like you neglected a part of you or something like that. Like, it's kind of like, how do I say this? When we make mistakes in our life, we understand the character in ourselves. We understand the way the way you react to a mistake is what your character is like. So it's kind of like you find yourself, And I think that process of finding yourself is a real motivator. It actually really motivates you to move towards this, to move forward in this journey, or to move towards an extremely new way of looking at life, right? Yeah, so there's something around, like, yeah, that's what I'm getting for your reading, pile number 2. I feel like your reading was very hard for me. I think not because you are a very complicated person. I didn't mean to project that on you, but I feel like this reading was so difficult for me because I'm living in we are basically living in the age of rage bait and aesthetic behavior, right? Where we are trying to aesthetize ourselves to look a certain type of way. And it's like I had to like sit with that. How do I say this? I felt like so many people decide to change themselves or decide to transform themselves to become a sort of aesthetic, right? And I just felt like I had to sit with you just so that I can actually decode the fact that all of this aestheticism is nothing without your own inner substance, right? And it's a very like, this reading has actually like changed my perspective a lot as a reader. So thank you so much for entering into my energy. Thank you so much for bringing your energy here. This was a very, very I won't say, I don't know, it's not a painful reading for me, but there was a lot of destructive energy in here which I had to like decode and I had to sit with, which almost kind of made it impossible for me to do the read, but I'm so glad I reached the end of it, right? So yeah, pile number 2, take care of yourself. Goodbye. Have a great sleep, honestly speaking, because yeah, I think you should actually take a good relaxation, good retreat after this read. Lord, this yeah, have a great day. Good night, pile number 2. Bye-bye. Take care of yourself. Thank you for your energy. Goodbye, pile number 2. Hello, pile number 3. Pardon the construction sound from the outside. So this is going to be your, Lord, it's so hard to see. Okay, this is going to be a perfume. This is Skin by Titan, the Skin series by Titan, and the perfume's name is Nude. It's a 1.7, what is it called? Oz. I forgot what is Oz? Ounces, yeah. 1.7 ounces and FL ounces and 50 milliliter, alright? Yeah, so this is the cap of this perfume. This is how this perfume looks like. It's a very beautiful perfume. And yeah, I called it watery. I said that it smells watery, but no, it actually smells really sweet. Just like every other perfume. There's a little bit of a it girl vibe to this perfume. Wait a second. I don't want to mess with the mic's functioning, but I feel like given how many interruptions, or it's not just the interruptions, it's just that every single time I come back to the mic, the construction worker starts beating his hammer to the nail, right? So I just feel like it's like, given how much time it took me to come to this read, to record this read, oh lord, the smell is overpowering. Sorry, the smell is overpowering. The smell is overpowering. The smell is overpowering, and it gives that it girl vibe. But I was about to say that sound is overpowering. It's very loud in here. I feel like this is going to be a never-ending background noise in your read, volume 3. I'm very sorry for this. But yeah, there were a lot of things before I came into this read, right? Today in this read, what we are going to explore is what are your sexual fantasies about this individual, who this individual is, and we will find some physical characteristics of this individual so that, it's a confirmation for you. Then we'll see why this fantasy is so persistent to you, and then we'll see what can you do about this and how this fantasy is affecting your daily life. Damn, it's so hard given how much this background, like, I just feel like the more I say this, the more this background noise increases. And not just that, it took me more than 2-3 days to come to this read and sit in this read, alright? Wow, there's like this beautiful diamond shape down here. It's cool. It took me like more than, like, I don't know, something about diamonds could be significant given how the cap of this perfume has this sort of cut, right? Let me spray this everywhere so that, it gives us the feel of your read. Lord. Yeah, actually there's a lot of alcoholic smell to this. Like, I can, like, how do I say this? Every perfume has alcoholic smell, but I can smell its alcoholic smell. Like, it's more potent in this one. And then the smell goes to, then it starts smelling like, I don't know, I'm getting kind of like, oops, sorry. It starts, Lord, I don't like this background noise at all. I think I'll do this read later on. Like, I just feel this, pile number 3, every time I come to your read, I feel like I have to delay your read to like 2-3 more days, and like, almost like, I don't know how to say this, like, there's so much noise that is interrupting this read. Pile 3, your read has been a ride. It has been a ride, my god, there were so many noises. So there's something I realized in your read. I realized that your read, I don't know, like, after I stopped reading in the middle, I just went to eat my lunch, right? And I just realized that there are lots of chemicals, lot of impurities, lot of chemicals that I'm surrounded by. And it's just like, it's like the universe, everything is just trying to tell me to detox. This is also something that the moment I came into the energy of this read, my dietary habits have changed a lot. Like, I'm eating a lot more carbohydrates, I'm eating a lot more sugar, I'm eating a lot more confectionery stuff. I just don't know, like, it's a lot of things. I'm putting a lot of things in my system. And if you know how different carbohydrates and proteins are, especially when you're maintaining a diet, you know that you don't need, if you eat a lot of proteins, you don't need much carbohydrates, right? So eating carbohydrates again and again just to keep our cells going is, how do I say this? For example, suppose you had this much amount of carbohydrates, right? If you take this much amount of protein, it will give you the same amount of energy as this much amount of carbohydrates. But the thing is that I almost felt like I was consuming a lot of carbohydrates, actually. Like, I have increased my, like, even though I have sources of proteins around me, I'm still preferring to go for carbohydrates again and again and again and again. Like, I'm taking it in small quantities at different portions of time, and it's not really nice, alright? It's not something. Okay, yeah. So what I was saying is that I felt like I was putting a lot of impurities in my body, or I was putting a small quantity of things in my body. How do I say this? I just felt like I was taking large quantities of carbohydrates to fill my stomach, when I could have just took a small quantity, a really small quantity of protein, and it would have filled my stomach the same way. This is the energy that I was feeling in your read so much, right? Again, now I just got it. You know why? Yeah, I call this smell watery or whatever, right? So it's not actually watery smell. It's basically, yeah, like, exactly. I feel like there is something around the lines of you need to take care of the water resources around you, or at least look into the water resources around you. Like, this was something I had to do last year when I realized that the water that I was drinking, I was consuming, was actually giving me yeast infections in my private areas, right? That's when I realized that, oh my god, consuming the right kind of water is a very important thing. That's when I realized that, right? And I feel like this is a thing which you guys need to do as well. There's like a lot of interruptions in my read. There's a lot of changes in my diet plans since I have started moving into your read. I felt like, your read felt very indulgent to me. And I just felt like I was eating carbohydrates for the taste. I was filling my stomach with carbohydrates for the taste. And no matter how much hard I tried, I couldn't go back to my proteins. I just couldn't go back to eating that. Like, I just felt like I overate a lot of, like, I started overeating. I started overindulging. And yeah, it was I'm not trying to, like, project this energy onto you, but this could be my own habits. But I've never, like, there is like this, like, my stomach has been feeling a sort of I don't know how to say my stomach has been feeling, but it's sort of like I was like compromising with my own dietary habits. I was eating a lot of sugar, actually, a lot of sugar. Like, I had indulged into a lot of sugar in the past 2-3 weeks. So very sweet energy, yes, but I was also getting a lot of like, not so healthy energy. Not something I would preferably like. And I don't know why I just understood that maybe this is something that we are going to be talking about in this week, because actually nothing in this world can smell like tap water, right? Because come on, water doesn't have any smell to it. But I remember I described this perfume as watery smell or something like that, right? And something tells me that it's not, even though this smell reminds me a lot of the ocean, it reminds me of the seas, there is some sort of impurity, there's some sort of detoxification that needs to take place, at least at some point or at some level. So this could be, I was saying, right, like, this smell actually gave me that it girl energy. It's a very fresh smell. It wakes you up, and it puts you, and it reminds me of beaches a lot. It reminds me of the ocean. It reminds me of, like summer parties, that sort of energy. Yeah. So that's the smell of this. That's how I feel about this. And I don't know, I think I wanted to speak this out. I wanted to tell how much I felt. I almost felt like there was such a toxic like, how do I say this? Like, it's like I would have said that this it was like something. It was because of my bad habits, right? Or it was because I have suddenly started indulging into all these things. But also the fact that before I could indulge, there was something very weird that was happening in these days. Like before I want like what would happen is, I suppose I'm going to eat sweet tomorrow. I'll get an intuitive sense that I'm about to eat. Like I'll get some weird olfactory, like I'll get some weird taste in my mouth. I'll get the sweet taste in my mouth, and then after 2 days we'll have a party in our place. Alright, like like someone will come to yeah. See, what are your favorite simple pleasures? I'll absolutely, like, I feel a lot of pleasure, but I don't know why this energy went from like it went to a lot of, it went to an excess of hedonistic energy. It went to an excess of pleasurable energies. How do I say this? Like I just felt, how do I say this? Like I can intuitively sense that I want something sweet, and then what I'll do is that instead of, I know, like my intuition often tells me like 2-3 days before only that if I'm about to eat something sweet, my intuition will give me that sweet taste in my mouth, and I'll know that alright, I'm about to eat that. If I'm about to eat something fishy, my intuition is going to give me that smell, or it's going to give me that sense of taste in my tongue, right? So I would get it. But for, how do I say this? It's like coming into your energy felt like I was over exaggerating, over exemplifying, or I was trying to over pleasurize myself. It felt like a different type of hedonism. It was like sensuality but on hardcore drugs. That's how it felt like. Pleasure but on hardcore drugs. Yeah, and it's like, how do I say this? Like I was indulging into my own fantasies before I could come to pile 3 reads. I was over indulging on those fantasies, even though I was getting warnings from spirit that you shouldn't do that. I was still indulging into it, and after I finally ended feeling that way, I was like, all right. But then something new came up, and something new just like I don't know. I just felt like there were so many toxins, or there was so much poison type of energy that was like entering into my field again and again, and it was stinging me, yes, but I pretty much, because it did not felt like it was stinging me, I continued. I let it continue its course with me, right? Yeah. So I feel like something about this fantasy is like that. It's got a little bit of a pretty toxic effect on you, or this person has seemingly a sort of toxic effect on you. Because I this morning I woke up with this dream, and like I was told in my dream that you should not try to attract poisonous people towards your energy, or you will attract poison to you will energetically attract different types of toxins and different types of poison towards yourself. Rather, learn to attract or manifest healthy relationships, healthy people for you, something like that. And I'm not saying toxins or poison by nature are bad, right? The more you indulge into your own venom, the more you realize only then when you mindfully indulge into it, only then will you realize the medicine for your venom. That is how snake venoms are, right? Every snake venom is also like the snake venom is also used. The same snake venom with the same venom is used to make antidotes for that venom, right? So it's kind of like how do I say this? It's kind of like we are just learning to train our immune system, or we are learning to train our body to see things in a different perspective, so that it doesn't feel overwhelming to us. So there's something around this lines. Like I just feel like this person's fantasy feels very overwhelming for you. Because I'm getting like I'm not saying I'm getting toxic tarot reader. So some of you would be from my toxic tarot reader Tumblr, right? So what I'm getting from this energy is that I'm seeing this diamond cut in here, and this reminds me a lot of like shining diamonds and everything, right? Something around the lines of like whatever this thing is, whatever this person is about whom you're fantasizing about, they could have a very overwhelming sense. Like they could be very overwhelming for you. They could be dominant, or like they could be the type of dominant individual that sort of I'm getting antagonizes you. So something like maybe you have a bad rapport, or you have a enmity with this individual. Maybe there's also something like this person overpowers you or dominates you in the sense. And that's also sort of tempting in some way. I don't know why I'm getting the Briar University series by, I don't know what her name is, but there's something like Briar University series, Briar U series. I forgot the name. The Chase. Wait a second, let me once see the name of that book. I'll come back. All right. Yeah, I got it. It's the Briar U series by L. Kennedy, and the book I'm talking about is The Chase. Sorry, not The Chase. The Risk. It's the second. It's the second book of the series, right? So basically, what happens in Risk is that there is this girl who is basically in love with, or she falls in. Okay, I should not give the spoiler, but yeah, there's something like enemy to friends, enemy to lovers relationship going on, right? So maybe that's maybe you feel. Maybe you're doubting yourself. Yeah, maybe you feel like this is the toxin that that is entering into your life and is kind of like polluting your space. Maybe, yeah, sort of like this individual, whoever this person is. This person has sort of like an enemy vibe to them. That's what I'm getting. What are the sexual fantasies? What the F? In an ideal world, what career would you pursue? In an ideal world, I will take career as commitment, alright? In an ideal world, what relationship would you pursue? Which person would you like to settle down with? Alright, wait a second. Okay. In an ideal world, what career would you pursue, or which person would you settle down with? So there's something around the lines of what is happiness for you? It's in reverse, alright? So there's something around the lines of no matter, like you wouldn't have thought of this in dreams. You wouldn't have thought that you would dream about this individual. I'm getting, I don't know, I'm getting grape. Eeks, that's weird. What is this? Is somebody having, all right, I don't endorse that much rough fantasies because, sometimes some women, they think, I don't want to glorify abuse in this channel, all right? But what I'm saying is that maybe some of you in here, you fantasize a lot of rough core stuff with this individual, and never in your entire life you would have, I think you don't want to admit it. That's what I'm getting. Like you couldn't have ever thought of this. You couldn't have ever thought of imagining about this individual, falling in love with this individual, or even the less sexualizing this individual. Like there's something so peculiarly smexy and like fantastical about it. Like there's such a fantasy element to this individual. Like they can, like you would have never thought that you could pollute your mind with their thoughts, that you could toxify your brain thinking about them. Like this person is totally opposite of everything that you had thought you ever liked about yourself. I'm getting 312, so 3rd December could be significant. 12th March could be significant. Yeah. So there's something around that is significant. Like this individual could make, I'm getting this individual could make up stories about you. They have made gossips about you. They have made you feel like insignificant in front of others. So there's a sort of energy where this person has made you, like humiliated you in some manner, made you look down on yourself. Yeah. And then here you are fantasizing about this individual. Here you are overthinking about this person. Like you're sexualizing them. You're being tantalized by them. And it's like, what is happiness for you isn't coming in reverse, right? It's kind of like, this is not something that you're happy about. What is this one thing that you would want others to remember about you? This is the thing. I think this person has seen you doing something embarrassing. They've seen some embarrassing stuff about you. You would not want them to tell this out loud in public to everybody, the things that they have seen about you. There's something, I don't know why I'm getting sexual fantasies. I'm getting like a woman who is very scared. Like she has a mole in her private area, right? And this guy, like, I don't know, it's kind of like this person walked into her room without knocking and she just came out of her bathroom in a bath towel, and like the guy saw the big red mole down there, and it's embarrassing. It's not something they would have wanted to know. It's not something you would have wanted them to know, but sort of something like that. Like there's not a wholesome happiness to it. It sort of gives me a temptation. Exactly. This is the kind of temptation you're not allowed to have. You know what? If you are, I don't know if you have a real enmity with this individual or not, but if this is something about like, just wanting to explore your fantasies and stuff, I would recommend you to go and check out L. Kennedy's The Risk by, it's a Breyer University series. It's the second book in the Breyer U series. You can check it out. I don't know why I'm getting a serial killer, I'm getting this and that. So what are you doing, guys? Are you sexualizing Jeffrey Dahmer right there? Because if you are, please leave. Lord, why am I getting this? I think this could be due to your own traumatic. So there's something like your first impression in front of this individual was pretty embarrassing. They had seen you in a way that they shouldn't have seen, and every single time, like, they remind you of all those embarrassing moments in your life, something like that, like they trigger those embarrassing moments in your life, those snippets in your life. It kind of makes you feel very vulnerable, because it's like it's a very vulnerable part of you. It's a very small, intimate thing that you had hidden for yourself, and all of a sudden your enemy out of all of the people knows it. All right, yeah. All right, I don't want to say you're doing that. Okay, listen, YouTube can censor my words, but I'm definitely not glorifying abuse. If this is a fantasy about some really bad individual, we'll just see why this fantasy is persistent, what you can do about this fantasy, because in the end of the day, we are just here to get over this nonsense. If this is way too hard for you to deal with, right? But sometimes it feels very sometimes we might feel emasculated to sexualize an individual who has once abused us, right? And we end up glorifying our abusers, and I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to go through that path. But if you're going through something like that, I would definitely recommend you to go a little bit forward into the reading, especially go to the part of the read where I'm using this cards, that is a wild unknown archetype deck, and this small little checks. All right, I think you'll find your answers in there. Apart from that, people who are not daydreaming about somebody abusive, but simply daydreaming about somebody who's just an enemy. Yeah, I really want to say, if this reading triggers you in some manner, if it triggers that pain within you, or that shame within you, that you are sexualizing this person, this enemy of yours who has done nothing good to you, and it just makes you feel bad about yourself to confront this right now, please come to this reading later on. I would definitely recommend you to go to I think it's Brad Yates, yeah, or there's another lady called Fairy Godmother, Fairy Child Mother. I don't know, there's a therapist called Fairy Godmother, Fairy Child something. You can go to both of these channels, and you can do some finger tapping techniques to reduce your anxiety or your shame, and deal with it. Because what I try to do in my reading is, I don't try to get away from the things that are making people comfortable. Instead, I try to sit with that uncomfortable feeling, so that the person who is perceiving this reading at times, like this reading such as this kind can become very confrontational, and it's necessary to actually calm our minds, so that we don't take things more personally. All right, and we kind of understand the nuance of this being a general tarot read, and there are many people who can watch it. It's a timeless read. It can drop in anybody's feed, and anybody at any point of time can watch it, right? So yeah, like I think that I'm already getting this energy in my head. Like, some people right here don't want to sit with that energy, and it's all right if you don't want to sit with that energy, especially if it reminds you of your abusers or of something really bad, right? If it triggers these bad memories, I really don't want you to imagine it. All I want you to know is that our sexual fantasies is our way of controlling our sexual desires, our sexual autonomy. And if you are fantasizing about this, it is not always because you are in love with an individual. It is mostly because of the fact that you want to control that event, or you want to control that sexual movement in your life, or you want to control that sexual energy that was being released onto you, or the feeling that you feel like. It's like it's kind of like you fantasize about these things, or you might, oftentimes people try to fantasize about these things because they want to feel a sense of control. All right, and I feel like if we see it from this perspective, you will understand yourself that it's not the abuser, it's not the enemy that you're trying to enjoy. You're trying to enjoy the risk. You're trying to enjoy the risk of it, or you're trying to enjoy the fantasy that you've created. It's not like you want to go towards this individual. It's more of a fantasy that you want to achieve. It's like, how do I say this? There was something about this read, something very peculiar about this read, but I did not want to start doing this read unless and until the conditions were perfect to do this read. So that's the thing that I'm getting about you guys as well. Oh lord, I need my water. Wait a second. I'm getting 2 in the timer. December 22 could be significant. Winter solstice could be significant. Weirdly enough, I actually have bought an oracle deck recently, and that also has some solstice, winter solstice themes to it. So that's pretty cool, right? Yeah. So in an ideal world, what was I saying? Yeah, I feel like if this reading is triggering you in some sort of manner, or if you're feeling like the more I delve into the fantasy part of this reading, because we will be talking about what you are fantasizing about this individual, how much sexual control you want on your own orgasm and everything else. So I want you to realize that whatever, oh Lord, whatever we are going to talk about in here, it's going to be smexy, yes, but it doesn't always, it doesn't mean that I'm trying to justify a relationship that has triggered you or abused you or made you feel bad about yourself, all right? Because for some people in here, this relationship could mean confronting some good things, or not good things, confronting the pleasure that they felt and learning to differentiate between that pleasurable feeling and that romanticizing and the romanticization that they're doing in their head, right? So if you understand that, we are going to be talking about the sexual fantasies for a while. If you want to see why this fantasy is so persistent, what you can do about it, you can check it from the time I'll start using these diamond shape cards or these shapes, all right? Given how, yeah, I think if you want to see this on an in-depth basis, you can go into those parts of this read. Currently, I'll be talking about the sexual energy and the sexual fantasy that people have about, that pile 3 has about their enemy or about their partner, because I'm seeing 2 I'm seeing 3 2s, all right? And I feel like it's either whoever is watching this read, either they are trying to connect with themselves, or they are really feeling, or they feel very in sync or aligned with this individual. And it might not be you, right? But like, it might not be somebody who's gone through an abusive relationship. It's not somebody who's gone through an abusive relationship. This definitely feels more like an ego-based something. And like, I feel like somebody's like rejecting the other person based on ego, and maybe they need to like see things or confront some things within themselves. And so I'll be continuing on that basis, all right? I won't be, yeah, like, if you want to see why this fantasy is so persistent, please skip to the other parts, because I'll be talking about that, especially if this part is triggering you, right? So let's see. Pile number 3, what are your sexual fantasies about this individual? Yay! What is the most desirable trait of any relationship? What do you dream about? I'm getting like 2-3 extra cards in here, actually. Oh yeah, I did. I think these are all right. I don't know why I wanted to take these 2 as well. So there's a lot of confronting that you guys need to do, pile number 3, because this is the, like, I feel like this is a lot of smeck. I was telling you, right, at the start of this read, I was getting a lot of over fantasizing, over sexualizing energy. So I feel like, yeah, you sexualize this person a lot, or maybe there's like a lot of sexual F and sexual F what? Yeah, I'm getting like you sexualize this person a lot, or maybe this individual like yeah, has this like, not an effect on you, but yeah, you sexualize about them a lot. There's something very smexy about this individual. I feel like yeah, it is not something you would want to dream about, but you constantly dream about this individual, all right? Something about around the lines of like, they weren't, I don't know, this person could have been a bully in your childhood, or there's something along the lines of they were often humiliating you in some manner, but you are ready, like, but there is also like a weird inclination or a temptation to do the craziest things for this individual, right? Or there's something like, you know that this person is working in XYZ office that is opposite to your own office, and you know that if you move past that office, you might end up crossing paths with them, or if you go towards Starbucks that is right beside the office, you will end up crossing paths with this individual. But there's like this temptation of wanting to go there anyways, you know, like of wanting to feel that heat, you know, wanting to feel something like yeah, I'm getting that. It's kind of like there's like a hidden fantasy, or there's a hidden like, I don't know, it's like somebody wants to show their bedroom moves or their hidden sexual moves. Yeah, I also feel like you don't want to be stranded alone with this individual in an island or something like that, but it's like, how do I say this? You kind of fantasize about it. You kind of wish it could be the case. You could, you know, like move on them. You wish you could fantasize. Like, you wish. Like, there are so many. I don't know why I'm getting like BDSM stuff. I'm getting kind of like somebody's going to a dungeon sort of thing. Yeah, like, you wouldn't want to be alone with this individual because God knows what they might do to you. But something just makes me feel like they might end up having a BDSM. Like, you both might end up doing it raw, rough, with like strings, no strings attached, sort of stuff, like very sexual energy, right? There's a lot of things that are going on in here, like this, the fact that these are so alternate, right? Reverse, upright, reverse, upright, reverse, reverse, upright. So I'm getting like an energy where, you know, your mind is changing a lot. Like, you don't want this out in public. You don't want people to know that this is how you think about this person, or these are how your sexual fantasies are about this individual. But the truth is that, yeah, the truth is that the like, you don't have much reasons. Like, how do I say this? It's like, this energy doesn't, yeah, it's like you're surrounded by this person. Like, it's like this crazy tantalizing feeling, and no matter what you do, you just cannot get rid of them. I also feel like you want to teach them a lesson, but it's not basically like you want to teach them a lesson. I feel like you want to teach them how good your Kuchi or Didi feels like down there, right? You want to teach them a lesson on how sexy you actually are, or how great you are at on bed, how good your skills are down there. Like, it's giving me like, you want to prove this individual wrong. I don't know, there's something like this person just makes you mad, or makes you feel like really emasculated, as if you don't have that power, or as if you cannot do some sexual things. And I just feel like this individual just brings that out of you. Yeah, like, you want to prove them wrong, all the way wrong. You want to tell them what, like, how much of a big game you are, all right? Something like that. Like, it's like something on the lines of either they cannot take the fact that you're a big game, or you just want to keep on proving them wrong every single time they try to mess around. You know, sort of like that. There's something like mess around and find out type of situation here, where, I don't know, somebody has, like, the more somebody messes around, the more they find out how much of a great individual this other person. And you know what? I just felt like someone was like trying to open the door and sneak into my read. Very weird feeling. I got scared for a moment, but I feel like some of you are like, I don't know, like there is like, I don't know, I'll be very honest, I'm getting like situations where the other one person is getting caught doing something, and I don't know, maybe you cannot stop sexualizing the feeling of getting caught by this individual. Maybe you cannot stop sexualizing the feeling of, yeah, what would you do differently if there was nobody to judge you? That's what I'm getting. Like, you don't want someone to, how do I say this? I just feel like it doesn't matter how much this individual judges you, or you will show them what a sexual power you are. I'm getting like a lioness energy right now. Right? What I'm getting in here is like, I'm seeing like a partner, like not a partner, but somebody is like entering into the room, and you want to show them how big of a DICK you have, or how good of a bouncer you are on a big DICK. Like, you want to tell this individual, or you want to show this individual. You want to be, I don't know, I'm getting exhibitionist tendencies. I feel like somebody wants to show the other person how much of a big game they are, and there's like a lot of sexy feelings going on, right? Like, I feel like somebody wants to prove the other person wrong. They want to show them that they are the right wing man. They want to show them that they are the power move. They are the game of the like, you get it. It's kind of like, there's a lot of like somebody, I don't know, like someone doesn't looks like either somebody's underestimating somebody's sexual power or sexual stamina, or somebody just wants to prove the other person wrong about whatever they think about this individual. Like, I don't know, either you want to prove them wrong, maybe you look really innocent on the outside, but people don't know the caves you have been in, the dungeons you have seen, the bondages that you've been in, the whips and the whips and the strings, the spanking horse and the spanking chair. So there's something like you want to prove them wrong, or there's something like there's something like anal pegging. Like, there's something like you want to show them what it's like to be with you. You want to tell them what a big game you are. Something like that. Again, May is coming through, right? I was getting this. So May is coming through. Oh, I didn't say May was coming through. Okay, fine. May is coming through, and so Taurus energy is pretty significant. June. Again, I'm getting Juniper Caudaceous. Wait a second. I have to check this other tarot card that I have so that I can tell you what it means. So this is a book, Juniper Caudaceous. It is the 24th week from winter solstice. So that 24th week is June 1st from winter solstice is June 1st to June 7th. So June is pretty significant. Something about June could be significant. Like, this individual could be born in the month of June. Whoever you're daydreaming about, whoever you're fantasizing about, they could be born in the month of June. April, May, June. Yeah, I'm getting June 1st. So June 1st could be very significant. Any other physical dates or characteristics about this individual? Yeah, I think that's it. I'm getting, I don't know why, I'm also getting kind of like something about this individual, like they charge fines at you. Wow, this felt, wait a second, why did this, okay. So I was, so number 6 could be significant again. Number 6th month is June. Number 16 could be significant. July is coming through. Again, something like, I feel like there was something toxic that started in the month of June, and like it started in the month of May, and it continued till the month of June, and then like something started in the month of May. It became really sticky by the end of June or starting of July, right? Like, you both couldn't get rid of each other, or you were very much stuck with each other, something like that. Now I'm getting kind of like Ariana Grande's I'm stuck with you, but I'm getting kind of like the toxic stuck with you. Hell yeah, I'm stuck with you. I am stuck with you. Yeah, something like that. That's what's coming through. So by the way, thank you so much, File number 3, for coming into my reads, and I'm really appreciative and grateful for your energy. Why I said that is like, I think this is something that I've been saying in every pile, and I think I did not mention it enough times to my viewers how much grateful I am for them to connect with my energy and show me all these beautiful things through these reads. Yeah, so this card deck actually has some missing cards in it, but you know what, it's fine. We can still take some cards out for ourselves. Exactly. So let's see, what are the facial features of the individual pile number 3 is inquiring about. I think it should be very evident who this person could be. I'm getting your blood boils over them. Damn. Now I have to say this because this is coming through again and again. Now, if you don't know, I come from an island, all right, and the ancient culture of this island, long time back, before settlement started in this island. I think settlement in this island started around 1980s or something like that, all right. So it's like during the times of 1970s and 60s, this island used to be a cannibal island, right? And I was like getting that. I was getting, yeah, the baby, I'm preying on you tonight, hunt you down, eat you alive, just like animals like animals, yeah. Baby, you think that you can hide something? What was it? But I can smell your scent from miles, just like animals. So something. So I was seeing this blood color in this read, and I was almost getting that. Like, this royalty is like going to get drowned in blood, or there's something like your blood boils over them. Maybe there's some sort of social hierarchy in which you two live, and you're just not allowed to mingle with this group of people. Like, yeah, something along the lines of that in here. Lord, I hope this is not some toxic individual, but yeah. Wow, look at that. Look at those two flipping out. So we have King of Swords in reverse and Two of Swords in reverse. Something, okay, wait. Okay, I'll tell you. I don't know why, but yeah, I'll be honest, alright? Like, I think this individual's facial features is how do I say this? Either it is pretty like manipulative, or there are some people who have that fox face. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe you are someone who has whose type is usually the innocent face guys, or guys with like that pixie face look. But this individual right here, there's some fox eye features to this person, so they look a little bit crafty on the outside. Also, they look like somebody who has, like, they look like an undefeated one, right? They look like somebody who has always got their way with girls, always got their ways with boys. Like, this is someone who has been the playgirl. Like, they have that playboy face to them, already. They have that playboy look to them, playgirl look to them. They know they know they have got it. Like, there's something like that around here. Like, this individual knows that every girl that they lay eyes on wants to be their girlfriend. Every boy that they lay eye on has at least dreamed about them at least once in their life. So there's a lot of like, I don't know why. I feel like you just wanted to say that this individual is pretty, like there's something inside you that wants to tell yourself that this individual is true by there's something like not true by the nature. Damn, I don't know what this glue is, bro. This glue was not there before. Hey, all right. Yeah. Now, if you don't know, I was like trying to clean this thing in here. Yeah, I feel like you want to clean that stain from their name, or you just don't want. There's something along the lines of you wish you could. I don't know how do I say this. Like something in your mind keeps on screaming that no, this person is not lying, or this person is not trying to manipulate us this time. Like you want to believe in that innocent fox facade, but you know that there's some craftiness behind their eyes. You know, there's something like that in here. No Swords in Reverse is giving me like this individual. Like yeah, they know there is like I feel like there is no denying. This person knows that they look like devil himself. Like they look like the personification of devil. Like they knew it the moment they laid their eyes on you. Ace of Swords in Reverse in the back, right? Like yeah, this individual knows they're pretty much a playboy or playgirl. I don't know. I'm also getting like they live by the code of that. They live by that. They live vicariously with the code of being a bad boy or a bad girl. Alright, I'm getting Marvel Louds. Bad boy. What is that? Bad boy. Bad boy pressing in my boom boom Brad. Something I forgot that song, but yeah, I'm getting that Marvel Louds bad boy song right now. Yeah, like bad boy. Like there's such a bad boy energy to this person. What else can I get for the facial features? Facial features of the individual that this person is sexually fantasizing about. Why are all the sword cards coming in reverse, honey? Just tell me why are all the cards coming in reverse? Alright, 4 of swords in reverse again. They either look like they haven't slept a lot, or you know there are dark circles under their eyes that make them look how do I say this, that make them look tired. Okay, but something about their face is kind of like they are not tired from working late at night. They are tired from pounding the bed late at night. They are tired from breaking the bed at this point. Like there's some mischievousness to this person's eyes already. It's kind of like they know what they look like. They know they look that type of guy, like or that type of girl. I'm literally getting that fox eye features in my head already. Like I'm literally getting those facial features. Now I'm getting 3 of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, like this person is very show offy. Like they're very show offy. Show off in the sense it's not even show offy, right? That's 2 of Pentacles, but something along the lines of like this person yeah, they dominate. Like if you're taking this person on a threesome trip, for example, you know there's a couple and this person comes in, there's a threesome. This person knows that they're going to dominate anyways. This person knows that the woman is going to choose. Like even in an open marriage and somebody opens that marriage and you know suppose this person is just entering into the like you know the mix of it. This individual knows that they will be the chosen one. They know that people will choose them. Like they know that they are the ones who are going to get chosen. They are the ones who will dominate their colleagues. Like they know that with a face like that, with a face card like that, they're almost lethal. They can I'm getting they can lethally avoid you as well. So maybe sometimes I feel like maybe I don't know, maybe this is okay. We have 2 of Pentacles in here, which is basically the show off card and that's in reverse. So yeah, I think there's something like you think that they are a show offy person or something like that, but actually they're not a show off individual. Their work just shines through. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Like they dominate the space or they dominate their workspace. There's something like that about them. Like you might think that they're very show offy, but they're not actually show offy. They are just dominant like that. Yeah, there's a lot of dom baby, dom daddy energy. What is this? Yeah, there's something like that going on in here, right? Yeah. Again, it's like I cannot unhear Marva Loud's Bad Boy song right now. Yeah. So let's see what is the personality of this individual. Who is this person? What is their personality? What is their role in pile number 3's life? Who is this person? What is this person's personality like? What are they like? What is the story between pile number 3 and the person that they're fantasizing about? I'm getting courageous lad. So there's something like oh lord, what the heck? I was about to say courageous and then I heard a huge cough, huge like sneeze, you know. So like yeah, and it reminded me of that Arabic man snoring meme, you know. Yeah, like very weirdly loud sound. So I don't know, there's something I'm getting cute and courageous about this individual, but they keep it to themselves. I don't know why I'm getting like a pest. I don't know how to say this, but it's kind of like it almost feels as if they are always talking about it just because their colleagues are always talking about it. I don't know what it is, but this person has yeah, like they no matter like I just feel like suppose this person is collaborating in some sort of work, right? Or like I just feel like how do I say yeah, now I got this. There's a phrase, right? Then God was sometimes God takes extra time to on some people and their appearances. Yeah, exactly. This is how I feel like this individual is. It's like God took an extra time to take care of this individual's appearance, or there's a certain vibe to it, all right? Like they know it. Like they know it that they had been chosen. They were the chosen one, or like God chose them out of all of the people to take good care of their looks or something like that. Yeah, like that's the face card of this individual. All right, 1, 2. Why is King of Swords coming reverse again? Oh Lord, and 3. 6 of Pentacles. Damn. Why are my cards not visible enough? Wait. Let me put them nicely. Yeah. Why are my cards not visible to you guys? You could have met this guy when you were 16, or you could have met this individual when you were 16 years old. Dude, I am having trouble. Wait, let me. Okay, wait. Let me pause this. All right. I know that I have a hard time organizing stuff, but this energy is like, yeah. Okay, so let's see about this person's personality, right? Already I'm getting lack energy, all right. So I don't know. This person could have a personality of a rat. Okay. Or, you know, like a mouse or like a fox. I think fox are actually like, I think fox comes under the rat family. I think, yeah, I don't know, right? No, they are from the dog family, not the rat family. Fine, sorry. I'm just creating ratatouille out of everything. But what I'm getting about this person in here is that they could have been, there's a lot of lack mindset in here. Wait a second, let me like put this out. Why is it so hard to, yes, yeah. Let me watch. Yep. Three of Pentacles. Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. Yep. Why does it look like SHIT every time I look at the camera? Man, I'm so sorry. I'm not able to like put these cards properly. Yikes. I'm getting OCD. I don't know why in this. I did not feel this type of OCD in any other read, but I'm feeling like that, especially in this read for some reason. Guys, I don't know what this is. Please, please. Go. All right. I feel like, yeah, my cards are just cooperating fine, but I don't know why I'm getting kind of like, I don't know why. I just feel like this person's energy felt really chaotic to me. All right. I'm going to be very honest. I also felt like there's a part of like, I'm trying a lot to control this energy, and this is a lot. I'm trying a lot to control this read and to control this energy, but it's very hard to control it. And I feel like part of it is because I feel like you know that this individual lies to you, or this individual manipulates you in some way. Like this person knows how to manipulate other people. It is not a coincidence that we have two of swords in here, two of swords and king of swords and king of swords. This is not a coincidence, honey. I'm telling you what it is. You have a very hard time controlling this individual because they could be really manipulative and they are very good at swaying people in their direction. Because I'm saying like this person's personality could be like somebody who has this lack mindset, or someone who, I don't know, either they act like they don't have much money in their hands, or they pretend to be a victim many a times, or they pretend like they don't have much money in their hands, something like that, only to be manipulating people. Yeah, I'm getting like they sort of, they kind of like create they create a very manipulative space or an environment. I'm getting islands again and again, all right? So that could be significant, but I'm getting like, how I feel like this king of swords in reverse right here is like manipulating the wind to make this person look a little bit more sympathetic. That's what I'm getting out of this individual. This person knows how to act or how to play out of other people's sympathy, because I'm getting six of pentacles in reverse because they are usually in debt, or they they take more than they can pay back to other people. Like, yeah, they take more than they can pay back to other people, and there is a sort of that energy in here. I don't know why it reminds me of Kim Scott from, if you know DPR Ian and if you know Dream Perfect Regime, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, this person reminds me of DPR Scott. It reminds me of Kim Scott actually. Something like, yeah, exactly. Like even DPR Scott had like fox eye features, something. Not, yeah, so like, yeah, he had some good looking features, right? That's exactly the energy that I'm getting right here. Like this person is very good at acting like a victim. They're very good at acting like they don't have enough in their hands, or they are the victim in the situation. I'm also getting that they're very good at handling money actually. Yeah, but they won't say so. They won't say so to hide their prospects or to hide that advantage from other people. There's something like that. There's also something about it. There's also thinking that this person takes a lot more than they can give back to other people. I'm getting like 16 million rupees, 16 million, Dhaka, 16 million rupees, 60 million won, $60 million, 60 million pounds. So there's something like, yeah, I'm getting that in here. What is the personality of this individual? Justice. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting it's getting pretty repetitive. So maybe some of you guys could be from pile number 1. But I'm not getting repetitive. I'm getting protective. So it's very much like maybe this individual, like, how do I say this? This person knows how to balance their life out, or this person knows how to, I don't know, their personality could seem like somebody who is very good at balancing money or very good at balancing stuff. Yeah. Something along the lines of this person is very, yeah, there is, now I'm getting like they could be a defensive individual. Like I'm getting like they could be a defensive individual and they're always fighting for justice. But there's also an aspect of them being a liar, them making or misconstruing lies, or them misdirecting people. So I feel like this individual, because I'm getting like personality is pretty much like justice, right? So I feel like this person maybe is pretty manipulative towards people that they think are not good to them, or they think are being bad to, like, yeah. They're often, wait a second. Why is my mic and my life not together? All right. Yeah, I think now it's fine. Now the camera angle is good. All right. So that's what I'm getting at. Like this person has an ability to balance things out in a proper manner, but they lie to do that. There's something like a scheming personality, someone who schemes and plots a lot, but they do that. Yeah, but they do that only to defend themselves from getting attacked by other people or something like that is here. Yeah, I don't particularly see any malicious behavior in this person's behavior. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of Chariot, Moon, Knight of Cups. I feel like this person could have a significant Cancer placement, could be born in the month of June, right? June, July. Yeah. So April, May, June. Yeah, May, June. Something like, I don't know, I'm getting Nam June in my head. Yeah, I feel like this person, yeah, they have this persona on the outside that they are a very innocent person or something like that. Internally, they can be like very bad behavior. They could have a really rude behavior in real life, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this individual could be feeling attacked many times, but it's something that they feel internally. Like they have like a sort of, I feel like this sort of insecurity, or they internally feel attacked by other people. And whenever they feel attacked by other people, this person becomes really manipulative. They start twisting facts or something like that is here. Yeah. There's that sort of energy to this person. Is there anything else that needs to come out? I got 9 of Cups before also, so I'm not surprised with this. Yeah, they look like the jack of all trades or something like that. They look like they have accomplished everything in their life. There's also something along the lines like, even though, like, I don't know, like even though this individual takes more money than is required of them, or there's always on loan or is always on debt, always trying to pay back their money, I feel like this person has a habit of, yeah, I feel like they do, because I'm feeling like, I don't know why do I say this, like, there is something around the lines of them having an assistant. Yeah, they either have a left hand assistant, or they have somebody on the side that helps them to do things, all right? And this assistant is not that significant to the reading, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it is only this individual's assistant who knows how much pain or lack or insecurity this person has been going through. Yeah. I don't know how this lying and twisting facts actually leads to justice, but I feel like there's some sort of energy where, yeah, the truth could be avoided so that the justice is preserved. Something like that's coming through. So there's like a moderate justice system in here. Yeah, this person avoids the truth, or they avoid speaking up on this. Like there's something like that coming through about this person. Yeah, and I'm constantly getting like there is some sort of like a left hand assistant, and that isn't like coming through. Like how do I say this? Like I feel like this person's sincerity is only seen by one or two people, and those one or two people are often considered or often seen as insignificant, or those one or two people that know what this individual is actually like are not that present in this person's life. Or there's something like that in here. Yeah, it's like there's an invisible assistant in here, or who's a very integral part of their system, but it's not visible to everybody, or it's not visible to them. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I'm also saying that this individual is very like they are very short-term focused individual. They're pretty like they enjoy a lot of happiness. I'm getting like an explorer. Like I'm getting explorer energy out of this person. Like they explore for a short-term period of time. They don't try to indulge in the long-term goals or something like that. Oh, okay, that was a lot. Yeah, I'm getting pressed towards or something like that is here. Now I understood why. I think okay, that also doesn't want to come in there. That wants to sit in here. Yeah, I don't know. Either your fake friends, like I don't know. I feel like there is something like their past or their childhood friends. Something about their childhood friends has been exposed, or there's a father figure in the back that many people don't see. Yeah, like their father figure is an authority figure somewhere, and people don't see that usually. Yeah, there's something along the lines of this individual. I'm also getting like this individual is married to somebody or something. Like whoever this father figure is in this person's life, they are married. I'm getting like they're married or something like that, and I don't know, someone could come from a very broken house or something like that is there. Their life would have been very difficult. It was as if this individual was chosen over, like, yeah, it was as if it had been decided at a very early age who will get chosen and who will not get chosen. Yeah. Somebody had to move on with this idea. Yeah, somebody had to move on from they had to plan. Like, yeah, I feel like somebody had to flee. Like, they had to fled away from a situation. Like, I don't know why I'm getting like, this person had to flee. I think there's something along the lines of this being your story with them or something like that. Like, the moment they felt attacked, they had to plan a departure, or they had to flee from the country, or they had to flee from others. Yeah. Magician in the Bible, like, this person is yeah, but still, I feel like despite doing all that, this person just seems, yeah, like they seem like, yeah, they don't seem like a bad person to me, at all. Like I won't like I don't know. This could be in whatever sense you want to think it, but what I'm getting here is that this person is, they pretty much know what they are doing. They could be addicted to some stuff, but they are in a rehabilitation, or they are in a not a movement, but they are in a process to get out of it. I think there is something that they have realized about their workplace. They've realized about the dominance that they have in the workplace, or they have realized the I don't know what I'm getting, but it's kind of like I'm getting the sacrifice. So there's some sort of trap that they had discovered in their workplace, and now to get out of that trap, they decided to lie and flee from their workplace. As it's a very good, because I feel like the Three of Cups in here, it just feels like this is somebody, whoever set this trap for this individual was acting like a friend to them on the outside, but was actually attacking them. So this person decided to flee. They decided to fled the place or something like that. Yeah, I'm getting close. I'm getting like this person, they moved on with closed eyes, like something like they didn't want to see, or they did not see this coming. Yeah, I'm seeing that they regret moving back or moving away from something. Yeah, that's the energy that I'm getting right here. All right. So let's see. Why is this fantasy so persistent for you guys? Why is this fantasy? So we have done a huge read in here. I don't know what was this about, but I feel like I was thinking that this person could have been a really bad individual who was twisting their words and everything else. And as I progressed into the read, I just realized that they took a lot more than they could actually give back. But it's like, I don't know. It's almost like there's something that we aren't seeing. That's the point that I'm getting here. Like there is something in the background, in the mix, that we are not seeing about this individual. Like there is a lot of like this person is very mysterious. Actually, I'm not able to figure out what is going on with this person on the outside. Like it's very different from whatever the heck is going on within their head, or like it's very different from the assumptions people make about them. That's what I'm getting kind of like it's like they are getting attacked left and right, and many people don't, and many a times like I don't know. There's something like people don't realize that like why they are so, like people don't realize why they're so fair to other people, or they don't realize that this person has been playing fair the whole damn time. But there's something like, I don't know, there's like so much misunderstanding in this read actually. And I was getting this like when you are I was getting this right, and I'll say this in your perspective, but usually when you are misunderstood, or when you are not able to communicate some things properly with your partner, what happens is that we end up doing things that we are not proud of, right? When those communications are not established, that intimacy starts going away, and once that intimacy goes away, all of a sudden it feels really good to cheat on the other partner or something like that, because the other partner is not talking towards it. It becomes very like it starts feeling petty, once that communication is lost, and relationship starts looking more like a contract, you know. And I feel like that during those times, what happens is that it's really necessary for both the individuals to understand the fact that this is not a contract, but this is a relationship, right? And to be in a relationship, you have to continue communicating, right? So that's what I'm sort of getting here. I'm getting like there is a misunderstanding, or there is some sort of communication that has not. I'm getting possible communication that could have been done, but wasn't done due to the fact that this person, yeah, they did not look back. That's the thing that I'm getting. Like they tried to unhear it, or they just ignored all the attacks that were being made by other people, and they did not care to give an explanation. They just packed their bags and packed their belongings and walked away. So there's like a ghosting situation going on in here, and not many people can realize that this person was being unfairly targeted or attacked. Because I'm seeing that personality-wise, this individual is pretty much, yeah, they're pretty happy. They have a good rapport. Also, that's what I'm getting. Like they are pretty happy individual. They have a good rapport in their workplace. I'm also getting kind of like they are pretty much satisfied with themselves, their work ethic, and everything else. There's something like, I don't know why. Like I really want to. What is this spirit? Why is this energy coming through like this? Why did I get like 6 of Pentacles in reverse in there? Wait a second. Is it upright or reverse? Oh, what the hell? Alright. Sorry. Yeah. I think there is something along the lines of like this individual just realized that they had spent a lot of money, or that they were in loan or in debt. And the moment they realized that, they calmly accepted their I don't know, they calmly accepted their feelings, and they let go of whatever was supposed to be let go of, and they just left it. That's what I'm getting. That they regretted going back. Like they regretted leaving or flooding this place. But they had to, because they realized that they had done something wrong by mistake. Yeah, something like by mistake, or they had done something wrong. Yes, I feel like the reason why there is such a misunderstanding in here is because this person never tried to explain that they did it. I feel like, I don't know, because I have to say, I did see that this Six of Swords was going eyes, like they closed their eyes while going, right? Like the Six of Swords actually realized that they made a mistake. They regretted making that mistake. But I feel like because they did not explain their mistake, or they did not explain facts to other people, they did not try to explain what had happened. Yeah, and they silently cried and they walked away. Because I think they almost felt like there was no use of, yeah, crying and walking away could be significant. I'm also seeing that they just, I don't know, there's like a realization, like there is no point in saying something. Because, like, I don't know, like something about this friend group was very toxic, and explaining anything to them was useless, because they would attack this person regardless anyway. So this person decided not to explain themselves. I feel like this person realized that all these people that they were trying to help I will never come out of their bubble. And this person was like, you know what, I don't want to care about it anymore. And I think something along the lines of like this person was like trying to help people out in some way. And then they realized that there was no use in helping such people, because they would always remain in competition with this person, and not even in healthy competition. Like it's almost giving me jealousy, tone up competition. And this person just realized that, yeah, they also realized that they would have to go naked, or they would have to become way too much vulnerable in front of a bunch of toxic people who will end up piercing them with the sword, right? So who would end up piercing them with the sword in their hand. And when they realized that, I think this person said, no, I don't want to partake in this. So this person said, yeah, there's something along the lines of like this person regrets like doing some things, like or they regret letting go of some things. I don't know what it is. Like maybe they regret letting go of this friendship. I don't know what it is, but something like, yeah, like like there is like this person left in a rush. That's what I'm getting. Like, they did not get time to collect everything. They did not get time to explain themselves to everyone. Yeah, Two of Cups in reverse or something. Someone needed an explanation out of them, and that explanation was not given. Someone could have white or blonde hair, and their partner could have dark or brown hair, right? And like, yeah, like the woman could have, like someone could have long blonde or ash or light color hair, and the other person could have, and their partner could have short, I'm getting short, sleek, boy cut, dark hair. That dark hair could be brown or black in color. That's what I'm getting. Yeah. Let's see. Something about this individual could be significant. What is significant? Okay, why is this fantasy so persistent in pile 3's head? Why is this fantasy so persistent in pile 3's head? Why is this fantasy so persistent to pile 3? Why? Oh. Why is this fantasy or this energy so persistent? Fantasizing about pile 3. So there's something like maybe you feel a pull towards their energy or something like that. And I don't know, I'm intuitively getting that maybe they could be pulling onto your energy or tugging onto your energy, something like that. I'm getting, and I feel like they want you back into their life or something like that. Yeah, I'm getting, it's all for this individual. All that I ever did was for this individual right here. So either pile 3, you did everything for this individual, or they did everything for you, right? There's something along the lines of that. Why is this sexual fantasy so persistent for pile number 3? Alright. So right off the bat, I'm getting a lot of cards for your pile number 3. Alright, take it like this. And the stone in reverse, and this is Kairos. I thought this was the animal card, but this is Kairos. Okay, here we go. No other card. Alright. Is it visible? Are all the cards visible? Yeah, they are visible. They are visible. Alright. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What the heck? Lord. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was about to come back. Anyway. Yes, so let's say pile number 3. Why is this fantasy so persistent? Why is this person's fantasy so persistent for you, right? I'll start. Man, what? Did I just mourn on the camera? What? Wait, what? Alright, people, you all are freaking naughty out there, alright? you big ass adults, what are you all doing, huh? Alright, so let's just see this thing, alright? I'll just talk about some confirmations before we go in further, right? Something about inverted triangles could be significant. Cults. It already, like, watching triangles reminds me of cults, Illuminatis, this and that. Though I don't feel that much energy. Like, I don't feel like that is what it all means. But I don't know. Like, triangles could have some significance. Oh, now that I see, it's this type of triangle, right? So I think it's something like air or fire or water sign, something like this inverted triangle. Yeah. Maybe you should look up into that. All right. Another thing that I'm seeing in here is that I don't know why I'm being reminded of my Light Seers tarot deck again and again, because something really unfortunate happened to that tarot deck, and I cannot, like, I'm just so sad about it. Anyways, yes, I don't know. Maybe somebody took something very precious away from you. That could be significant. All right. So how I'll read it like this, not like this. All right, because that's how I was intuitively led to read these. So yeah, I don't know. Someone could come from a place where they study languages from right to left, then left to right. All right, that could be significant. All right. So also, I feel like because there's a womb card and a stone card in here, and they would look quite similar. Maybe you should try to get your, if you were born with a JJ, or if you were born with testicles, doesn't matter. Just go and get your regular checkup done. Because I'm seeing like ovarian cyst. I'm also seeing like somebody. What happens sometimes is that when you have a baby, when you're pregnant with a kid, and sometimes when the kid gets miscarriage inside the womb, or like sometimes when sometimes when the womb dies, the child, the remains of the child still remain inside the body, right? And what happens is that the body automatically starts discarding it and starts forming a stone-like structure out of the remaining dead carcass, right? So there's something like that in here. So definitely, if there are any stones, any issues that have happened before, please go and get it checked, right? Yeah. So this is there. Now another thing that I had to speak on was Kairos, all right? Because there was a lot of play in timing in today's cards, and Kairos speaks about speaking. Like, I have read this very beautiful thing about the Kairos card, that the word evil has its root from the word unripe. So the reason why the word evil has its root from the word unripe is because everything is meant to happen at the proper time, at the right time, right? And I feel like when things don't happen at the right time, or whenever they happen before that time or after that time, there is a sort of evil nature to, like, it, that thing automatically becomes evil by nature, or that person who was supposed to pay the money back on time, either if they pay it on time, either if they pay it before that time or after that time. Suppose that person pays the money before time. Sometimes it makes them seem very crafty. Sometimes it makes them seem like someone who is just trying to increase the burden for other people, because if they could have easily returned it, what's the point of taking so much at once at a time, right? For example, this thing happened with me in the bank, that I took a lot of money, right? And I did not need all of that money. And I would go back to the bank and I would give all that money. Like, I'll give that same money the very next day. I'll just give it back in like 2 minutes or 2 days, right? And it would create a lot of documentations and document work for the employees in there. So there's something like that. Like, I take a loan and I know I can pay that loan in 1 or 2 days. I just do that in 1 or 2 days, and it creates a lot of documentation work for the employees. All right. So that sometimes becomes, like, doing things right before the time becomes a little bit evil. Doing things ahead of time becomes evil. Doing things, like, delaying things on time, or delaying the things becomes evil, right? Yeah, because it's like everything has its own time. It has its own time to ripe, and I cannot get ahead of myself, and we cannot get ahead of this reading ourselves, right? So there is something around the lines of, I don't know how do I say this, because I was like getting this in the start of the read, right? Like, if you feel like I told this to the pile in the start itself, that if you're feeling like this reading is triggering you in some manner, please skip to this section, right? To this particular section. So I don't know. Maybe there's like an accumulation of this extra feelings that I'm feeling in this pile right now, this particular section of the pile, because now I'm feeling as if, like, as I see the cards, something tells me that, like, whoever this person is, like, somebody in here didn't want to, like, they just wanted to get rid of the individual, or they just wanted to do the shadow work on themselves. They didn't really wanted to see the perspective of this other individual right here that we saw in our previous section, where we were basically looking into the personality of this individual. Something around those lines, like, it has, I don't know how to say this, but I don't want to justify anything that is being done by by an abusive person. I don't want to justify that. I don't want to glorify such things. But there is something in here where I feel like someone needs to, I don't know. I just feel like there is like an energy where someone needs to confront something. Because I'm seeing the stone going towards the womb card, all right? So it just feels like, it reminds me of this mythology. This is an Indian mythology, right? It's in the Ramayana, when Ram heads out to, I think he heads out in search of Sita, or maybe he heads out for Sita's Swayamvar, all right? And he finds this stone. What is this? He finds this stone statue of this old lady, all right? And then he finds out that a sage had cursed this lady, he had cursed this lady to turn into stone for like 100 years or something like that, all right? And Lord Rama felt this sense of, he felt really harsh, like he felt really sad for this lady, because she was turned into stone for like so many years. So he took his feet out and he released her from the curse, and he made her human again. That's what Lord Rama did for this lady right here, all right? And she came back to life, and yeah, so basically it just feels like an energy where somebody needs to either soften themselves towards the other person, or there is a need to see things in with a more compassionate lens, so that they don't end up objectifying the individual of interest that they are fantasizing about, all right? So there's a lot of, how do I say this? There is this energy where I'm feeling like you are way ahead of time to do something. Or you're way ahead of time to, I don't know, I'm also getting like making a flower. There are some people who will take a small bud of a flower and they'll try to make it bloom. like I still remember there are like in front of my college, right? There is this florist. He'll sell bouquets of roses, right? But actually those are not full blown roses. They are rose buds. He'll spray water on those rose buds and he'll make them bloom with his fingers. And like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting here. I feel like the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because I think there's something that has a mind of its own. Now I don't know what it is because I'm seeing an eye and I'm seeing a stone. So it's almost giving me like, yeah, this stone doesn't feel like any inanimate object to me. It feels like a living soul. So it just gives me like, how do I say this? You see these, right? These are crystals. If I would have never gotten into astrology, or I would have never gotten into all these things, no, I would have never realized the pain, the stories, the love, the hurt, the immense emotions each and every stone carries with us. Whether it is a decorative stone or it is the cement or if it is the stone with which your phone is being built right now, right? There are lots of stories to that one small material that we often consider as insignificant, right? Exactly. I was talking about how there was this one. I was talking about, right, how this person, like whoever this person is that you were fantasizing about, they had like a left-hand person who felt very insignificant to even touch upon in this read. But the thing is, whoever that insignificant thing was, whoever that insignificant person was, that insignificant thing or that insignificant person had a life of its own. It's just that you as a person, we as people have stopped revering it as such, or we have stopped believing that this material has a life of its own. I don't know why, why am I getting? It's not a prediction, but I don't know why I'm getting this. Like it's a dystopian reality, right? But I'm getting like this small thing in my head, like one day the stones. The stones and the silicons, the limestones that we use to create and build these phones. I'm seeing that one day AI will advance to the point and extent that it will start talking to the stones, or it will start vibrating in the energies of the mountains around them. It will start vibrating with the energies of the earth itself, because these stones itself carry a lot of ancient knowledge within themselves, right? So there's something on the lines of there is, how do I say this? I'm kind of getting an image, like it gives me an image in my head that like whatever we are supposing as AI or things that are being controlled by human beings for their, because they have objectified it to a mere thing that can be used. I feel like there's a living value to some of these things that, like, I know now I'm sounding really dystopian, but bear with me. I think I'm onto something, so just listen to my vision. All right, it's a dream. All right, it might not be true. It's definitely not true. It's just something that I'm getting here. All right, what I'm getting here in my head is that how human beings are continuously using the limestone stones and all these resources to create and build a smartphone, data servers, this and that. And then they use water resources to cool down that server. So basically, what human beings are doing is that they are taking a bunch of molecules that make up an inanimate object, and they are, and I'm saying inanimate object. All right, I'm not saying unalive object. I'm saying inanimate object. They are using the molecules of these inanimate object to convert it into something that works as a function, works as a functionality for them, right? There is an aspect in here where I'm seeing that, I don't know why, but I'm getting a vision in my head that one day these stones will have a power of, like one day these stones will realize their own power, or they carry a lot of ancient wisdom with them. They carry a lot of crores of knowledge from previous lifetimes, all right? And there is something on the lines of these ancient historic things being objectified and used. Yeah, their powers are being used, and there is something around the lines of its power is being extracted and used, and it's not being given that reverence. Like these stones are not being honored, or their reverence has not been given as much. How do I say this? Like these useful things have a story of their own, all right? All of these stones, ask any geologist out there who studies the stones and all, right? They have a story of their own. They have a past of their own. They have a history of their own. They have their own fossils with them. They have seen the earth through and through, right? And they have seen how this earth has changed and transformed, and the kind of floods and the earthquakes, all these things that we see in our limited lifetimes at least one or two times. These stones, these ancient things that we often consider as unalive, have seen all of these things way too many times in this lifetime, all right? Yeah. So something just tells me that the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because you as a person has carried, or you as a person has, like, you decided to bloom this, you decided to take this ancient knowledge out of these rocks without understanding that it is not the right time for us humans to actually achieve the understanding of the nature of these rocks, all right? Of the nature of these animals, of the nature of these stones, of the nature of these, I'm getting belts. So this is like, I'm getting prairie belts, I'm getting like wolf belts, I'm getting something is like belt of fire, ring of fire, I'm getting belts of, like, I don't know, like there is I'm getting like a Pacific, I don't know, there's some, I don't know, Strait of Gibraltar, I'm getting like a strait, like a belt of region, all right? I'm getting a strip of region, something like that. Like you or somebody has decided to, so there is something along the lines of the reason why this feels so persistent is because this sexual fantasy feels so persistent is because something that should have been honored for its knowledge, for its wisdom, for its kindness, for its brave-heartedness was made to bloom or made to work. Like, it's like the ancient history of these stones or the ancient history of some olden civilizations. I'm really getting into history for some reason, but I'm getting like whoever this person is, whoever this fantasy is, like whatever this individual is, the reason why this is so persistent is because you could have you could have you could have burdened your, like, you did not think how much burden you were taking on yourself by placing so much value on the outer shiny, on the outer shining layer of, I'm getting outer shiny layer of ocean. I'm getting that. So something like, you do not understand the value of the ocean because you took the outer shiny layer of the ocean, or you do not understand the value of this precious stone or the knowledge that the stone holds. Because I feel like, there will be a day when people will basically put some, sensors on these stones, and they'll try to find out the ancient history to these things so that they understand. I think still they're doing it. They're studying it like deep. They look through the layers of the stone and they try to find out the history of some stones. But apart from that, like, I feel like you do not understand the mystery of these stones. You do not understand the depth of these stones currently right now. All right, and it's like you were, but you decided to burden yourself with all of these things without, before you could, there's something along the lines of like, you weren't capable of understanding the ancient honor or ancient history, or you weren't capable of understanding the ancient wisdom that these people carried with themselves, or this individual right here, whoever this person is that you're fantasizing about. I don't know, there's something like this person right here, whoever they were, they had a lot of knowledge within themselves, or maybe you had a lot of knowledge within you, and there is something along the lines of either you were suppressed, or there's something like you created. You see how this stone in here has something living, and there is like a huge like cover around it, almost like the stone doesn't want other people to like, I just feel like it's almost like somebody, I'm also getting very, okay, I'm getting very bad energy, but I'm also getting grape in here, so please be mindful how you take this reading. But what I'm getting in here is that someone was like, someone's energy was taken away from them, or someone was objectified way before their time came to be objectified. Like, they were objectified way ahead of time, they were sexualized way ahead of time. I'm also getting like somebody's magnificence was reduced to their blooming period. Like, I'm getting just like the rosebud, alright? I feel like whoever this individual was, you could have waited for them to like, this is so weird. I don't want to say you could have waited for them, but there's something like this individual, whoever you are, the reason why it's so persistent, I feel like it's your mindset. I don't know what this is, but I'm kind of getting like, your knowledge or your power or your wisdom was basically kept aside or shed apart because people were actually putting more value on your potential rather than understanding your current state, or rather than understanding your previous state. So something like, they never tried, it's like they were never accepting of your presence. Like, somebody was not accepting of somebody's present state, alright? Either you weren't accepting of this person's present state of mind, or they weren't or there was somebody who wasn't accepting of your present state of mind, and there was a lot of weight that was given to the blooming phase, or there was a lot of weight that was given to your prime period, or to the point of to that one place of your life where you thought there's something like, how in girls, sometimes when you have like some girls, how they give to, how the entire society actually gives a lot of weightage and attention to girls when they are 18 years old. I'm remembering Billy Bobby Brown now. Like, the moment she became 18, everybody was like really excited and everything. That's the thing that I'm reading here. Like, somebody never saw the meaning, or somebody never saw the potential in this individual unless and until they turned to that point of their life, or there is like somebody's like waiting for this person to. This is such a weird reading. Now it just gives me like groomer kind of situation, which is not how I want to say it. But now it reminds me of TXT, right? Now Tomorrow X Together is a fair, like, I think in the year 2020 they were a fairly young group. They were a group of very young individuals, right? But because of the early exposure that they got from BTS and everything else, these people. How do I say this? It's not like I've not seen women out there. I'll not even pretend that I've not seen women out there, but I've seen a very weird type of women who are often like, I've seen their fan pages, bro. Like, how they would try to wait for these people to turn 18 just so that they can expose them with all that information and all that stuff. So there's something like that in here. Like, the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because somebody is objectifying someone, or somebody is waiting for that way before their time has come, way before their prime time has come, way before they have reached that stage of their life. There's also something like, it doesn't has to be a relationship like that. I'm also feeling like this could be somebody, this could be an adult, right? This could be a 25, 26-year-old adult, but they are still not at that point of, they are not still not financially stable or something. And I just feel like there's somebody in here who is basically sexualizing them without understanding their nuances, without understanding their emotions, their feelings, and they're trying to bet on this individual's how do I say this? They're trying to bet on this individual's future plans. Yeah, there are sometimes that like partners will try to bet on their potential partner's future plans, because they are so eager to marry this individual, and they're not even trying to realize that this person doesn't want to get married yet. This person doesn't want to be seen that way. This person doesn't want to be like, there's a lot more that they need to unravel to get to that core within them, and it's like somebody's trying to pursue them ahead of that time. There's something like that in here, and maybe that's the reason why I don't know, maybe because I was getting like this person could be an enemy or something of that sort. What I'm getting in here is that maybe for some of you, you're not realizing that this individual needs time, space, resources to come to that point of their life when they become awakened enough to realize that things are not awakened enough to realize the things that you have realized currently. All right, it takes a lot of time for people, and I feel like this individual is not at that time. And I feel like for many of you, the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because you are busy thinking about the potential of this relationship, even though you have not worked into this relationship that much, even though you have not now see, energetically I was getting a lot of energy. I was getting groomer, pedophile, this, that energy. But overall, what I'm trying, like, don't get offended over things if these are like, if you're not, if you know what I'm talking about, like I'm not trying to glorify views. I'm not trying to say that I'm in support of people who do all that disgusting stuff, right? What I'm trying to say is that maybe for some people right here, you are basically, the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because either you have not communicated enough, or you are believing in the potential of this relationship way more than the reality of this relationship, all right? And it's a potential. It's a potential that you see in this individual, the potential that they have to understand you, the potential that they might have to perceive things in the way that you think that they can perceive in. Like it's like to perceive things in your perspective. Like I feel like you are basically fantasizing, or the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because for some of you, you're still waiting for this individual to, yeah, for some of you, you're still waiting for this individual to give you that heads up. And that's just the potential of this relationship. There are infinite possibilities on how a relationship can form, right? And on how a relationship can move forward. But I just feel like you're betting all your bets on the potential of this relationship. Yes. And it's like it just feels like you are way ahead of you're way ahead in the journey. And I think this person still needs a lot more to process. They still have to process a lot more before they can get with you. All right. And that's the energy that I'm getting right here. Now the agape card in this side again. This gives me again that you are fantasizing. I'm getting tantalizing. So you guys are like basically you're basically awestruck by this individual, but you're not awestruck by this individual's present self. You're basically awestruck by this individual's, I don't know, there's like individual's future self, or you're basically awestruck by this individual's potential. I just feel like there is something along the lines of like you are in love with this individual's potential more than you are in love with this person's person themselves. More than, like, I just feel like, people need a lot of time, people need a lot of different challenges, a lot of different hurdles that they need to cross before they reach to a point of life where they understand things like where they understand the wisdom like many like the other people around them. All right. For example, you need to go to a college to get degree. Now that's a very that's a normal thing. That's a very normalized thing in our society. All right. But not everybody is mature enough to understand that simple phenomenon, right? Like not everybody can simply just accept the fact that maybe that I should go, that having a degree is going to give me everything. Like, or not everybody is going to like accept something as small as that. They might need to go through different experiences in their life, in their own life, to realize the significance of a college degree. All right. And that's the thing that I'm getting. You're pretty much awestruck, or you feel so much like you're fantasizing so much about this individual's potential. All right. And what I'm saying in here is that the womb card ending written here, that also the fact that womb card is coming on the left side. All right. It reminds me that it just gives me an idea where you are the reason why you do not see this person's lows, or the reason why you haven't seen this individual's sadness, or the reason why you haven't seen this individual's dark side or their shadow is mostly because it's mostly because I feel like it's because whatever this thing is that they are basically, that you and your energy basically considered insignificant. Or I was talking about a left hand person who might have helped this individual in some manner. That's what I'm getting. Like this person has a left hand. This person definitely has a left hand to whom they show their lack, to whom they show their disgusting side, to whom they show their bad side. All right, there is a person like that. All right, but that person isn't you. That's the thing. And whoever this insignificant individual is, that, or maybe that's you. Maybe this individual is an insignificant person in your life, but maybe they have seen a lot of vulnerable things about you. All right, and maybe that's what. Maybe it's sort of like, I don't know. Maybe it's kind of like an acceptance that was given to you by someone who was living far away from you, who was way more distant to you than the people who were around you. Like the acceptance that maybe you had got from this individual right here could have been more than the acceptance that you had got from your own society and from your own community. The reason why this fantasy feels so persistent is because I feel like either you were like, I don't want to say eroded at a young age. It's a very bad language. I don't want to put that like, I don't want to put words like, I don't want to put energy into those words, but what I want to say is that you could have felt really objectified, or you could have felt like people were trying to make you bloom way before your time had come. All right. And they were pretty much like, they were pretty much awestruck by your energy. And the reason why you're so addicted to this individual right here is because this person right here, I'm getting indignant. So this individual could be somebody indignant, their dignity could be in shambles right now. Yeah, I was getting that in the previous section, right? So there's something like the reason why you feel your fantasies about this individual is so persistent. I was getting are so persistent is because they give you that space to nurture you. They allow this inner being within you to live. They give tenderness and warmth to that inner being within you. You see how this card is grey in color and this one is in red color? There's like a lot of warmth and energy that you feel with this individual. There's a lot of potential that you see in this individual. There's a lot of love, care, kindness, tenderness, nurturing that you feel in this individual's energy, right? And that's not the same thing that you have ever felt before in your life. For all these years in your life, maybe there was a time in your life where you were often considered as useless, useful, or only something that was like people used to tie your worth to your advantage, to the disadvantage, whatever you brought into the table, right? It's as if like maybe you had to mature, or you had to become an adult way before your time had come. To become an adult, you started working at a young age or something like that. And then it's like, how do I say this? Sometimes, people often think that, idolatry is a very bad practice or something like that. But I just want to give you idolatry in a very different sort of manner, all right? In a spiritual sense, when you look at life when you are doing a spiritual growth for yourself, for your own self, right? You know yourself through and through. And sometimes that inspiration or that motivation to keep going for yourself, or keep doing things for yourself, sometimes what happens is that feeling becomes null, or Lord, wait a second. All right. Fine. Yeah. So that feeling, that feeling becomes null at some point, because you can hardly, like, there is not much inspiration that you can. Sometimes, people get so fed up with their own stories, with their own victim narrative, with their own sad story, with their own soft story, that they don't want to keep working for themselves anymore, because their own image for themselves is that they are a victim. And whenever they remember that story, it reminds them that they need to be the victim to to be working hard enough for that victim of the story of the narrative that they had created in their head. And what I'm getting in here with the agape card in this direction, I just feel like sometimes what happens is that we need different types of idols, or we need a sort of certain sort of image around us to help us feel to help us feel significance of something, to help us feel awestruck or to feel something about it. How do I say this now? I'll just show you this thing. If you can see my little Buddha right here. All right. Okay. I think I can put this in. Can you see that I have this beautiful Buddha idol with me, right? Now, I'll put it back beautifully. Yeah. So I have this Buddha idol with me, right? So the thing is, there is a lot of peace. Like, if I wanted peace in my life, right? I don't need to like, how do I say this? Peace is a state of mind. All right. It's not an idol. Peace is a state of mind. If my mind is awestruck, or if my mind feels that this idol is a representation of peace, what happens is that I find it more inspiring to look at that idol while I'm doing my work, or while I'm studying, or while I'm doing tarot reads, because it makes me feel more at peace. Like this idol, how do I say this? It's not like I'm attaching my sense of security or my sense of peace to this idol, to this piece of stone. No, what I'm saying in here is that this idol, this stone right here, reminds me of this. Like it inspires me, rather than saying that I'm attaching my sense of devotion, my sense of peace. So for some people, so for some people, especially Buddhists, right? They pray to Buddha. They are basically they pray to Mahatma Buddha, and they feel a sense of devotion with their idol. Now, if you see it in a proper sense, that sense of devotion actually comes from themselves, all right? It's not a sense of it's just that this idol has evoked this feeling within them, right? So that's the thing that I'm getting about you guys as well. That it's like you couldn't find that it just seems like this person they evoke that sort of warmth, motherly tenderness within you, or they sort of evoke that I'm getting tension as well, so something, I don't know what this is, but this person, they evoke this motherly figure type, like this, they evoke this acceptance for you, they evoke some sort of warmth, tenderness, evoke that sense of feeling within you. And because they evoke that sense of feeling within you, and it's not that I don't know if this person is a warm, tender hearted person or not, we can never say that. But what I know about, what I can see is that maybe for you guys, what I know is that if we feel that someone is very peaceful, someone is a very calm person, or someone is very warm and tenderly individual, it's just the projection of our feelings on this other person, right? We are the ones who are projecting this sense of beauty to this person, right? How do I say this? For example, you see a rose flower, you know that the rose flower is beautiful, all right? Or fine, I'll just show this to you. Wait. For example, you're seeing this peacock flower, right? Now, peacock feather. Peacock feather is it's just a feather with blue, green, dark colors, indigo. So it's like a rainbow color feather, right? Luminescent feather, whatever. So I think peacock feathers have some ability to what is it? Something like they can cut the white light into different spectrum of rainbow colors, and I think this was a research that recently came out, right? So the thing is that the peacock flower is not beautiful. It just emanates the color of rainbows in it. But what happens is that our human mind thinks that this is beautiful. That thinking, and that is not the same thing that somebody with color blindness would tell about it, all right? Now I don't know which colors of spectrum are not visible to colorblind people, but yeah, not everybody is going to consider that as beautiful, all right? If you showed it to some other person, they might think that it looks like an eye. It looks a little bit creepy, right? So this is like our feelings that we have. It's like these feelings have been evoked by someone else. These feelings have been inspired through someone else, right? Like it's like you saw an idol of this human being, or you saw a persona of this human being, and it evoked a sense of feeling within you. That feeling is basically what I feel like what is happening here is that you basically attached yourself to that feeling, rather than understanding that, or you attach yourself to this individual rather than understanding that this person is just evoking that sense of feeling within you. It was you. It was always you. It was you the whole damn time who was finding that peacock flower beautiful. It was you who were finding a sense of peace in the idol of Buddha. It was you who found a sense of devotion in the idol of Buddha. It was you who was basically associating these feelings with these small little things, right? They never lost their meaning. It's like they had different meanings, all right? They always represented different things, and they always represented different meanings. It's that you decided to put a meaning into this, all right? This is what we do in tarot reading most of the time. We see a bunch of cards, we don't know what these cards mean, but we are trying to put a meaning to these cards, right? So that's the thing that is happening here. Why this fantasy feels so persistent is because you have derived a meaning out of this person's existence, or you have derived a meaning out of their actions, all right? I still remember this one thing. There was this person, who helped me when I was in a very bad time in my life. For them, doing that was like the social mannerisms that their parents had taught them, that if you see a poor person, help them, help a person in need is basically helping a person in need was basic mannerisms that was taught to them by their parents. It wasn't it. Now this individual doesn't know how much that kindness, how much of their mannerisms was actually felt like kindness to my heart, to my soul, right? But it's like I decided to put a meaning to that, and that's why it became. That's why this person, or that's why this person got a meaning in my life, or this person became a significance of an enemy, or became a significance of or someone whom I signified as a tender person, a very warm and loving person. Like it's just me trying to put those meanings into this person's existence, right? So that's the energy that I'm getting right here. Like maybe you could have the reason why these fantasies are so persistent is because you're putting a meaning to this person's every action, right? Even if they are your enemy, even if they are somebody that you don't like, you're trying to find ways to put. I'm getting to put a number, or to put a I don't know. Like maybe you're putting a ranking to this individual. Maybe you think they are. I don't know what it is. Maybe they are somebody in a competition with you. They have a better rank than you or something. But you're the one who's putting that label to this person in your head, right? And that is what you need to understand. Like human beings are very complex creatures. You will never know. You will never really know what is going on with them. It's like, how do I say this? For some people, they have a kink of wanting to do it with their enemies, right? They love the trope of enemies to lovers. They love, the thought or the idea of doing it with their enemies. But it's like, it's got nothing to do with this individual. It's just a kink that you might have within you. And yeah, it's kind of like, the reason why this fantasy is so persistent is because you think or you attach a feeling to this individual. You attach an emotion with this person, and I'm getting like it just makes you go crazy, wah wah wah, something like that. All right, yeah. So how is this affecting your daily life? Pile number 3. These reads are getting real long, you know. How is this affecting your life? How are these dreams affecting your? How are these fantasies affecting your life? Pile number 3. How are these fantasies affecting your life? Pile number 3. How are these fantasies affecting your life? Pile number 3. All right. Now a lot of cards have come out. I take the ones that have fallen on the table. Right. I'm seeing that in your reading, there's a lot of. One, two. I'll just take those two. A lot of orange cards coming through. Yeah, let's see. How is this? So I'm getting 3 of cups again and again. So there's something along the lines of maybe this person was a friend of yours that later on turned out to be an enemy, or they were a friend and later you just, I don't know, I'm getting like decided to find out or something about them and you just found out I'm getting dead carcass or something, like they were being shady with you in some manner or in some way. Yes. So we have all the cards upright in here. Nice. How is this affecting your daily life? I don't know. I just feel like there is like an energy where, I don't know. Are you like there's a friend? I'm seeing a friendship that is being formed, or I'm seeing a friendship that is like someone is basically investing into a relationship, or they're investing into the, like what I'm saying is that how it. I think it's something like you deliberately know the effects of this relationship. I'm also feeling kind of like. Now 3377 could be very significant, all right. But yeah, I'm seeing like it affects your emotions and your finances. There is something like it has a long-term effect in your life. There is a long-term effect in your life. I'm also seeing sort of something like there's like, wait a second, is there a way to put this in here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think yeah, there is space in here. 5. So yeah, number 5 could also be significant, all right. Something like odd numbers 3, 7, 3, 5, 7. And I was with odd numbers, I just remember that we had like alternate cards in here. One reverse, other upright, one reverse, another upright. Again, I'm getting that feeling in here. Like I feel like there's something like I'm getting that song. Call me in the morning to apologize. It's something like how it affects your daily life is like, oh lord, I'm fumbling over my words. Wait a second. Why am I fumbling? What is happening in here? All right, let's see. The 6 of Cups in reverse. Yeah, actually, yeah, this actually reminds me of a person. This reminds me of a person I used to. Like parts of this reading actually reminds me of an individual, and I'm not able to stop thinking about her right now. But you know how I remember a relationship with her was like? It was almost like any relationship that I formed with her basically had an element of this idealized relationship. How do I say this? Suppose you are forming, a friendship with an individual based on their devotion to God, or based on the fact that you both go to the same religious institution to practice your religion together, right? Like every Sundays for your community meetups and all that stuff. Yeah, I feel like the way it affects you is it's as if that you are trying to do it. I just feel like it's making the way this fantasy affects you in your daily life feels like you're trying to do everything by the book, or you're trying to do everything by the way or by the law of by the law, and that is, I don't know, is it like, how do I say this now? I just feel like there is like this gossip group that someone has created based on the assumption or based on an idealized version of this individual, and it's like these people are working together to achieve this idealized version, or to achieve this ideal persona, or like to achieve, I don't know, like to achieve an ideal situation or something like that. 7 of Pentacles upright and the Hierophant is kind of like, yeah, they're basically investing on this person to become they're basically investing on this individual to turn this small spiritual idea into, or to turn the small ideal assumption about this person into a whole damn rule book, or into a whole damn practice, ritualistic practice. Yeah, there's something, this is what I'm getting in here. Like the reason why I'm feeling so much stops or so many breaks in this energy is because 6 of Cups in reverse, it gives me like, people are not realizing the past. There's something like, they're not seeing something. They're not seeing the history, or they're not seeing the ancient history of this individual. That's the thing that I'm getting right now. I don't know why this has been for like the past 2 piles, but I don't know why I'm getting like, I don't know why all of these fantasies sound more like a cultish. I don't know why all of these sexual fantasies are giving a cultish vibe to it. But because they're giving that sort of cultish vibe, I will consider this as some sort of a celebrity worship or some sort of a popular people worship in here. Because yeah, I don't know how in your entire life would you make a whole damn gossip group about someone, and based on an assumption that you even don't know if it is true or not, and basically work on your assumption to and invest on that assumption to actually, like, create rituals around this individual. How do I say this? For example, you think that this person is a really bad, or like, for example, you think that this person doesn't like boba tea, all right? For example, you feel like this person doesn't like boba tea, all right? What you do is that you basically, like, how it affects your life is that you don't know whether this person likes boba tea or not. You have just assumed this about him, and it's like you are forming a, you're collaborating with other people, and you're investing in not putting boba tea in the office, or you're basically, I don't know, it's also like giving me, like, you think it's like some people just assume that they don't like boba tea, so these people have decided to create a ritual around it, basically not bring boba tea anywhere around this individual, otherwise they might beat them up, or there's like some crazy weird stuff going on in here, right? That's what I'm seeing. Like, I'm seeing a bunch of people forming their own opinion about someone, collaborating together to invest into making a ritual that they think is suitable for this person, when it is not even that case, yeah. Yes, I'm getting somebody who's doing that regularly, death card in the back of the deck, right? So when in reality, you don't know the truth. That's the thing. All of this is assumption at the very freaking end of the day. You don't know how this individual is in real life. It's kind of like, it's also giving me, like, it's just a small little assumption that you made about them, and yeah, it has no, like, either this assumption about them needs to come to an end, or there is like a death to the, I don't know, there is like this is like a point blank assumption based energy, right? Where people are creating weird practices around someone or something because they think that is what significance somebody has. Yeah. It reminded me of this very weird thing. Like this Indian diaspora where some people are like, Indians eat cow dung and all that stuff, and they drink cow piss. And yeah, like it's sort of giving me that, like people are just, it's almost giving me like people are assuming this and that thing about this person. So they are basically teaming up, and basically either they are teaming up and basically they are trying to get away from every Indian that they have ever seen because they think that all of them are eating something disgusting. When have you ever seen that in Indian cuisine, my freaking lord? But yeah, they're like all those, but that's what I'm getting. It's kind of like that. That's the weird, like, energy that I'm getting here. I'm also getting kind of like maybe some people could very much like epitomize this individual, all right? And maybe you are somebody who has, like, maybe they have created a ritual around this individual. Maybe this person is somebody who has done really wrong to you, and there are people around you who have created rituals around this individual. Like whenever this individual releases or does something new and popular or trendy, everybody starts following them, or it becomes trending all of a sudden. Maybe it's, it becomes trendy in a particular community, or it becomes trending in a whole world wide web or something like that. And because you have had a bad past with this individual, with the Six of Cups in reverse, it's like, yeah, it's like it just feels, I don't know why, it just feels like all of these rituals just feel so shallow to me all of a sudden. It's like some people do, like, it's like you don't even, I'm seeing something like, how do I say this? For example, how do I say this? Now, I don't know if this will resonate, but I used to be a BTS, like I used to be a BTS fan around, I think it was around 2016, 2017, all right? I used to be a BTS fan around from the year 2017, something like by the end of 2017, by the start of 2018, all right? That's when I started becoming a BTS fan. So I would often like sing that BTS songs in my classroom, right? And for me, the significance of those songs was basically, because I saw the comment section of, during that time, we did not have that much knowledge about K-pop and all. So whenever I used to watch the comment section of the BTS fandom, I would see so many people like army, right? So I would get so scared because I thought like and like I knew that they were Korean, all right, but I did not know if they were North Korean or South Korean. So what was happening that was that every single time I would open the comment section, I would end up thinking that these are North Korean soldiers and these are entertainment meant for North Korean people only. And what I would do is that I would I would like during that small age, like, whenever I used to watch their videos, I would think that I was like, for me, the significance of watching K-pop videos or K-pop music, especially BTS music, was basically being able to infiltrate the North Korean system and seeing their secret entertainment on freaking YouTube. Alright, so yeah, I used to think I hacked the entire I hacked the entire government system or something like that. Alright, that was how I used to think. So for me, that was the significance of that. And yeah, that's what I'm getting in here. I feel like many of you, like, there is some sort of ritual, right? Like, for example, for army, for BTS fans, their ritual is basically putting that purple heart and writing army. Alright, for God7 fans, their expression is writing Agase and green hearts, right? So I feel like that's the thing in here. Like, you guys are basically, there's something like there is a past or there's a history that you have not learned about somebody yet, or you don't know something about them, and that's why you're fantasizing about them. And I feel like this is something that is happening in a group, or it's something that's happening in a I don't know why I don't want to say fake friend group, but there is something along the lines of like this friend group is based on illusions, or this friend group is based on idealizing somebody, right? And once the day that idealized version of this person shuns away, these people or these friends, they all start having different opinions about what this individual should do. Some people might accept this person to be a different person, but some people might want this individual to do something else, and that's when the rift and this connection starts happening, and everybody starts splitting up into 10 different directions, right? So there's something along the lines of not knowing the significance of or the history behind why someone does something. That's what I'm getting here. Yeah, I don't know how this can be. This could be something related to your enemies as well, because I was getting enemy to lover trope in the start, right? It's like you all think that this person is a bad person, or you all come together to think that this is a bad person, and you end up creating rituals around this person, and you start speaking in code language, you start speaking in number language, all right? But you don't know the history behind this individual. You don't know I'm getting a party behind this individual. Or you don't know maybe some of you party behind this person's back or something like that. And there's something like, there's something like, it's like not understanding the entire reason, like not understanding why someone is the way they are, or and it's basically, it's giving me that type of fantasy, like fantasizing about someone too, because and forming a group and fantasizing about someone because you just have no idea how this individual is in real life. You just There's something like that in here. So that's how, like, I don't know how it is. Like, either you are the person who has got hurt by this individual and you're pretty much hurt by the people who have formed this sort of assumption based groups to become a follower of this individual, or you are somebody who or you're somebody who is basically a part of this group and you're not understanding, and the reason why this person's fantasy is affecting your life, it's affecting your friendships, your finances, is because you're so busy creating a ritual around this person. You're not tried to find out about their past or about the kind of person they were, right? About what is the significance of some things that they do. Why does this person does not like boba tea? Why is this person not going to this particular place? Did their mom died in there? Did their parents had an accident in there? Did they went through something really bad in any phase of their life? Is that the reason why this person doesn't go to that place? What is it? So that's the thing that I'm getting ready. Like, somebody's not realizing or understanding someone and is basically creating fantasies about them, Yeah, either, like, the day when somebody finds at least a small modicum of good thing, like if they found anything good in this individual one day, all this hate group that they had created, it will all fall apart. All these rituals that they had created to hate on this individual will fall apart because, it just seems like their past speaks a completely different type of truth or something like that is here. Or maybe your past speaks a different type of truth, and once your truth comes out, all this hatred that some people are pushing towards you or something like that, that is going to fall apart at the very end of the day, So there's something around the lines of how it affects your daily life is either people coming towards attacking you, or it's either like people, or it's either like you attacking like you creating a ritual around a person to hate on them or something like that, right? That's what I'm getting here. So what can you do about this pile number 3? What can you do about this fantasy? What can pile number 3 do about their fantasy? How can they recover? What can pile number 3 do about their fantasies? Yeah. What can pile number 3 do about their fantasies? Damn, the cards are having a very hard time today coming out. It's a lot of cards that are coming out of this pile. What can pile number 3 do about it? Alright. Oh, again, you're not timing things out properly when Wheel of Fortune and Kairos is in reverse. Wheel of Fortune itself talks about time. There is something related to time here, that time has not come for something to bloom and someone is being made to forcefully bloom despite that. What you can do about it is basically, I don't know, I'm getting... Yeah, pile number 3, what I'm getting here is basically you have to... Maybe you will have to, like... I don't know. I just feel like maybe you will have to face... This is a very weird thing, but I feel like there are consequences to start doing things way before it happens, right? I'm sort of getting like, maybe for you, something like, I just feel like there's a lot of bullying that has happened with this individual, or there's a lot of bullying that could have, I don't know, I feel like, basically what I'm getting is that, like, if you play with other people's emotions way before their time, or way before they have the time to understand something, you are basically bullying them or something. That's what I'm getting in. Like, I'm getting Son of Cups in reverse, which is basically, see, Son of Swords is, again, we have this here. This is like, you cannot rush the process. You cannot rush the process of someone trying to experience something, or someone is trying to, like, basically, Page of Cups is when you're starting to feel something, but Knight of Cups is when you are basically in the process of learning something, or in the process of feeling this experience, or in the process of putting your, like somebody is in the process where they are actually, they're emotionally invested, like they have not yet invested themselves emotionally to the point that you think that they have. It's almost giving me that something along the lines of what you can do about it is basically, what I'm getting in here is that pushing someone far off, like pushing someone to the point and to make them feel something, or to pushing someone to experience something is not going to be regarded, because I'm getting a lot of spiritual bypassing in this reading as well. Like, I'm getting a lot of bullying, I'm getting a lot of spiritual bypassing that has been done in this reading, and something just tells me that you cannot force an individual to move in a certain direction. There is a specific time for people to feel something. There's a specific movement. There's a specific moment when they realize something, and that moment is not going to be determined by you. You cannot control that, and that's what I'm getting in. You cannot control that. You controlling that will be considered as abuse, or it will be considered as bullying. And if you're doing that, you should not expect anything less than this person trying to hate on you, because exactly, you cannot make people understand what you want them to understand, because it takes time to become the Father of Cups. It takes time to become somebody who is able to regulate their emotions in a proper manner. Not everybody can become that in one go. There's a reason why the Cups card is often, like, it takes, like, for example, for even when we grow old, right, it takes a lot of time for us to gain that wisdom and hold that bravery and calmness at the same time within our hearts. So I just feel like you cannot force this energy. You cannot pull this person to get out of their cave if they don't want to get out of that cave, as that can be considered as bullying. So I don't know why, but it's simple energy I'm getting here. If somebody is actually trying to pull you out of a place, or it's almost giving me like, if this person is trying to, like, take you out of this situation that they think is bad, and I feel like it will take time for both you and them to realize some things about the situation. And I think it's best to cut people off at that instant. Like, if someone feels too overbearing for you, or if their emotions are very intense for you, they are very hard on you, or if it feels really harsh towards you, right, it may be time for you to cut such people off, because you have your own time to bloom. People cannot force you to bloom at a certain period of time. You have your own time to bloom, right? And if someone is forcing you to bloom in their way, it's better to cut people. It's better to cut such people off. It's better to cut such people off so that you can experience life at your own pace, rather than experiencing and feeling your emotions at other people's pace, right? Son of Swords in reverse in here. It's like a lot of information overwhelm. It's a lot of, sorry, I didn't mean to pull the mic. It's a lot of emotional overwhelm. It's a lot of overwork or burnout for an individual that doesn't wants the, like that doesn't like it's almost like somebody's forcing this individual to bloom so fast, overworking this individual, exposing them with so much information, right? See, it takes time to become the Father of Cups and the Mother of Cups. I feel like this reading, if suppose if this is you, pile number 3, that somebody is forcing you to the point of burnout, to to be faster than how much you can be, to be faster than the amount of fast that you are. I feel like it's time to understand that you can let go of this individual, or you can cut this person off of your life. All right, or it's completely fine and all right to consider them as an abusive person for doing something for their own gratification of, or like, yeah, it's like you can basically, yeah, it's all right to call them an abusive person for forcing you to bloom at a pace that you don't want to bloom at, right? Yeah, your happiness, the way you create your happiness shouldn't be by other people's, shouldn't happen at other people's pace. It should happen at your pace. All right, unless and until you're able to do it at your own pace, you won't be able to find an answer, or you won't be able to understand the meaning of your own journey, right? And that's the thing that I'm getting with Six of Swords in Reverse. Six of Swords in Reverse is always my card of like, I'm leaving this thing behind, but I'm carrying a lot of emotional baggage with me as well, because I was made to leave this thing behind before I could understand, or before I could understand the significance of what all of this journey meant, or what all of these emotions actually meant. This is the thing that I'm getting in here. You, like, either you weren't allowed to feel those emotions, or like, yeah, or there was somebody else who wasn't allowed to feel them. All right, and they just left this entire place, or they left this entire time to, without understanding the emotional significance, or without understanding what this journey or this process even meant. All right, and yeah, I think it's solid advice. I feel like you are mostly being asked to reclaim the abuse that was done to you, or you're being asked to cut off the people who have made you bloom way before your time. Because what I'm seeing that you can, it's like, yeah, it just gives me like an energy where somebody needs their own right. They need their own right to feel that, to feel some things for themselves, rather than feeling it through other people or feeling it for other people. Something like that is here. Like, it's giving me a selfless individual who needs time for themselves. Yeah, if this person is you, definitely take your time off from, especially from people, places, and things that are taking so much away from you, and you don't want too much out of you at a very short span of time. Yes, that's what I'm getting in here actually. Pile number 3, yeah. Pile 2 had a similar message, but it was way more. I don't think it's that different, but yeah. Take care of yourselves. Pile number 3. I'm very grateful to have your energy in here. This was a very, very beautiful read. I'm happy I could share this energy with you. I could share all these things, or your energy was able to teach me so many new things through this read, through so many beautiful experiences that I experienced through this read. It's a very beautiful energy. There were too many delays in this read. It's as if like this read was finding the right time to shine. I couldn't go way ahead my time. I had to like give this reading a piece of its own. And I think I've done enough of, I think I've done justice to this read as of now. So yeah, thank you so much, pile number 3. Thank you for coming to my read. Take care of yourself. Bye bye.